Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I'm your host today on this Tuesday, November 22nd. We're taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C. On the left side of your screen, here's a preview of the top stories that we are paying very close attention to this morning. We are paying attention, of course, to the Colorado shooting. We are learning more about the man who is being hailed a hero for trying to stop that nightclub shooting. We're also following holiday travel as many people are hitting the skies and the road for this Thanksgiving. 55 million Americans will be traveling this year, and air travel will recover to 99% of levels before the pandemic. So you can bet we're touching base with our Fox colleagues who are at major airports across the country, giving us firsthand accounts on many people who are traveling this holiday week. And of course, we are also bringing you all a few Live Now images that we are getting from Doha, Qatar. You can catch day 3 of the 2022 World Cup on Fox and on Fox Sports. But in the meantime, let's begin our 6 a.m. hour with the latest news coming from Colorado. We are seeing dozens of people gather for a visual outside of Club Q in Colorado Springs. This video is bringing us a look at a nonprofit which works with the LGBTQ plus community. They organized this event on Monday night to stand in solidarity with the victims of Club Q that died this past weekend. At least 5 people were killed and more than a dozen others were injured after a gunman opened fire in a gay nightclub. The suspect is being held on murder and hate crime charges. Here's more.
The man suspected of killing at least 5 people and injuring others at a gay nightclub in Colorado faces murder and hate crime charges. Police say 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldrich opened fire with a long rifle after entering Club Q just before midnight.
This was the only LGBTQIA plus place in the entire city of Springs where we could feel safe. We don't have that anymore. It's shattered.
The alleged gunman's past is now facing scrutiny. Just last year, a man with the same name and birth date was arrested after his mother called police saying he was making bomb threats. At the time, authorities said no explosives were found and the case was never prosecuted. On Saturday night, patrons quickly subdued the gunman by grabbing his gun and pinning him down. Officials are calling these patrons heroes and saying they likely saved many lives.
If this had gone on for several minutes more and that heroic action had not been taken, I can only imagine how many more fatalities we might have had.
Among the victims that night, 2 of the club's bartenders, Daniel Aston and Derek Rump. Aston's mother calls the last few days a nightmare.
He was just a happy child from always. He loved to laugh.
The shooting occurred during Transgender Awareness Week. People now calling for an end to the violence. The nightclub remains an active crime scene and will remain closed until further notice. In Colorado Springs, Colorado, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
Airports and airlines are expecting the busiest Thanksgiving travel season in 3 years. 55 million Americans will be traveling this year, and air travel will recover to 99% of the levels before the pandemic, according to AAA. Travel has increased as a result of loosened restrictions within the past year. While Wednesday is generally the busiest day for travel for the Thanksgiving holiday, the option to work from home for many Americans allows for more flexibility. So it may ease some of the pressure that airlines and airports usually have. But again, we are still expecting millions of people to board planes this holiday week, especially the Sunday after Thanksgiving. But are airlines ready for the holiday rush? Fox Business correspondent Grady Trimble has more from Chicago.
The number of people flying each day has been at or near pre-pandemic levels for some time now. In fact, AAA says this Thanksgiving will be one of the busiest for travel in more than 2 decades. But there are questions as to whether the airlines can handle the rush this holiday travel season, especially after the mass delays and cancellations in the spring and summer. Even though almost as many people are flying as in 2019, the airlines have cut routes because of the shortage of pilots and other key staff like mechanics and flight attendants. That smaller supply, combined with strong demand and high jet fuel prices, means you're paying a lot more to travel this Turkey Day. The travel booking app Hopper says domestic airfare is up about 8% from last year. The average cost of a round trip in the U.S. is around $380. Hotels are a lot more expensive as well, up some 15% from a year ago. But the travelers we've talked to at the airport today say they don't mind shelling out big money to get out.
It takes saving some miles, pre-planning, trying to find the most cost-effective flights. It's a little bit different and tougher this year.
Usually before, it's like 200, one something, but now it's like $600, $700, $800.
Hopper says if you're looking to save money on flights and hotels, the best time to buy this time of year is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. They call it Travel Deal Tuesday and say you can save as much as $300 on your trip. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Thanks, Grady, for that report. As you can see, holiday travel is already well underway. Just take a look at how busy this airport is. Many people already started hitting the roads, the rails, and the skies. On Monday alone, we saw record numbers traveling, jumping ahead of Thanksgiving. Here's what one local traveler has to say.
We have some family coming in from Ireland, so we're excited to see them while joining Grandma and Grandpa in San Francisco and Auntie Katie.
And again, we are touching base with our Fox correspondents who are based strategically.
Well, I think the cost of travel is definitely up, so that's why we came in a little bit early, and we're going to be going home a little bit.
At this time, let's go ahead and switch gears. Let's take a live now look from Washington, D.C. This next story coming from Capitol Hill. House Republican lawmakers are preparing their next steps following midterm elections. They're planning a slew of investigations, but they may run into trouble within the party as some members question who will lead them. Democrats are also optimistic they'll be able to halt some of their proposals due to a slim majority and control in the Senate. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel brings us a closer look.
Fresh off the midterm elections, Republican lawmakers are promising investigations into the southern border, the origins of COVID-19, and Hunter Biden's business dealings once they officially take control of the House in January.
We need to stand up and fight and do the things that we campaign on. I want to see fight out of our leadership.
They could have a tough road ahead of them with a slim majority and questions over whether GOP leader Kevin McCarthy will have enough support to become Speaker.
It's not the size of the gavel, it's the power of the gavel of who holds it.
And at the annual Thanksgiving turkey pardon Monday, President Biden took aim at predictions the GOP would beat the stuffing out of Democrats.
The only red wave this season is going to be a German Shepherd Commander knocks over the cranberry sauce on our table.
Meantime, Democrats are poised to elect new and younger leadership, with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi withdrawing from her post along with House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. They're voicing their support for Congressman Hakeem Jeffries to lead the Democrats.
We will fiercely and vigorously oppose any attempts at Republican overreach and any Republican extremism.
Democrats did maintain control of the Senate and are aggressively trying to win their 51st seat. Former President Barack Obama says he'll travel to Georgia December 1st to campaign in Senator Raphael Warnock's runoff race against Republican Herschel Walker. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
The time now, 6:13 a.m. We are getting this live update bright and early from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He's speaking from Doha, Qatar. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Trafficking Police Unit. In 2021, under the U.S.-Qatar anti-trafficking MOU and the labor MOU that we signed, we implemented joint initiatives, and you heard the minister refer to these as well, to help Qatar build capacity, to develop the technical expertise, to raise awareness, to promote the rights of migrant workers. We're doing this through technical exchanges. We're doing it through sharing of different practices. and we're helping to actually see reforms implemented. That is critical. One of the things that I mentioned earlier is our hope and expectation that some of the progress that's been made continues and expands after the World Cup is over. I also want to commend Qatar for reopening the humanitarian care house. That will help protect and assist victims of trafficking. But as I noted, there is still considerable work to be done. It's exactly why it's so important that we have these sessions, we have these discussions, so that we could take advantage of having the strategic dialogue while the World Cup was going on, all to the better. As I said, Qatar has the spotlight on it now. You've heard the minister talk about that. But much more important is what happens when the spotlight moves on. And what I can tell you will happen is our work together to continue to address challenges with regard to rights, to labor practices, to trafficking. When it comes to the armband question, look, as I said earlier, one of the most powerful things about football, about soccer, is its potential to bring the world together. Quite literally, as it's together here in Qatar, but also figuratively, in terms of just bringing human beings together and rediscovering everything that they have in common, and how that really does fundamentally outweigh the differences that we deal with every day. That's the power of sport. That's the power of what we see going on. And the message that we heard from the Emir is usually important, that all are welcome. And of course, it's important to make that meaningful, to put that into practice. It's always concerning from my perspective when we see any restrictions on freedom of expression. It's especially so when the expression is for diversity and for inclusion. And in my judgment, at least, no one on a football pitch should be forced to choose between supporting these values and playing for their team.
Well, thank you. Regarding actually the crisis in 2017 and the U.S. response, well, I think that there is some confusion here because of some levels of response to what happened in 2017. And we believe that the institutional relationship between the two countries has been always the most important safeguard for this relationship. And even during the crisis and the time when we had probably some cloud in the understanding between the two countries, the institution has been always serving as a facilitator of dialogue between the two governments, making sure that everyone at all the levels, they have the right information about the cooperation and the partnership between our two countries. We've been determined about this relationship, not this year, not last year, not 10 years ago, but 50 years ago. This relationship has been progressing in a positive direction. Sometimes we have probably disagreement on maybe certain issues. We talk, we engage in dialogue, we work together in bringing our differences closer and work on the common areas. And this has been demonstrated in a lot of initiatives. As the Secretary mentioned, Al Udeid Air Base has been the center to fight terrorism. And this base didn't start with President Biden administration or with the previous administration. This started 20 years ago. And this relationship has been nothing but only growing. Our political position has been always on different issues, on different causes, very much principled on the international law and the UN Charter. And anything, any country, any cases violating these principles, Qatar will definitely stand out and be vocal. This is what we share with the U.S., a shared vision, a responsibility together to make the world a better place with a lot of other partners. And I believe that the work that we've been doing in the past a couple of years, it has been significant, recognized by both countries, that both of us, our partnership, are vital for our countries. It's vital for the U.S. to have a partner like Qatar in this region. It's vital for us globally to have a partner like the U.S. And I've been saying this repeatedly, Qatar-U.S. partnership is actually the most important international relationship that Qatar has on the international sea beyond our region. So this is something that we are committed to pursue together with my colleague Tony, to continue pursuing this with also the future administration, whoever will come after me or after him. Thank you.
شكرا أصحاب السعادة، وبذلك نختتم هذا المؤتمر الصحفي. شكرا لكم على المشاركة.
All right, and that was the latest from Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking live there from Doha, Qatar. Doha, Qatar, also the site of the World Cup. You can stream day 3 on Fox Sports and on Fox. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. Time here, 6:20 a.m. All right, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. There is a new focus on this month's huge cryptocurrency failure. This comes as we wait for a decision on whether the founder of FTX will be brought to the United States to face justice. Fox News correspondent Kelly O'Grady takes a look.
As the FTX fallout continues, more information is coming to light on how much investors may lose at the hands of the exchange's founder, former cryptocurrency boy wonder Sam Bankman-Fried. Once valued at $32 billion, a new court filing shows the company's top 10 investors alone represent roughly $1.5 billion in claims, nearly $3.1 billion owed to the top 50 creditors. While names are redacted, investments on the list range from $20 million to over $200 million. But these billion-dollar figures don't account for the remaining nearly 1 million creditors. Some customers put in $10,000 or $20,000. They too may lose everything.
Your show is looking at the top 50, but there are potentially 1 million, much smaller investors, and proportionally, they're the ones that are really going to get hurt. A lot of young people. FTX heavily, as does most crypto, heavily market to young people.
Finding what money remains is proving difficult. In addition to secretly moving funds from FTX to his sister company, Alameda Research, and what critics are likening to a Ponzi scheme, Sam Bankman-Fried had no standardized accounting procedures. The new FTX CEO sharing, quote, "The FTX group did not maintain centralized control of its cash. Cash management procedural failures included the absence of an accurate list of bank accounts and account signatories." Now, for creditors hoping to recapture those lost funds, the outlook is grim. Court filings reveal just $564 million of the less than $1 billion that has been recovered so far is even liquid. The company now pursuing a potential sale of assets to garner more cash, while also facing Bahamian regulators looking to stake a claim. The government ordering Bankman-Fried to perform an unauthorized transfer of funds to the nation for safekeeping. That wrinkle will take center stage at tomorrow's first bankruptcy hearing. All this as calls for Sam Bankman-Fried to be extradited from the Bahamas to the U.S. grow louder. Kelly O'Grady for Fox Business. As the FTX fallout continues, more information is coming to light.
All right, a huge thank you to Kelly O'Grady bringing us that business report. At least one person is dead and 16 others injured when an SUV crashed into an Apple store in Massachusetts. Here's more.
Tragedy as the holiday shopping season is getting into full swing. An SUV plowing into a busy Apple store in Hingham, Massachusetts.
This morning was an unthinkable morning, and people are trying to get through it and process what happened.
Emergency responders called to the scene less than an hour after the store opened. Several witnesses called 911 to report a dark-colored vehicle had jumped the curb and crashed right through Apple's plate glass storefront window.
I just heard glass shatter, and there was just a gaping hole in the middle of the Apple store.
The SUV struck multiple people, trapping a number of them inside. Victims were spotted on the ground. Some were treated by bystanders who provided first aid. First responders jumped in to render emergency treatment as soon as they got there.
16 people have been transported to hospitals, 14 to South Shore hospitals, 2 to Boston hospitals. There's been 1 fatality.
We have multiple patients with life-threatening and limb-threatening injuries.
Investigators are being tight-lipped about details of the driver and whether the incident was accidental or intentional. The driver was not among the people taken to the hospital for treatment. Investigators are looking at surveillance footage from inside the store to determine what happened.
Regarding the operator of the motor vehicle, we're looking into that. Regarding the status of the motor vehicle, we're looking into that.
Authorities say this is still an active criminal investigation, and they do know who the driver is. Reporting in New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from Tampa International Airport. As you can see, holiday travel has officially kicked off. We'll have a live update from Fox 13 Tampa in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time now 6:30 a.m. and take a look at that. Many people are doing just that, hitting the skies this holiday travel season. It's said to be a record travel week. So joining us now live from Tampa's International Airport is Fox 13 Tampa's Elizabeth Fry. Elizabeth, what are you seeing this morning? I see there's a few people behind you in the airport.
Compared to some airports, but since we've been out here this morning around 4 a.m., it has been extremely busy as opposed to what we're used to seeing here at the airport. And that's really going to set the tone for this week, as not only will this week be busy, but today especially is expected to be the busiest day of travel ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see behind me, but it has been a steady flow of passengers since we got out here early this morning. Now, to put it into perspective for you, AAA says this year will be one of the busiest for Thanksgiving travel in more than 2 decades. And while usually the day before Thanksgiving sees the biggest rush in passengers, that day came a little early. The FAA actually expects Tuesday, today, to report the highest number of flights and passengers. Now, air travel has been back to pre-pandemic levels for a while now, but especially with this holiday rush, air travel is expected to recover to 99% of the levels that it was at before the pandemic. Experts say there's a variety of reasons that factor into this year's busiest travel day, just coming a little early, like added flexibility due to remote jobs. But for this year, many families seems to attribute money to the main reason. Many are traveling a day early with the hopes of saving a few bucks on flights, because as we know, flight prices are up across the board at least by 8%. But I think one of the biggest concerns for a lot of folks right now, especially after the travel season that we saw throughout the summer and spring, are cancellations and delays. Although industry leaders say that due to reduced flights and also more hiring for staff when it comes to airlines, they're feeling pretty confident that things will be as close to normal as possible. We do want to say, though, that if you do have any problems, the Department of Transportation, they recently put up on their website a customer service dashboard that can give you all the information regarding what to do if your flight does get canceled or delayed, and especially what you're entitled to. So just taking a little bit of that added stress off of you as you prepare to travel this holiday season. But if you are headed to the airport, especially today, just be prepared. It's going to be busy no matter where you're at.
Be prepared. Those are key words of advice. All right, Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly O'Grady, thank you so much for joining. Switching gears now and bring you all the latest on a devastating story out of Colorado Springs. The community still grappling with the loss of 5 people in a mass shooting at a gay club over the weekend. The gunman is being held on a slew of charges, including murder, for each of the victims, along with possible federal hate crime charges. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn brings us more.
The man suspected of killing at least 5 people and injuring others at a gay nightclub in Colorado faces murder and hate crime charges. Police say 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldrich opened fire with a long rifle after entering Club Q just before midnight.
This was the only LGBTQIA+ place in the entire city of Springs where we could feel safe. We don't have that anymore. It's shattered.
The alleged gunman's past is now facing scrutiny. Just last year, a man with the same name and birth date was arrested after his mother called police saying he was making bomb threats. At the time, authorities said no explosives were found and the case was never prosecuted. On Saturday night, patrons quickly subdued the gunman by grabbing his gun and pinning him down. Officials are calling these patrons heroes and saying they likely saved many lives.
If this had gone on for several minutes more and that heroic action had not been taken, I can only imagine how many more fatalities we might have had.
Among the victims that night, 2 of the club's bartenders, Daniel Aston and Derek Rump. Aston's mother calls the last few days a nightmare.
He was just a happy child from always. He loved to laugh.
The shooting occurred during Transgender Awareness Week. People now calling for an end to the violence. The nightclub remains an active crime scene and will remain closed until further notice. In Colorado Springs, Colorado, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
Great people. I'm not going to speak about Raymond because that's his mom's job. His mom's going to do that. I have 2 friends right now in the hospital, Chip and Joanne. Okay, they're our greatest friends. Me and my wife's friends. Only people we hang. It's our Colorado family. Joanne is just texting. She's making it through. Chip got shot. He's making it through. So they have 2 little ones at home waiting for them. I didn't ask for this. We went to a club to watch my daughter's junior prom date perform. Little Wyatt. He's potted plants. Potted plants his drag name. Okay. I have no shame with any of this. I support my community, whoever that is. Okay. I love everybody, and I've never said anything different. I joke. That's who I am. But people know that the Fieros are there for them if they're part of their life. Okay. My wife is doing amazing things. Dude, we just got a call from my sister-in-law. My little nephew, man, he just got diagnosed with Hodgkin's, man. I don't know what else I can do. We're trying, man. My brother's sister's family, we have had a couple rough years. I think the best I did with the article for the New York Times was what I think I could do, okay, for telling people the details that I know. Listen, there's video and all kinds of stuff. I don't know if I'm even telling it right. I just know I got into mode and I needed to save my family. And that family was, at that time, everybody in that room. And that's what I was trained to do. I saw him and I went and got him. And when I pulled him down, I told him I was hitting him. I want to kill you, guy. Sorry. I'm gonna kill you. He killed a family member. I'm an emotional guy, but I also, I try not to be that, I try to be strong for my family. I try to save people, and it didn't work for 5. Okay? There's 5 people that aren't home right now. And I thank God, and it's Thanksgiving. I went through this at Thanksgiving in Iraq, man. We lost the dudes. I don't know what else to do. I really hope people kind of use this and shake someone's hand, give someone a hug, give them a kiss. These are good people, man. These were all kids. The guy, Joshua, who was dancing with my daughter and my wife and Joanne, he grabbed my daughter and they went and hid. He saved my daughter's life, man. I couldn't ask for anything more. I wish I could have done it for I don't know. I don't even know if it's wish I could have. I just did what I had to do. Okay? I know I'm not professional. I'm just, look. I served my nation for 15 years, and it did a lot of things to me and my family. Okay? I'm not retired. I didn't retire. I was done. I was broken physically and just couldn't do it anymore. So I'm proud of that. And I still work at Carson with soldiers because soldiers, to me, are genuine. They do this for themselves. Okay? And their families and their brothers and sisters. And that's what I do it for. My brother, my little girl, and my wife. I don't know, guys. So that said, I pulled him down. The young man that was late, he was hiding there, had jumped up with me. I don't know if he helped pull him down or not. I have no idea. Okay, that guy did the same act. Amazing. Pull the dude down, pin him against the side, and just started. Oh, I think he went for his pistol. I don't know. Either way, I grabbed the pistol from him, and then I told the guy, move the AR. The kid in front of me, he was at his head. I said, move the AR, get the AR away from him. And the kid did it. And then I started wailing on this dude. And I'm on top of him. I'm a big dude, man, and this guy was bigger. And I just kept wailing on him. And I told the kid in front of me, kick him in his head, keep kicking him in his head. I'm yelling 911, somebody call 911. The kid was either tired, or I didn't even know if he was hurt. I still don't know what happened with him. But he slowed down and get kicking. And I'm beating this guy. This guy's trying to wiggle. He's trying to get his ammo, his guns. And
What, as far as possible sentencing moving forward, do you?
I don't care, but I know that guy better never come out. Listen, the court system, the justice, they do what they do. My brother's a lawyer, man. He does this stuff. None of it's foreign to us. But we're just two little kids that are trying to make it. And this guy, I'm more proud of this guy, and I'm proud of my daughter and my wife than anyone else. I'm not a hero. I'm just some dude. Everybody.
All right, that man, though, is being held a hero. This is one of the men who helped to take down a gunman who opened fire in a Colorado Springs nightclub last weekend. His name is Richard Fierro, and he is, as you see, speaking out. He was at Club Q with his wife, his daughter, and some friends on Saturday. They were watching a drag show when shots rang out, and as we just played for you all, that man giving a very emotional first-hand account of how he and one other patron took down the gunman and possibly saving dozens and dozens of lives.
I didn't ask for this.
Now to another story where FBI is still investigating the unanswered Idaho student murders. There are still a lot of unanswered questions. So the FBI was back at the home on Monday night where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. Police investigating the deaths have asked for patience while they gather more information and more evidence. So it has been 1 week since 4 roommates were found stabbed to death. No suspect has been named, and there have been no arrests. Police have also not found the murder weapon. Here's more.
Tonight, police in Moscow, Idaho, expanding their search for the killer of 4 University of Idaho students in a rental house just off campus. They're now asking for everyone in a large surrounding area to check surveillance cameras for possible evidence. This as investigators search for clues in and around the brutal crime scene. Police now say the 911 call came from the phone of one of the roommates who was in the house at the time of the slayings and unhurt. Police also say several other people were in the house before the first cops arrived. They thought their friends had just passed out. They are not under suspicion, but police still believe there was a specific target.
We believe they're targeted because we take a totality of all the circumstances.
The bodies were found in bedrooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The victims likely attacked while they slept. Some managed to fight back, suffering defensive wounds, including Kaylee Gonsalves, whose father spoke with Lawrence Jones of Fox News.
They're telling us that there's so much evidence that it's going to take a lot of time to process it all. This wasn't like a pinpoint crime. This person was sloppy.
With the killer still on the loose, the University of Idaho isn't sure how many students will come back after the holiday break.
We're making security our top priority. We are also planning for the very real possibility that some students aren't comfortable returning to campus. We will do our best to meet the needs of all students.
So many people in this college town impacted by this frightening crime, and so many family and friends grieving. Today, the first of the victim funerals as Ethan Chapin is laid to rest in Washington State. In Moscow, Idaho, Dan Springer, Fox News.
The time now 6:43 a.m. We're taking this live now look from San Francisco, California. There it is only 3:43. So good morning and welcome to Live Now, no matter where you are streaming our news coverage from. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we will have a recap of your top headlines in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:45 a.m. Police in the Boston area suburb of Hingham, Massachusetts are investigating a car crash into an Apple store that killed one person and injured many others. Here's more from that update.
I'm here today with Hingham Fire Chief Steve Murphy, Hingham Police Chief Dave Jones, Lieutenant Colonel of State Police Scott Warmington, and many other state police officials, fire officials, police officials from various towns nearby. Approximately 10:45 this morning, there was a 911 call, actually numerous 911 calls to Derby Street shops, and the Hingham Police and the fire responded and came upon a scene here at the Apple store located here at Derby Street. Upon their arrival, there were people with numerous injuries inside the store. 16 people have been transported to hospitals, 14 to South Shore hospitals, 2 to Boston hospitals. There's been 1 fatality. Right now, family members are being notified or in the process of being notified. They're gathering nearby to get information. And obviously, needlessly to say, employees who are working in that store and nearby are visibly shaken, and they're assembling nearby. This morning was an unthinkable morning, and people are trying to get through it and process what happened. This investigation is active and ongoing. We are very limited as to what we can say at this point. It appears at the outset preliminarily that a dark-colored SUV went through at a rate of speed undetermined through a plate glass window and struck multiple people. And as a result of that, multiple people are being, as I said, they're being hospitalized and receiving treatment. I do want to commend, and I'm going to ask the Hingham Police Chief to come up after me, and we'll have the Hingham Fire Chief talk after that. But I also want to be in a position to commend the men and women of the Hingham and the nearby towns that responded here really in such professional fashion to make what's a tragic situation potentially much less as a result of their work and their going forward. So we will try to take some questions to the extent that we can when we're all done talking, but for now I'm going to ask Hingham Police Chief Dave Jones to come up.
Good afternoon. As DA Cruz said at 10:45 a.m. this morning, our regional dispatch center received multiple 911 calls for a car into a building. The first officers on scene reported multiple injuries and called for additional units to the scene. Officers and firefighters from surrounding towns responded to the scene and provided aid and secured the scene. Obviously, this is an ongoing and active investigation, and we are not able to provide any further details at this time. I'm going to now turn it over to Chief Steve Murphy from the Fire Department to provide details from his end.
Good afternoon, and thank you, DA Cruz and Chief Jones. As both of them alluded to, this was a cooperative effort with personnel from many different fire departments. Collectively, we had 7 different ambulances here and 7 fire engines and 14 ambulances to treat the patients that were transported and others patients that were cleared from the scene. We also had assistance from South Shore Hospital, including our medical director was on scene here that helped treat some of these patients. We are unable to provide any updates on their condition right now. Again, this is an ongoing thing, but we want to thank everyone that was involved in this difficult situation this morning. Thank you.
DA, what can you tell us about the driver of the SUV?
Pretty much at this point, we're not in a position to tell you anything to say that there's an active criminal investigation going on. We're not going to be in a position that we can guess or speculate. We're going to go slow and steady like we always do in any criminal investigation, making sure that we can get to the bottom of what occurred. So therefore, like I said, regarding the operator of the motor vehicle, we're looking into that. Regarding the status of the motor vehicle, we're looking into that. And obviously, we're going to get the information that we can and go forward as we should and like we do in all of our cases.
Is the driver one of the injured? Is the driver in the injured?
My understanding is he's not been taken to the hospital as of yet. I'm not saying where he's at, but he's under, he is right now with police officers.
Tim, can you tell us the fatality as a customer or a worker?
I don't have that information as of yet. It's a male, but like I said, we want to make sure the next of kin is notified. We don't want people guessing if they had a loved one coming to the Apple Store today or somebody working at the Apple Store today or working nearby. We want to make sure that they are well aware prior to any notification would come through the media.
Was the driver treated for any medical issues?
We're looking into that also. Okay.
Age of the driver?
I don't have the age as of yet.
Can you talk about it's busy, it's a Monday of a holiday week, there was a lot of people out here, not only from the area, but also people visiting, just how busy it was out here, and how busy was it in the Apple Store when all of this happened?
Like I said, that'll be part of the investigation, but I certainly will say that obviously the Apple Store is a very busy place, and it's Monday of a holiday week. So therefore, I don't know exactly how many people were in there. I'm sure that we will find out once we have an opportunity to review all the documents and tapes or whatever is necessary to go forward from there and figure out exactly what happened and really what the absolute unthinkable event that occurred at that store when you're just going there to buy a phone or get something fixed or whatever it may be. It's absolutely unthinkable. It's absolutely tragic, and we're going to make sure that, like I said, we're going to go slow and steady with this and get the information as we get it.
Can Chief Murphy talk a little bit about what he had to deal with all his guys?
Sure.
Was the driver of the car male or female?
Chief.
So, as Chief Jones alluded, both Hingham Fire Department and Hingham Police Department and Hingham Fire Department responded, found multiple patients injured out in front of the store and in the store, including a few patients that were pinned against the wall by the vehicle. Both departments worked well and with our mutual aid counterparts to assist in safely transporting all of the patients.
What kind of injuries are you talking about?
I don't have that information.
Like tourniquet type stuff? Chief?
I'm sorry, what?
Were there structural concerns with the building at first?
The building commissioner has been involved in the scene. We've also had assistance from Plymouth County Technical Rescue Team to evaluate the structural stability. At this time, there are no concerns, but we will still continue to look into it.
Were there other citizens in the area who helped with the assistance of these patients? Did they try
I cannot hear you.
Did other people in the area help with these patients? Did they tie tourniquets?
This was a collaborative effort by multiple people involved, including bystanders, off-duty hospital personnel, whatever the case when you have this number of patients that were injured.
Can you share what some of those bystanders were able to help you with, how they helped?
They were providing first aid for some of the injured. So.
And Chief Jones, are there surveillance cameras inside the Apple Store?
That's one of the things that the detectives are looking into right now, is if there is surveillance video.
Can you also just talk about, have you been able to give the driver a sobriety test or anything like that? Is that something that you do?
Oh, we'll certainly look into every avenue that's possibly out there as to what happened in this event, and that's certainly part and parcel of any investigation, especially such as a tragic event such as this. So we'll be looking at everything that we need to look at and get the information as we get it, and we'll go forward. If there is a criminal matter to go forward, we will go forward in the right and appropriate manner at that time. But for now, we're really not in a position where we can really give out any of that information. When we get it, and we're in a position to relay it, we certainly will to you. Okay?
Any sort of age range on the driver?
I don't have the age range of the driver, no.
Did anyone who was on the sidewalk hurt, or were these only people inside the store? Because obviously you jumped a curb, went in.
Well, that'll be part of the investigation, but obviously there were people in front of the store when this happened, and we're trying to piece it together right now, exactly what happened. But like I said, this is a terrible event. It's a terrible day, and we want to get to the bottom of it. And when we do, we will let you know.
You have the victims from Hingham?
I don't know that information. All right? Thanks, guys.
Tim
Cruz, I'm the Plymouth County DA. I'm here today with Hingham Fire Chief Steve Murphy, Hingham Police Chief Dave Jones.
All right, and that was the latest update from officials in the area. Again, one person dead and several others injured after that car crashed its vehicle into an Apple store in Hingham, Massachusetts. Police say that they are still in the very early stages of the investigation. We'll have more top stories in just 2 minutes. All right, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Airports across the country are preparing for the busiest travel season in 3 years. 55 million Americans will be traveling this year, and air travel will recover to 99% of the levels from before the pandemic. That's according to AAA. Chicago's O'Hare International Airport, one of the busiest airports in the country. So let's go ahead and listen into this announcement from the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot. She's also being joined by the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg.
Airport in the 21st century. So I want to thank everyone for being here, our elected officials who we need support, state and local, I want to thank, and federal, and I want to thank all of our friends in organized labor. I want to thank the airlines, and especially I want to thank the team that is working tirelessly every day to make sure that we not only say we're the greatest, but we do it through our works and deeds to make the traveling experience the best possible in the world. And with that, I'd welcome Secretary Buttigieg to say a few words. Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Lightfoot. As you know, I'm a former mayor, got to know the mayor as part of the community of mayors, and the job has only become more demanding since I wore the title. And Chicago has a lot to be proud of right now, and I'm proud to be part of this with you today. Thank you. Commissioner Rhee, you've got a lot to be proud of and a lot on your plate right now, and excited to be with you and to see all of the great visions for what is to come. Representative Garcia, so thankful to you and your colleagues. I hope everybody remembers that whenever something is being built with funds from the bipartisan infrastructure law, the reason we're able to do that is because the representative and his colleagues, including so many from your delegation here in Illinois, Representatives Quigley and Krishnamurthy from this area, and I think all of your House Democrats, the occasional House Republican, maybe not from Illinois, supporting this law, but they did it even after it was declared dead. And of course, your terrific senators Duckworth and Durbin made that happen too, and we're thankful for it. You're right, Mayor. I don't have a favorite airport. I'm not allowed to. But I will say that I have a memory for every corner of this airport. From that Illinois lottery booth where I would pass a little time with my dad before getting on a plane that would take us to the country where he immigrated from, where I could learn about where I came from, to being the kind of business traveler who actually knew which days and times of day it was wiser to have a taxi drop you at Terminal 2, even if you were flying out of Terminal 1, and vice versa, to going so far as to propose to my husband Chasten over at Terminal Gate B5. And as I said when the president asked me to take on this job, don't let anybody tell you that O'Hare can't be romantic. It's, of course, most important and most special, not because of my memories or any one traveler's personal connection to this place, but because it is an absolute powerhouse that in turn makes Chicago and Chicagoland a powerhouse for the American economy. And that's what we're talking about today. As the mayor said, jobs, jobs, jobs. The jobs that will be associated with a decade worth of construction here, and I'm so pleased to see our building trades friends who are going to make sure that gets done right. And we're excited to create the good paying union jobs that are coming with a generation of construction. The jobs of all the people who work here, from the air traffic controllers that I was just spending time with up in the tower, to, of course, the flight crews, the pilots and the flight attendants, and the ground crews and the mechanics, but also workers who don't get enough recognition, who are indispensable to these places operating, like those who work at the concessions here, and the people who are pushing the wheelchairs. Everybody indispensable to the symphony that is a major international airport working properly. And then all of the other jobs that are part of that, how many billion? $65 billion contribution to this economic region that the mayor described. Jobs that are supported by the existence of this airport. And we're living at a time when folks understand more and more the importance of our airports for supply chains as well as for passenger travel. And we've got to make sure both of those are running as efficiently as possible. That's part of what this new terminal is going to be part of. And later today, I'll have a chance to meet more of those workers who are going to be part of that story. And later we'll be on the south side where the Aviation Institute of Maintenance is creating students for good-paying jobs as aviation technicians. And we're excited to see that firsthand. If there has been one lesson, especially of the last couple challenging years for America's transportation system, it is that the most important part of our transportation systems is people. The people who make it all work and the people who count on it. And, of course, the holiday season gets us thinking about that in particular. Look no further than the beginning and the end of everyone's favorite holiday-themed rom-com Love Actually. Our hearts beat for the kinds of connections that are made possible through the ability to get in and out of a community safely, and we're very focused on that too. It's why we've been doing everything we can to make sure air travel runs smoothly as we go into the Thanksgiving and Christmas and other winter holidays. We are delighted that demand is returning like nobody thought possible, with more and more passengers having the income and the desire to take to the skies. But we also know that means airlines have to continue taking steps to address the challenges of servicing those tickets that they sell. It's why we put up an airline customer service dashboard to make sure that before you buy a ticket, you can see, airline by airline, how you will be treated in the event of a cancellation or a disruption, from hotels and meal vouchers to free rebooking. And I want to make sure passengers know that if you are canceled or significantly delayed, you are required to receive a full refund if you ask for one. And if you have trouble getting one, let us know, because we have helped get hundreds of thousands of passengers hundreds of millions of dollars in refunds just in the last couple of years alone. That's just some of what we're doing right now to help air travelers. But one of the best things we can do to help air travelers is make sure that we have great airports in this country. When you're traveling, you need to have outlets to charge a phone and laptop. If you're relying on a wheelchair, you need to have accessible ways to get where you need to be. If you're a parent of young children, as Chasten and I have discovered, you really need to have a good spot to change a little one once or twice or three or perhaps four times during a layover. These are just some of the things we're working to deliver right now, again, largely thanks to funding through that bipartisan infrastructure law that the President signed just over a year ago. We've already funded a new terminal in Pittsburgh, new gates in Orlando, new bathrooms in Chattanooga, better escalators in Huntsville. In South Dakota, there's a general aviation terminal that's a mobile home right now. We're paying with funds from the infrastructure bill just to get a permanent brick-and-mortar building there. Faster security checkpoints, baggage drop-off systems like what we're doing in Denver, better check-in counters, custom areas, all of the things it takes to make it possible to get where you're needing to go safely and conveniently. So there is a lot of magic that goes into aviation, and there's a lot of good old-fashioned blocking and tackling on the part of the leaders, on the part of the workers, and on the part of U.S. Department of Transportation. What I want everybody to know is that our department is here to make sure that passengers are served with world-class air service here at this gateway to the rest of the world that helps make the American economy what it is. So congratulations to everybody on today's announcement, and we're looking forward to more big things to come.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Secretary. Appreciate that. Members of the media, Jackie and I will come down, bring the mic to you. 2 questions per reporter. We'll start with on topic only with Maddie from the Tribune.
Thank you. Hi, yes, I'm from the Tribune. I was just wondering if you could outline some of the next steps. I know you have this green light from the FAA, so when could construction really start with that satellite constellation?
Yeah, that sounds like the CDA question.
Great, thank you so much. So right now our global terminal, the connecting tunnel that will connect that to the 2 satellites is about 30% design. So we're going to continue to have those critical discussions with our airline partners to move forward, but a lot of enabling work is already underway. Thank you.
Raj, Reuters.
Okay, I would.
Mr. Secretary, you mentioned about holiday travel. How confident are you that airlines are prepared to handle the holiday travel rush? And should we expect any kind of chaos that we saw during the summer travel season?
So we're definitely in better shape than we were this summer. I was extremely concerned about the delays and cancellations we saw in the early part of the summer. That's when I called on airlines to take steps like more realistic scheduling so that they were only selling tickets they knew they could serve. More aggressive hiring, including stepped up pay, and we've seen a number of airlines take those steps. And then redoubling our efforts on things like rulemakings to support customer service. All of that, I think, has contributed to real improvements. I would not say we're out of the woods yet, but I am cautiously optimistic about this week being off to a good start, and we're going to be watching this very closely as we go into the other peak holiday travel times that are coming in the next few weeks.
Thanks, Secretary. Sally, Fox.
Hi, Sally Schulte from Fox 32. Today you're talking about the future of aviation. Of course, a lot of people just want to know about Wednesday when they get on those airlines. I know you're talking about it's better than where we were in the summer and that airlines should be prepared, but what if a lot of employees are calling in sick? What if we have those weather things? What can you say to people who are very worried that they are going to face those same nightmares?
Well, the biggest thing I want passengers to know is that our department has your back. First of all, with transparency, and then secondly, with enforcement. That's what we're doing with things like the announcement a few days ago that with millions of dollars in fines, we have helped to get hundreds of millions of dollars in refunds to passengers who did get stuck. Our overall goal, of course, is to make sure that doesn't happen in the first place. Now, we live in a world, especially with Midwestern weather, where the cancellation rate's never going to be zero. But when it gets as high as 3 or 4%, which is what we saw in the summer, that is enough to cascade through the system, and it can take days to recover. Right now, we're seeing it closer to between 1% and 2%. That's a rate of sometimes inevitable cancellations that the system can handle in terms of people getting rebooked and taken care of. We're going to continue watching this very closely and making sure that we're making operational improvements and partnering with airlines that do seek to do the right thing. For example, deconflicting airspace, understanding each other's operations. I'll give you an example that's not here in the Chicago area, but will affect a lot of Chicago passengers. In Florida, we have several complicating factors at the same time. A lot of extreme weather, military activity, an increasing number of commercial space launches, and staffing issues sometimes on the air traffic control side, in addition to demand that in some cases actually higher than it was before the pandemic. There's no way we can prepare for that without sitting sometimes daily side by side with FAA and the airlines to troubleshoot issues. And when there's an opportunity to do that, we're doing that, as well as the broader steps to hold airlines accountable for how they treat passengers.
Sarah, ABC.
Probably a question for the commissioner. Just in terms of this project, when will you break ground actually on this new terminal? And also, since it's not going to be complete for another 7 years, what kind of advice do you have for passengers who are going to have to end up putting up with years of construction?
One of the things that we take very seriously is our obligation not only to modernize the facilities, but do it in the least impactful way. And so that's something we're going to continue to do. We've got good experience in doing that with Terminal 5 opening up and the building of a brand new 6-story parking garage over there. It does take sometimes a step back to take 2 forward. We're going to constantly put that at the forefront, the customer experience. Like I said, we're currently at 30% design. So we're going to continue designing, continue working with our airline partners and identifying perhaps best practices and new ways to deliver this project. But it'll be delivered in phases, with the first phase being the Satellite 1 for the gates off of the B concourse in Terminal 1, or C concourse in Terminal 1.
Greg Hines, Cranes.
2 questions, one for the Commissioner, one for the Secretary. Commissioner, the total cost of this project was estimated $8.5 billion when it was unveiled in 2019. What's the current estimate?
So the project was in 2018, and it was $8.5 billion with escalation each year. So we've provided for escalation. It also had pre-approved projects, it had existing projects, and then there are currently projects underway that we are negotiating for additional approvals with our airline partners. And so, for example, we're going to continue to look at ways to meet the modern demand and working directly with them. So right now, that is, we put out the public, the documents and the bond offering we had not long ago detail out exactly how we got to that number. But it is escalation that has included that, as well as some new projects that have been added since that time.
current figure?
So 12.1 is what was in the offering statements that we released, and I might add that we were one of the only airports to receive an upgrade in our bond, and out of 2 different rating agencies. So we came out of COVID better than we went in our financials. Thank you.
And Mr. Secretary, the Commissioner clearly said she'd like to get some AIP money or other federal funds for this. What are the odds of that happening?
Well, I can't speak to a competitive process before we make an announcement, but I certainly would not be surprised to see several applications for our programs come in from O'Hare, and I would not be surprised to see a lot of strong applications come in.
Marty, Daily Herald.
I have 2 questions, one for the Secretary and one for Commissioner Reed. In a few years, a toll road is going to break into the west side of O'Hare, and there will be a new western entrance at O'Hare. So how does all these improvements tie in for what people, coming to the west side can expect for getting to the new terminals? Is there a western terminal on the horizon?
So obviously ingress and egress out of O'Hare is severely impacted because there is only one way in and out. And we often joke about the Elgin-O'Hare Expressway, which did not go to Elgin or O'Hare, will now finally connect those critical pieces. What we'll really do is provide a roundabout of O'Hare, diverting traffic unnecessarily out of the core. So it will make it more seamless to get to O'Hare. We're currently working with IDOT on additional changes to be through their capital expenditures on the entrance into O'Hare and sort of untangling all of that I-294, I-190, the Rosemont exits. So there's a lot of work being done on the ground transportation. As far as triggers, we do have built into the 2018 Airport Use and Lease Agreement certain triggers that once we reach those in passenger count, it does unlock additional funding for West Side development. What is funded is it will be an employee parking lot, which will continue to divert that unnecessary traffic for all of our airline partners to operate off of the west side. So that is funded and is part of phase 1 for us.
Julian Cruz, WGN.
One more quick one for the Secretary. One basic need for passengers is to have enough room when they sit in their airplane seat. And, there's been concerns about shrinking seats. I believe there's some minimum seat standard rulemaking going on. Can you update on the status of that?
Yeah, so that is a process based on safety, and the FAA has that based on the concerns about what level of shrinking seats could have an impact on safety. I don't have anything to say that's determinative about that beyond the process that's played out. There is, though, there's a safety level, which is a floor, and then there's customer service concern, which goes beyond that. And that's where we think it's an example of the importance of transparency, so customers know what different airlines will do, that not all airlines are alike. And it's something we're bearing in mind as we continue to expand our new customer service dashboard and consider other elements to introduce to it in addition to the first round, which was those things about what to expect if you get a cancellation or delay.
Julian Cruz, WGN.
Secretary Buttigieg, welcome to Chicago. And just wanted to ask you, we've done some stories recently with flight attendants complaining about the uptick in assaults that they've experienced on board airplanes. And they've pointed to certain things regarding no-fly lists that the airlines might maintain about belligerent or violent passengers, and complaining that that no-fly list doesn't get shared between airlines. And the end result is you might have an individual who allegedly assaults a flight attendant, and then they get put on another flight the next day. Is there anything that your agency can do to try to deal with this situation? Is this something that's in the works?
Yeah, first of all, let me reiterate that it is completely unacceptable to mistreat a member of a flight crew. And when we see these cases of unruly passengers, they need to know that they are not only harassing a flight crew, but endangering entire aircraft full of passengers. For that reason, the FAA has adopted a very strong stance, and a number of these unruly travelers have been held to account with major penalties. So we want to make sure that the deterrence is there, and I think that's part of why, overall, compared to the worst days, we've seen a drop in the number of those incidents, although any number above 0 is unacceptable. I do think it would be constructive for the airlines to talk about how to establish some sort of data sharing process that would enable them to let one another know about these issues that they've had with the passenger, but obviously that's not an area where I can tell the airlines what to do. I do think it would be something worth exploring.
Thanks, Secretary.
All right, that was the latest from Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. She was also joined by the Mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, the two discussing accommodations that have been made for people who are traveling through one of America's largest airports, the O'Hare International Airport. Also on your screen, we are monitoring several other live events. In the top right-hand portion of your screen, we are watching live as the King is hosting his first state visit as monarch. As he welcomes the South African president to the United Kingdom, we see King Charles and Queen Consort Camilla. They're hosting a banquet for the president of South Africa at Buckingham Palace. You can see it is quite the event. It's a 2-day trip, and the president of South Africa is also set to address politicians in a joint sitting of both houses of parliament. It is the first state visit to the United Kingdom in more than 3 years, after they stopped during the COVID-19 pandemic. And on your screen, we are also monitoring day 3 of the World Cup live from Doha, Qatar. You can stream it all on Fox Sports. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll bring you all a little bit more about the 2022 FIFA World Cup and some games that you can expect to see today. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here is 7:20 a.m. We're getting a look at visuals just like this one taking place across the country amid the mass shooting that took place in Colorado Springs, Colorado. And we're also learning more about one man who helped to take down the gunman who opened fire in that nightclub last weekend. Richard Fierro was at Club Q with his wife, daughter, and some friends on Saturday, and he's speaking out.
The man suspected of killing at least 5 people and injuring others at a gay nightclub in Colorado faces murder and hate crime charges. Police say 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldrich opened fire with a long rifle after entering Club Q just before midnight.
This was the only LGBTQIA+ place in the entire city of Springs where we could feel safe. We don't have that anymore. It's shattered.
The alleged gunman's past is now facing scrutiny. Just last year, a man with the same name and birth date was arrested after his mother called police saying he was making bomb threats. At the time, authorities said no explosives were found and the case was never prosecuted. On Saturday night, patrons quickly subdued the gunman by grabbing his gun and pinning him down. Officials are calling these patrons heroes and saying they likely saved many lives.
If this had gone on for several minutes more and that heroic action had not been taken, I can only imagine how many more fatalities we might have had.
Among the victims that night, two of the club's bartenders, Daniel Aston and Derek Rump. Aston's mother calls the last few days a nightmare.
He was just a happy child from always. He loved to laugh.
The shooting occurred during Transgender Awareness Week. People now calling for an end to the violence. The nightclub remains an active crime scene and will remain closed until further notice. In Colorado Springs, Colorado, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
Great people. I'm not going to speak about Raymond because that's his mom's job. His mom's going to do that. I have two friends right now in the hospital, Chip and Joanne. Okay, they're our greatest friends. Me and my wife's friends. Only people we hang. It's our Colorado family. Joanne is just texting. She's making it through. Chip got shot, he's making it through. So they have two little ones at home waiting for them. I didn't ask for this. We went to a club to watch my daughter's junior prom date perform. Little Wyatt. He's potted plants. Potted plants his drag name. Okay? I have no shame with any of this. I support my community, whoever that is, okay? I love everybody, and I've never said anything different. I joke, that's who I am, but people know that the Fieros are there for them if they're part of their life, okay? My wife is doing amazing things. Dude, we just got a call from my sister-in-law, my little nephew, man, he just got diagnosed with Hodgkin's, man. I don't know what else I can do. We're trying, man. My brother's my sister's family, we have had a couple rough years. I think the best I did with the article for the New York Times was what I think I could do, okay, for telling people the details that I know. Listen, there's video and all kinds of stuff. I don't know if I'm even telling it right. I just know I got into mode and I needed to save my family. And that family was, at that time, everybody in that room. And that's what I was trained to do. I saw him and I went and got him. And when I pulled him down, I told him I was in him. I want to kill you, guy. Sorry. I'm gonna kill you. He killed a family member. I'm an emotional guy, but I also, I try not to be that, I try to be strong for my family. I try to save people, and it didn't work for 5. Okay, there's 5 people that aren't home right now, and I thank God. And it's Thanksgiving. I went through this at Thanksgiving in Iraq, man. We lost the dudes. I don't know what else to do. I really hope people kind of use this and shake someone's hand, give someone a hug, give them a kiss. These are good people, man. These were all kids. But the guy, Joshua, who was dancing with my daughter, my wife, and Joanne, he grabbed my daughter and they went and hid. He saved my daughter's life, man. I couldn't ask for anything more. I wish I could have done it for I don't know. I don't even know if it's wish I could have. I just did what I had to do, okay? I know I'm not professional. I'm just, look, I served my nation for 15 years, and it did a lot of things to me and my family, okay? I'm not retired. I didn't retire. I was done. I was broken physically and just couldn't do it anymore. So I'm proud of that. And I still work at Carson with soldiers, because soldiers, to me, are genuine. They do this for themselves, okay? And their families and their brothers and sisters. And that's what I do it for, my brother, my little girl, and my wife. I don't know, guys. So that said, I pulled him down. The young man that was late, he was hiding there, had jumped up with me. I don't know if he helped pull him down or not. I have no idea. Okay, that guy did the same act. Amazing. Pull the dude down, pin him against the side, and just started. Oh, I think he went for his pistol. I don't know. Either way, I grabbed the pistol from him, and then I told the guy, move the AR. The kid in front of me, he was at his head. I said, move the AR, get the AR away from him. And the kid did it. And then I started wailing on this dude. And I'm on top of him. I'm a big dude, man, and this guy was bigger. And I just kept wailing on him. And I told the kid in front of me, kick him in his head, keep kicking him in his head. I'm yelling 911, somebody call 911. The kid was either tired or I didn't even know if he was hurt. I still don't know what happened with him. But he slowed down and get kicking. And I'm beating this guy. This guy's trying to wiggle. He's trying to get his ammo, his guns. And
What, as far as possible sentencing moving forward,
I don't care, but I know that guy better never come out. Listen, the court system, the justice, they do what they do. My brother's a lawyer, man. He does this stuff. None of it's foreign to us. But we're just two little kids that are trying to make it. And this guy, I'm more proud of this guy, and I'm proud of my daughter and my wife than anyone else. I'm not a hero. I'm just some dude, man. Everybody find their heroes this Thanksgiving at the dinner table. You know, your mom and dad, or aunt and uncle, or whoever you want. Okay, but that's what you guys need to do. Great people. I'm not going to speak about.
And in other news, community members in Mount Vernon, Washington, are gathering for memorial services in Ethan Chapin. The 20-year-old University of Idaho student is being honored in his hometown this week after being killed in an off-campus home last weekend. Chapin's mother delivered remarks before the service, thanking family and friends for the strength and extending gratitude to the Moscow Police Department for their continued effort to solve this tragic case. Now, that police department is still asking the public for help. No arrests have been made, and the weapon that was used in this crime has still not been found.
Tonight, police in Moscow, Idaho, expanding their search for the killer of 4 University of Idaho students in a rental house just off campus. They're now asking for everyone in a large surrounding area to check surveillance cameras for possible evidence. This as investigators search for clues in and around the brutal crime scene. Police now say the 911 call came from the phone of one of the roommates who was in the house at the time of the slayings and unhurt. Police also say several other people were in the house before the first cops arrived. They thought their friends had just passed out. They are not under suspicion, but police still believe there was a specific target.
We believe they're targeted because we take a totality of all the circumstances.
The bodies were found in bedrooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The victims likely attacked while they slept. Some managed to fight back, suffering defensive wounds, including Kaylee Gonsalves, whose father spoke with Lawrence Jones of Fox News.
They're telling us that there's so much evidence that it's going to take a lot of time to process it all. This wasn't like a pinpoint crime. This person was sloppy.
With the killer still on the loose, the University of Idaho isn't sure how many students will come back after the holiday break.
We're making security our top priority. We are also planning for the very real possibility that some students aren't comfortable returning to campus. We will do our best to meet the needs of all students.
So many people in this college town impacted by this frightening crime, and so many family and friends grieving. Today, the first of the victim funerals as Ethan Chapin is laid to rest in Washington State. In Moscow, Idaho, Dan Springer, Fox News.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here is 7:32 a.m. Let's dive into some news from Washington, D.C. House Republican lawmakers are preparing their next steps following the midterm election. They're planning a slew of investigations, but they may run into some trouble within the party as some members question who will lead them. Democrats are also optimistic that they will be able to halt some of their proposals due to a slim majority and control in the Senate. Here's more from Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel.
Fresh off the midterm elections, Republican lawmakers are promising investigations into the southern border, the origins of COVID-19, and Hunter Biden's business dealings once they officially take control of the House in January.
We need to stand up and fight and do the things that we campaign on. I want to see fight out of our leadership.
They could have a tough road ahead of them with a slim majority and questions over whether GOP leader Kevin McCarthy will have enough support to become Speaker.
It's not the size of the gavel, it's the power of the gavel of who holds it.
And at the annual Thanksgiving turkey pardon Monday, President Biden took aim at predictions the GOP would beat the stuffing out of Democrats.
The only red wave this season is going to be a German Shepherd Commander knocks over the cranberry sauce on our table.
Meantime, Democrats are poised to elect new and younger leadership, with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi withdrawing from her post along with House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. They're voicing their support for Congressman Hakeem Jeffries to lead the Democrats.
We will fiercely and vigorously oppose any attempts at Republican overreach and any Republican extremism.
Democrats did maintain control of the Senate and are aggressively trying to win their 51st seat. Former President Barack Obama says he'll travel to Georgia December 1st to campaign in Senator Raphael Warnock's runoff race against Republican Herschel Walker. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Weeks after voters casted their ballot in a bitter contest, we sat down with Katie Hobbs, or our colleagues over at Fox 10 Phoenix sat down with Katie Hobbs, who is set to become the first Democrat to be elected as Arizona's governor in years. Now, during this interview, Hobbs talked about her priorities once she takes office.
Election, did Carrie Lake lose this election? How do you think it played out?
I think this election was never about Democrats or Republicans, and I've said this many times. It was about sanity over chaos, and I think that voters of Arizona clearly chose sanity, and they had enough opportunity to see the chaos that Carrie Lake would cause, and I'm here today as a result of that.
Talking about Election Day, there were issues, obviously, in Maricopa County with the tabulators. They created a Box 3 solution. The Attorney General's office, they're now asking for more information about this. I know we've talked about it, but do you have concerns about how all of that played out and whether or not there was disenfranchisement? When you look at the current AG race right now, it's only separated by a few hundred votes.
Well, I think what's clear is that this is part of the Trump playbook, now the Carrie Lake playbook, in terms of calling into question elections from folks who don't understand how elections are run. The fact is that sometimes things happen, and there's always backup plans for that. And Maricopa County had a backup plan. Box 3 is that backup plan. There's no single person who showed up to vote on Election Day in Maricopa County that wasn't given the opportunity to cast a ballot, whether or not that ballot was tabulated at the polling place or taken back in Box 3 to tabulate at headquarters. And the fact is that most counties don't tabulate on site. They take all the ballots back to their central headquarters to tabulate. And so this is not out of the ordinary. And the fact that we anticipate problems and have backup plans for them is part of how the system's supposed to work.
The argument I think that they've been making is that ballot change, though, where it was tabulated, created these long lines. People may have seen this and gotten out of line. Do you think that happened? Do you think there was that disfranchisement?
Well, I'll tell you what, the Republican Party told their voters to vote on Election Day, and more people showed up either to drop off early ballots on Election Day or vote in person than had been projected. But this was a problem wholly created by the Republicans, who have told their voters don't trust mail-in voting, and so yes, there were potentially lines and waits, but nobody was not given the opportunity to cast a ballot.
News today, Mojave County is joining Cochise County in delaying the certification. I think the meeting's now set for November 28th for both of those counties. What can be done about that? I mean, how big of a concern is that there's 2 counties in our state that may not certify the election?
Well, I can assure Arizona voters that this election is going to be certified. Certification is simply a ministerial function, and counties don't have any statutory authority to not certify. And my office will take every legal step necessary to ensure that the results are certified by the statutory deadline. And we're going to make sure that this moves forward. Again, this is unfortunate. It's a consequence of people using misinformation to sow doubt and undermine the systems.
You have security now, but before you were governor-elect, you had private security, threats against you and your family. We've just found out Bill Gates on Election Day had to be taken to a different location because of threats. How do we fix that? I don't think anyone wants that. Nobody wants threats. Nobody wants the violence. None of that. How do we transition out of this?
Every single person who is an elected leader or positions themselves as some kind of political leader needs to be denouncing this kind of threat, this kind of misinformation, these dangerous accusations. And we're seeing a lot of folks on one side of the aisle who aren't willing to do that. And that's really part of the problem.
Let's transition from election, all of this, everything we went through, to governor now. First day as governor. You've just been inaugurated. You sit down at the desk. What is the first piece of paper you sign?
Well, what I've said throughout the campaign is that on day one, I'll call a special session to ensure that we can restore the reproductive freedoms that Arizonans have enjoyed for the last 50 years. That's a huge issue that I heard from voters on the campaign trail. The majority of Arizonans support access to safe legal abortion, and we're going to make sure that happens.
Right now, the Republicans have control of both the House, they have control of the Senate. It's a narrow control, though. You have to be the deal maker in this situation. You're going to have to sway a couple of those Republican votes over onto your side. Are you already thinking about which representatives, which senators are saying, you know, hey, maybe I'd be considering doing that, and how do you convince them? What is up for grabs when it comes to abortion rights? What's the deal?
Well, as you can imagine, the last week has been a whirlwind since the race was called and we hit the ground running on transition. So certainly meeting with legislative leaders is at the top of the list. We're still pulling together our team and getting those meetings on the schedule. But we're going to see what we can do with legislative leaders to work on common ground.
Well, and on abortion rights right now, there's the Civil War ban, as it's called, no exceptions, even in cases of rape or incest. You've told us before you believe it's a decision that should be made between the patient and the doctor. Where's the leeway? There's going to have to be a compromise there at some point. So are you willing to do 15 weeks? Is that an option?
Well, 15 weeks is the law right now, and the focus of the special session I said I'd call is to repeal the Civil War ban that fully criminalizes all abortion. We saw during the 2 weeks that it was in place because of the Pima Court decision that it created all kinds of chaos, not just for patients who were on the list to get the procedure done, but for routine pregnancy care, people experiencing miscarriages, had doctors who had to call their lawyers to make sure the care they provided wasn't going to land them in jail. People who couldn't get access to life-saving medication, not for an abortion, but because it was a medication that was used potentially in abortion, or medication that could harm a pregnancy for people that weren't even pregnant. And so that's the uncertainty that we need to eliminate. And I think I'm hopeful that if this is a legislature that wants to represent their constituents, we can find common ground there. Moving forward, I've said that the 15-week ban is too extreme, and I would like to get back to a place where those healthcare decisions are available to patients and their doctors.
And I know it's a negotiation, so I'm not asking you to put all your cards on the table, but is there a number you're looking at weeks-wise where you say, that's something I can get some ground on, we can agree on, 20 weeks, whatever it may be?
Well, 20 weeks was in place before the 15-week ban. Before that, it was 24. Look, I have said this before. This is a decision between a patient and their doctor. And when you're talking about very rare, very extreme cases that might end up towards the end of a pregnancy, again, those are extremely rare. There is no one-size-fits-all restriction that lets the doctor provide the care that their patient needs in those very challenging, very devastating situations.
Has President Biden contacted you yet?
He has, yes. Yeah.
How was that conversation?
He was incredibly congratulatory, and I'm looking forward to working with him on issues that are of concern to Arizona. It's primarily on border security.
Well, so talking about border security there, did you have a chance to talk to him about, I imagine it was just a brief congratulatory phone call. We have these shipping containers at the border now. You've talked to us before, you're willing to stand up on the border, even if it's to your own party, to your own president. What do you plan to talk to him about going forward? Are you going to remove those shipping containers?
Yeah, well, what I'm not willing to do is waste Arizona taxpayer dollars on political stunts. And I have said this before. I think that shipping containers are somewhat of a stunt. We've seen many pictures of people climbing over them, so they're not creating the barrier that that the governor has said that they are. And now the federal government has said they need to be removed. And so Arizonans are going to be embroiled in a legal battle over that. And I think we need to do what's best for Arizona. So I don't want to commit one way or the other. We're going to remove them. We're not. But I also don't want to end us up in wasting resources on a court battle where we could use those resources in more effective ways.
What are you hoping for out of the federal government?
Well, I would love for the president or whoever to come down and look at the issues we're seeing on the border and really help address the security needs that we have in Arizona. I know a lot of the drug trafficking is happening through the cartels, a lot of it even through ports of entry, not necessarily smugglers crossing through the desert. There's a real crisis, and we need the federal government to step up.
So you want them to physically come down here, potentially the President of the United States, and really see it firsthand?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's been one of the things that's been talked about with the Vice President not coming down. That's been a controversy for a long time. You want that to change now?
Absolutely. And I think, whether I agree with someone or not, whether they're the same party or not, what I've said from day one is that my door is going to be open, and I think it's always a more effective way to get something done if you are working with the person rather than against them. And I think these political stunts that we've seen, busing migrants to Washington, D.C., or shipping containers, it's more just poking your finger in their eye than trying to actually work on a real solution.
Going back to Governor Hobbs as the deal maker, do you plan on vetoing a lot of bills? I mean, how do you think that's going to be happening a lot when you're looking at a legislature that's controlled by Republicans?
Well, I haven't seen the kind of bills that they're proposing yet, and I'm certainly willing to sit down and work with anyone on things that create real solutions for the issues we're facing in Arizona. And so we'll have to, certainly the veto pen is a powerful negotiating tool that I don't have right now, and so I'll just leave it there.
Just take a second here. This was supposed to be the red wave. That's what we had heard about across the country. This is a swing state here, but yet you won your race. Statewide, it seems like Democrats are doing very well right now. The AG's race is still up for grabs. What do you make of that?
It is the sanity over chaos argument that I've been saying for several months now, that we have real issues that we're facing, and that my campaign and a lot of the Democrats on the ticket were the campaigns that put forward real solutions to address those issues, and Arizonans want us to get to work doing that.
I'll ask you one more question, because I think we're running out of time. You've got a lot going on as the governor-elect right now. I want to talk about housing, though. Such an important issue for so many people. How do we get that handled? How do we handle the rent prices that are going out of control, the housing prices going out of control? What can you do as the governor to fix some of these problems?
Well, we put our housing plan out late in the campaign, but essentially we need to get out of the way of local jurisdictions so that they're able to build more affordable housing. There's such a huge lack of it right now. That's a huge thing. And then another important tool is giving cities back the control over short-term rentals that are eating up a lot of the housing stock and eliminate it from availability for workforce that needs it.
It sounds like that's something you could get a lot of Republican support on, too.
I think so, yeah.
Is it exciting to be able to find something where you can get some bipartisanship on?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, housing is not, none of these issues are Democrat or Republican issues, but housing is something that there was bipartisan
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie is joining us now live from Central Florida. Amanda, good morning. So tell us about this local law firm and how they are lending a helping hand to families this Thanksgiving. I know that the turkey giveaway officially starts at 8:30, but I can see people are already behind you in line waiting.
Oh, that's right. People get here very early every year for this turkey giveaway. Some folks at the front of the line got here as early as 4:30 in the morning, and you can see the line is way down this sidewalk, wrapping around the corner just past the IHOP. A little drizzly out here, so you'll see some umbrellas, but overall pretty good weather, not as cold as in years past. Now, the Pendas Law Firm will be distributing 500 turkeys to families in need today at the 14th annual turkey giveaway. Their office is located at 625 East Colonial Drive in downtown Orlando. This is all on a first-come, first-served basis. It is one turkey per family, and many families are feeling the pinch this year with rising inflation.
Helps our bills out and make sure my wife and kids and grandchildren have a nice Thanksgiving and hopefully a very nice Christmas.
Price of a turkey is up about 6.5% compared to last year, with the average cost per pound for fresh turkey now $1.14. Many Floridians are also still recovering from Hurricane Ian and Nicole. The Pendas Law Firm estimates they have given away close to 500,000 turkeys over the years. They are also giving turkeys out across the state in cities like Tampa, Jacksonville, Fort Myers, and Miami. The 2-hour turkey giveaway begins at 8:30 this morning, just about 40 minutes away, and it will continue until they're all gone. Reporting live in downtown Orlando, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie. Now, while Thanksgiving is usually a time to be surrounded by your family, your friends, and your community, some people are unfortunately experiencing food insecurity. So let's check in with Fox's Russ McQuid. He's bringing us more on one grocery store who is helping to end that.
This Dollar General store near 38th Street and North College Avenue is due to close by the end of the year, eliminating one more location for neighbors in this area to buy groceries. This map from the Polis Center at IUPUI shows us there are food deserts, communities where grocery shopping is more than a mile away all across Indianapolis. Whether coincidental or not, the East Side is the part of town where a disproportionate amount of crime occurs.
This is a public safety effort. Yeah, there's no question that when a family has enough food on the table, there's less crime. I mean, there's a direct correlation between family security, having adequate housing, adequate food, and staying away from things that get you into trouble, like gun violence and the like.
MLT Outreach serves Martindale-Brightwood, where Warren Central High football players handed out Thanksgiving meals to residents this weekend.
And we are feeding our community. In the 46218 area, it is a food desert. A lot of times there is a lot of negative things. The youth are covered on the news in a negative way.
In the last month, there have been 7 murders in that part of the East Side, not far from where an Indy Fresh Market store is going up in the middle of what is essentially a food desert.
I think that opportunities help to reduce crime, help to meet some of the challenges, because many of the challenges, the underlying issues are a lack of opportunity, a lack of resources.
Hunger is medicine, hunger is crime prevention, it all fits in together. The reason why feeding the hungry is one of the most fundamental things we're called to do, right? And that's part of the reason why we've partnered with the city in the summers. As you may know, we do mobile pantries in the highest crime zip codes in the city to try to feed folks in those particularly tough summer months.
The MLT Outreach Center will do one more food giveaway this week. It'll be Wednesday at the Moorhead Community Center on East 10th Street, and it starts at 10 a.m. On the north side, Russ McQuaid, Fox 59 News.
And we are seeing
this Dollar General store near 38th Street and North College.
The country. But let's continue to talk about Thanksgiving, because 2 turkeys will not be on your Thanksgiving dinner table thanks to President Biden, who pardoned a couple of turkeys, chocolate and chip. Let's go ahead and rewatch the event just in case you may have missed it.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry. There's a tradition around where I come from, the state of Delaware. When there's a governor in the room, you got to stand up. And your governor's here, and I wanted to say hi to him. So thank you, Governor, for being here. It's a wonderful Thanksgiving tradition here at the White House. There's a lot to say about it, but it's chilly outside, so I'm going to keep this short. Nobody likes it when their turkey gets cold. I don't know if they're mad yet or not, but at any rate, I want to thank Ronnie Parker, chairman of the National Turkey Federation, and his family from Monroe, North Carolina. Ronnie's got 44 years in the turkey business, and he also is the grower of our honored guest today. And Lexi, he got a lot of help from Lexi, a fourth-generation member of the ranch where the turkeys were raised and prepared for this very day. They don't know what the verdict, they're not sure of the verdict yet, but we're going to find out in a minute. They listen to a lot of music, I'm told, in order to prepare for the crowd noise today. That's real hard work. And they interacted with the children to show their softer side. Sounds like another flock hoping to come to Washington in 2024. Look, we're joined by another special guest, and that is for what is the largest national turkey presentation ever held at the White House. My dear friends, I can introduce them again, Roy Cooper and First Lady Kristen Cooper here. Truly fantastic leaders. Say hi, man. We're also joined by Congressman Dan Bishop. Where are you, Danny? Hey, Dan, welcome. Great to see you here. Thank you. And from the 9th District of North Carolina. And a special thanks to members of my staff for their young children who are here today as well. Matter of fact, if you look, you see that dog up in the balcony there, that German Shepherd? That's my dog, Commander. I was worried if he came down here with all, he'd just do nothing but kiss you and lick you. But he may go after the turkeys, so I kept him up there. But we're joined by another group of kids, as I said, from students from Brooklyn Middle School. The reason they're here in Washington, the reason they're joining us today is, you know, they were invited a couple years ago to come, but because of COVID, we couldn't have it. So I'm glad you guys came this year. Thank you very, very much for coming. And we're also joined by students from the 4-H programs of Virginia and Maryland and the folks from the National Future Farmers of America. I want to thank them for being here as well. But before I gobble up too much time, I didn't mean to get started, man. Don't start on it. And by the way, that's my grandson, Bo, up there, and my granddaughter. Don't let him jump. At any rate, you know, we got to get on with this. First of all, the votes are in. They've been counted and verified. There's no ballot stuffing. There's no foul play. The only red wave this season is going to be a German Shepherd Commander knocks over the cranberry sauce on our table. That will cause, they are big turkeys, aren't they? My fellow Americans, please welcome the 2022 National Thanksgiving Turkeys, Chocolate and Chip. I tell you what, man. They can go wherever they want. Of course, chocolate is my favorite. Chocolate is my favorite ice cream. So we could have named them Chips and Science. But anyway, it would have been good names as well. But Chocolate Chip weighs 46 pounds, and I'm told he loves catching sun on the Outer Banks. And Chip weighs 47, and he loves barbecue and basketball, I'm told. After receiving their presidential pardons today, Chocolate and Chip are going to head to one of the nation's great basketball schools and research universities, North Carolina State. Now, when we told them they were joining the wolf pack, they got a little scared. But then we explained it was just a mascot for the school, as one of the nation's best poultry science departments in the country. And now, based on their temperament and commitment to being productive members of society, I hereby pardon. Yes. I hereby pardon Chocolate and Chip. Which one's Chocolate? Who's Chip?
This is Chocolate.
This Chocolate, you're pardoned, and so are you, Chip. Chip says, I know, I don't even have to be told.
Honey, why don't we put them on the table?
Can we do that? You can do that. That's a big bird, man. We have more chickens than anybody in the nation in Delaware, but we don't have turkeys. Look at this. God love you. Now this is chocolate, right? It is. Chocolate, you are pardoned. You are pardoned. He said, you had to tell me that? Yeah, you are. Yeah, I'm serious. He said, I don't know, man. You didn't have to pardon me. I knew I was pardoned. At any rate, thank you both very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. How many turkeys you got down there you raising?
Circle S Ranch grows about 9.5 million turkeys a year.
God love you. 9.5 million turkeys. I tell you what, that's like some of the countries I've been to. Anyway, do you want to talk? Look, folks, in all seriousness, let me close with this. We can't forget the reason for Thanksgiving in the first place. The Pilgrims thought it was pretty important in tough times to come together and thank God, to be grateful for what we have. That's what the Thanksgiving tradition is all about, being grateful for what we have. And grateful for fellow Americans who we may never meet, but there you go. They're grateful. And think about the scientists and researchers, doctors and nurses keeping us safe through the pandemic. 2 years ago, we couldn't even safely have Thanksgiving with the large family gatherings. Now we can. That's progress, and let's keep it going. We have new COVID vaccine updates to deal with, new variants to protect you and your loved ones. So get it today. Get your flu shots as well. This winter can be much happier than recent holiday seasons, but you have to do your part. Please visit vaccines.gov. Decide what you're going to do. We're also grateful for frontline workers that are keeping essential services going and growing and providing food on our tables. We're grateful for our faith leaders and their counsel and comfort and support. Later today, Jill and I...
All right, the time here on the East Coast is 8 a.m. Thank you so much for spending your morning with us here at Live Now from Fox. As you can see, 2 turkeys will live to see another year after being pardoned by the president. President Joe Biden pardoned 2 turkeys, Chocolate and Chip, in a ceremony on the South Lawn on Monday. So instead of being a part of Thanksgiving dinner, Chocolate and Chip will live out their lives at North Carolina State University, which has one of the nation's best poultry science departments. Biden even cracked a few Thanksgiving-themed jokes before speaking about the meaning behind the holiday in our country. Let's take a quick commercial break and we'll bring you all up to speed on top headlines after this. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from Houston, Texas. Well, we'll get that Live Now look for you all in just a bit, but let's still head out to Houston, Texas. We're getting an update from local police there in the area. We're getting updates from authorities across the country as the holiday season is officially here. They're providing tips on what you can do to make sure that you're staying safe.
After this, we'll go over to the far side to the area that's covered. It's a drive-in pharmacy, but we're going to make believe that is a bank ATM drive-in. So we'll get started very shortly.
Ready? Yes, sir. All right. Good morning, everybody. Everybody's set up and ready to go? Well, I got orders from everybody behind me and even some of my news friends to hurry it up. It's cold and it's raining out here today, but look, we're here together, and I'm grateful of that. I want to first say thanks to all the men and women in uniform and including our support that helps us keep the city safe. I also want to say thanks so much to the partnership, 13 years of everybody that's here in the Greater Houston Loss Prevention Alliance. 13 years of great partnership. It consists of, and I don't want to leave anybody out, HEBs, Randall's, Kroger's, Walgreens, Target, Walmart, and Fiesta. I hope I got everybody. Yes, anybody? Don't want to offend anybody. So our goal here is to work together to reduce retail properties and crime on retail properties, and staying alert. I already said it's 13 years of great partnership. We're here to discuss how we all have a part, all of us, to keeping one another safe. Everybody has to shop during this season, and we want people to get out and contribute to our great economy, our great city, but we want to be able to do it safely. We're focusing on parking lot crimes primarily. Just want to give you one tip, the first tip I want to discuss, and it's not picking on our ladies, but it's with love, okay? It's not a fashion show out here. We want you to look good. We want you to feel good. Designer purses, large purses. Let's travel lightly when we can. Not a lot of credit cards, not a lot of big purses where somebody can snatch you and harm you when they're trying to take that purse away from you. Leave the purses at home if you can. You know, use billfolds. So, and to everybody likes flashy jewelry. Leave it at home right now. You know, save that for the Halloween parties and everything else, you know, and let's just shop. And as we shop, let's look out for one another. Please, please, please do not leave firearms in the vehicles. Over 3,600 firearms last year were stolen out of vehicles, and we're on pace to surpass those numbers. So if you got a safe, a lockbox, please lock it up in there. Goes without saying, roll the windows up and lock the doors, please. Don't leave valuables visible in your cars, okay? And people think, oh, it's just a gym bag. But a crook passing by, and look, just like a day-to-day, they don't take off. They don't want to work. Unfortunately, it's a lot of jobs out here. But I do want to back up and say this, which is most importantly, before I move on. We're going to have a lot of officers out here, seen and unseen, uniform and plain clothes, working these areas, the retails, some of our malls. And if you want to come out and commit a crime, you're probably going to find yourself in jail. But, again, we all need to work together. Remove all the valuables out. I said that. Like I said, it may just be a sports bag or something, but the obvious things, laptops, shopping bags, don't leave them where it's visible. They're going to break the window. They just walking around looking, okay, and it don't take them long. While you're inside the stores, ladies, and watch your purses. Don't leave them unattended. Be aware of your surroundings at all times. And please, to everybody, when you're leaving out a store, get off your cell phone. Don't be distracted, okay? If you want to talk, please talk in the store where it's safe and where you got somebody. And if you come out of that store and you observe somebody that's a group of people or an individual that's just laundering or casing cars, and your gut tells you, look, it's not feeling right, probably ain't. Go back in the store. Everybody hires extra security during the holidays. Tell a security officer, tell a police officer, you know, and even get an escort by security out to the store. But please make sure you report it. If a person is out just wandering around and they're not shopping, probably up to no good. So let's all work together on that. All these tips that I discussed, you know, it lessens your chance of becoming a victim. Final thing I want to say this morning, also when you're leaving an establishment, when you're shopping or whatnot, be observant of somebody possibly following you. And if you think somebody's following you, don't just drive up into your driveway. Keep moving. It's important for you to know your surrounding areas, and it's also important for you to know where the nearest police station is. Do you actually think a crook is going to follow you into the police station? Okay, so know where it is, and you know, don't stop if you think somebody is following you. Weather permitting, I think we have an area over there
yes, sir.
where we might do some demonstrations. I think it's a covered place where we can do that and still stay dry. But look, I want to wish everybody in our entire area a happy and safe holiday. Happy Thanksgiving. That starts off our major shopping, groceries, retail, and also other shopping. So make sure that we're safe. Make sure we do what Houstonians do. We look out for one another, and we take care of one another. As these crime numbers are going down, and we're going to try to make sure they continue to go down, working with our partners and all of everybody in law enforcement, all of our partnerships. So let's just look out for one another and do what we do. Take care of Houstonians. Thank you. Questions?
Are criminals targeting anything different this year? Any items specifically that you don't typically see?
The catalytic converters, and that's something independent of retail, but when you're in any parking lot, you can become a victim of that. So we've seen those numbers peak up, and we've been really intentional. It's a lot of gangs that's doing that, groups of individuals. So we're really intentional about getting them and arresting them and filing the highest charge we can on them. So anything else?
I was going to say, you mentioned the 3,600 guns stolen last year, and we're on trend to pass that. By like a lot, give us some sense.
Let me get those exact numbers, and we'll push it out to you. You know, it's kind of cold, and I'm getting old, and I forgot that number, but I promise you we'll get it to you today. So, yeah, not very much more, but, you know, the numbers were projected to go over that. Yeah, okay?
Criminals that are targeting these parking lots, how does it usually work? Are they like solo? Are they working in teams? Is their strategy different?
All of the above. All of the above. The main thing is I want us to be observant and work with one another, work with the security that and the police officers off duty, and also there's going to be a lot of on-duty police officers.
All right, that was the latest from Houston Police Chief Troy Finner. We are hearing from police departments across the country speaking on an increase in their presence this holiday season. The time now is 8:12 a.m. We're taking a LiveNOW look from Orlando, Florida. In just 2 minutes, we'll touch base with Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto. We'll discuss the push for an increase in rider safety there in Florida. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Happening today, the owner of the Orlando Free Fall ride will be subject of discussion in Florida. Agricultural Commissioner Nikki Fried will offer new information in the department's administrative complaint against the Slingshot Group. Joining us now live is Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto. Nestor, you're joining us from Icon Park, and we've been learning about this push to improve ride safety ever since the death of that 14-year-old Tyree Simpson, who died from that ride in March.
Yeah, you know, it's a story that this community will not soon forget, of course. And as you mentioned, this afternoon at 1 in the afternoon, we're expecting to hear from Florida Agriculture Commissioner Nikki Fried. One of the things they're going to talk about is the state's complaint against the owner of the Orlando Free Fall ride that's right behind me. And also, we're expecting to hear plans about possibly stepping up rider safety in the area as well. But as you also mentioned, this all comes after the death of 14-year-old Tyree Sampson. He died in March after falling 100 pounds over the ride's weight limit. And according to an earlier state investigation, operators made manual adjustments in order to seat him. Last month, the operators here at Icon Park and of the ride said that they're going to tear it down. But the state said that couldn't happen just yet, not until they finished their investigation. Although we did talk to Tyree's father, who was happy the ride was going to eventually come down.
I left it in God's hands. It's not a victory for me. It's a victory for him because he used me as a vessel.
We also expect a state senator to be up there with Nikki Fried in Tallahassee as she makes this announcement. For now, though, the CEO of the group that operates the Slingshot ride here, they say they actually want to make a scholarship program in Tyree's honor. I'm in Orlando. Nestor Motto. I'll send it back to you.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto joining us for that update. The time now is 8:16, and we know that many people are hitting the skies and the roads this holiday season. A record 55 million Americans are slated to schedule now until the day after Thanksgiving. Here's more on what you could possibly expect if you're one of those lucky travelers.
The number of people flying each day has been at or near pre-pandemic levels for some time now. In fact, AAA says this Thanksgiving will be one of the busiest for travel in more than 2 decades. But there are questions as to whether the airlines can handle the rush this holiday travel season, especially after the mass delays and cancellations in the spring and summer. Even though almost as many people are flying as in 2019, the airlines have cut routes because of the shortage of pilots and other key staff like mechanics and flight attendants. That smaller supply, combined with strong demand and high jet fuel prices, means you're paying a lot more to travel this Turkey Day. The travel booking app Hopper says domestic airfare is up about 8% from last year. The average cost of a round trip in the U.S. is around $380. Hotels are a lot more expensive as well, up some 15% from a year ago. But the travelers we've talked to at the airport today say they don't mind shelling out big money to get out.
It takes saving some miles, pre-planning, trying to find the most cost-effective flights. It's a little bit different and tougher this year.
Usually before, it's like 200, one something, but now it's like $600, $700, $800.
Hopper says if you're looking to save money on flights and hotels, the best time to buy this time of year is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. They call it Travel Deal Tuesday and say you can save as much as $300 on your trip. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
So airports and airlines across the country are expecting the busiest travel season in 3 years. Again, 55 million Americans will be traveling this year, and air will recover to 99% of the levels before the pandemic. So a lot of people are just now getting back into the skies, into the airports, into the terminals. Maybe you are unfamiliar with what to pack, the rules and regulations that TSA provides. So let's go ahead and check in with TSA officials in Philadelphia. They provided this update for travelers.
People
people should pack foods. This is the time of year when people pack a lot of food items because they want to contribute to the holiday table. So we want to make sure they're packing in the right place. So we're going to do a little demonstration. And then when we're done, we're not leaving until you have what you need. You can shoot B-roll at the checkpoint, and if you need any one-on-one interviews, we're here for that as well. Okay? All right? So as soon as your colleague is ready. Do you need a white ballot? Here we go. You're welcome. All right. So again, I'd like to introduce Gerardo Spiro, Gerardo, Federal Security Director, Philadelphia International Airport for Transportation Security Administration.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming today. We appreciate it. So TSA expects this to be a very busy Thanksgiving travel period here at Philadelphia International Airport, and we expect to see volumes close to pre-pandemic levels from 2019. Our holiday period started this past Friday and runs through Sunday. In fact, TSA nationwide, we think we may see as many as 2.9 million people on the Sunday after Thanksgiving, and that would be close to the most that we've screened in our 20-year history. So we'll see what happens, but I think it's going to be close. So I'm here to offer you some tips to travelers, and here's my top tip. Be early. I recommend getting here at least 2 hours early because the airport will be a very busy place. And while you're planning on packing the different things that you'll need, please remember to also bring your patients. The airport will be crowded, and our officers will be doing the best they can to make sure everybody gets where they're going securely and safely. Now, as an individual traveler, you can take some steps to ensure that you have a smooth process. Pack smart. Make sure you don't have anything on you prohibited, things that are not allowed through the checkpoints, such as liquids, gels, aerosols. When you're in the line, make sure you finish your drink, your coffee, your energy drink. There are plenty of places on the other side of security where you can get great drinks. If you have shampoos, conditioners, or other things, those need to go into checked luggage. And remember, if you ever have any questions about what can and can't go past security, remember to visit tsa.gov. You can download the My TSA app, or you can use the Ask TSA feature at Twitter or on Facebook. Now, expect when you get to the airport that you will have to wait in line for a few minutes. While you're there, take out your boarding pass, take out your ID, and it would really be helpful for us if each person in your party has their own ID and their own boarding pass. Usually there's one person in the group that manages that for everybody, but it's actually better if everybody has their own ID and boarding pass. And obviously when you're traveling with small children, the parent or guardian should present the ID and or boarding pass for the child. You can also begin to empty your pockets and put those things in your carry-on bag, right? And that'll speed up the process. And when you go up to the conveyor belt to divest, you'll have a head start as you go through the scanner. Remember to take everything out of your pockets and put them in your carry-on bag instead of the bin, because that really speeds up the process and it reduces the likelihood that you'll leave something behind. Now, because it's the Thanksgiving holiday, a lot of folks travel with food. So here are my last tips for you. If you spend time cooking for Thanksgiving, like I have, and you prepared your favorite dish to bring to family, just remember that there are certain food items you can bring with you, but there are others that you can't. So if the food item is solid, such as a cake, a pie, a stuffing, or baked goods, you can carry it through the checkpoints, no problem. But if the food item is spreadable or pourable, such as wine, cranberry sauce, or gravy, then you have to pack that in a well-sealed container, which you put in your checked bag. So if you're unsure if your food item can go in checked or carry-on, keep this in mind. If you can spill it, spread it, spray it, pump it, or pour it, then it has to go in your checked luggage. Okay? We have every confidence that the 2022 Thanksgiving holiday travel season will be a great success for everybody, and I want to wish you and all a very happy Thanksgiving. And now, I'd like to turn it over to Terry and Lisa, my colleagues, who will go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do... All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the items we have displayed for you. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the
here. Oh, I see. So we know that a lot of people like to bring cranberry sauce with them when they're traveling for the holiday season, whether that's in a jar like this, whether it's a can, or whether it's homemade cranberry sauce. So where should the cranberry sauce go? Should it go in a check bag or a carry-on bag? All right. A lot of times people are traveling with canned fruits and vegetables, and because they're going to assemble the item, the food item, when they get to their destination. So in this case, you might think, hey, it's a can, it's solid, but when you shake it, there's liquid inside. So where should that go? Okay. Stuffing is very popular, as you know, for the Thanksgiving holiday period. So whether it has not yet been assembled, or even if it's already cooked in a casserole, whether it's a casserole like mac and cheese, or whether it's stuffing, or whether it is the green beans, a green bean casserole, where do things like this go?
Put that in our carry-on bag.
Yams, always a holiday favorite. So yams, again, it's in a can. You might think it's solid, but there's liquid in there. Where should that go?
It's going to go in your check bag.
Again, green bean casserole is really popular, and of course you want to put your fried onion strings on top. That's not liquid, right? So where does that go?
Correct. So that'll go in your carry-on.
Gravy is another one, whether it's in a jar, whether it is in a can, or whether it's homemade. If it's homemade, of course, you want to make sure it's well sealed in a container, and that is a liquid or a spreadable. Where does that go?
It's going to go in your check.
Of course, the all-important bottle of wine to contribute to the holiday table. We know that's a liquid for sure. Where does that go?
That's going to go in your check.
Here's the other type of gravy, the make it when you get there kind. It's in a little package. Where does that go?
That's go in your carry-on bag.
We know that people actually oftentimes are cooking with maple syrup, or sometimes they're bringing maple syrup as a gift for somebody. That's liquid. Where does that go?
That's going to go in your check bag.
And then sometimes people are bringing their own special favorite spices with them. And where would that go? Carry-on bag. So again, if you can spill it, spread it, spray it, pump it, or pour it, and it's more than 3.4 ounces, which is 100 milliliters, which is the international standard, then you want to make sure anything of that nature goes into your check bag. And we're going to stick around and answer some questions.
Do you guys have any suggestions for people that might be traveling, even like in a check bag, pressurization in a plane? Could that do damage to like the screw-on?
So I can tell you, people travel with food items all the time, all year round. We just see a lot more people traveling with the food items right now, and so we just ask you pack it a little more carefully, so that, especially in a glass jar, something might not break. You want to make sure it doesn't break. We also see lots of people, of course, traveling internationally with food items, whether they're bringing them back here because they want that item back when they get back here. So we have not seen trouble with that in the past. Do you?
$1 million on the Sunday after Thanksgiving. Do you have anything in stats for this week?
Right up here.
Yeah, that's a great question. As I mentioned, we are anticipating 2019 pre-pandemic volumes. Our projections for the Sunday following Thanksgiving show around 40,000 passengers originating out of Philadelphia Airport, which would be on the high side for the last couple of years. Thank you.
The one other item I forgot to hold up, apologies, is pie. One of the most common things that we do see people bring when they're traveling for Thanksgiving are pies, cakes, cookies, brownies, whether it's their favorite homemade recipe or something from their favorite bakery, that maybe a bakery from their childhood, or like, hey, remember Randolph's Bakery? I brought this, special pie from there. So that, again, is the most popular. And where would that go?
That could go in your carry-on bag.
All right, carry on. Okay? So, you know, we have B-roll opportunity and one-on-one opportunities for people. Is it okay to leave this in here? Would you rather it be in front? We can move on. Pop them up there so you can see it a little better.
That was the latest from TSA officials, giving you a quick reminder of how to pack this Thanksgiving. Just in case you are traveling from grandma's or your family members home with food, there are rules that apply. So make sure that you all are double checking as you pack this Thanksgiving season. The time here is 8:31. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. The time here, 8:33 a.m. We're continuing to bring you all a recap of top stories and live events from across the globe this morning. Let's check in with the latest update from Colorado Springs, Colorado. That deadly mass shooting that took place at Club Q, an LGBTQ plus community club. 5 people lost their lives and several others were injured. Here's the latest on the investigation.
Utilized during the Boulder tragedy, where several people were killed in Boulder some time ago. It's set up to provide a secure way to donate to victims and family members in incidents such as this, and they are ready and able, and they've already talked about appropriating money existing in the fund to the Club Q shooting victims. And what I want to emphasize to the public is that if you choose to donate through the Colorado Healing Fund at coloradohealingfund.com, you can be absolutely assured the your donations are going to the right place. Now, for people needing support during this emotional time, the Colorado Springs Police Department is hosting a community resource expo to provide our community members with the help they need in navigating the variety of emotions they may be experiencing surrounding this event. That expo is being held at the University of Colorado Springs, Kevin O'Neill Cybersecurity and Research Center at 36050 North Nevada Avenue. It's open today until 7 p.m. and Tuesday and Wednesday from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. The expo is providing mental health resources, spiritual support, emotional support, animal support, child care, emergency financial resources, LGBTQ plus support, meals, and other services. Basically, whatever any person adversely impacted by this incident, whatever their needs are, they can help in supporting their needs. The event is designed to be an inclusive and safe space for all community members to gather, grieve, and obtain the support they need to cope during this difficult time. If you need this, I'm speaking to the public, please take advantage of this resource. You can find details about both the Colorado Healing Fund and the Community Resource Expo, along with other resources at coloradosprings.gov/ClubQ. I'll repeat that, coloradosprings.gov/ClubQ. Again, on behalf of the City of Colorado Springs, I want to thank everyone for the outpouring of support. We all want to ensure that our community is not defined by this tragedy, but by our response to it. Thank you very much. Now I'll introduce Michael Allen, the District Attorney of the 4th Judicial District.
Good afternoon, everyone, and again, thank you all for being here. The devastation this violent act has had on our community cannot be measured, but we do know that we will respond to it in a strong way, that we will hold people accountable as we identify what charges should be filed in this case. It's imperative to note that the investigation continues and will likely last for some time. It's very common in homicide cases that the investigation continues clear up to and sometimes even during a trial in front of a jury, and that will likely be the case here. There have been reports in the media and in the public that charges have been filed. That is not true. Any case like this, an arrest warrant will be written up that is supported by a probable cause affidavit, and that will be submitted to a judge for approval of the arrest of a suspect. That has occurred here in this case. Any charges that are associated with an arrest warrant are only preliminary charges. It's also very customary, and it is the case here, that the arrest warrant and accompanying PC affidavit is sealed. That is to protect the investigation, to make sure that we have a strong investigation, that we have the ability to proceed forward with a strong prosecution. At some point in the coming days, that seal will be lifted and the arrest warrant and PC affidavit will be available to the public and to the media. Once the case is transferred to us for formal charging, we will review the evidence and then determine final charges. It is also very customary that final charges may be different than what is in the arrest affidavit. Typically, there will be more charges in a case like this when we do formal charging than what is actually listed in the arrest affidavit. So don't be surprised when you see a different list of charges when we finally file formal charges with the court. Once the suspect is released from the hospital, we will have a first appearance scheduled with the court. That should happen in the next couple of days, I would guess, although that is still to be determined by his care providers at the hospital. That appearance will be by video, so he will be in the jail and be appearing by video. We will advise the suspect at that time of the arrest charges and his bond status. He is being held without bond, so he will not have the opportunity to be bonded out. Within a few days of that first appearance is when we will return to the courtroom and file the formal charges with the court. That'll again be another bond advisement by the court, as well as potential punishments that the suspect will be facing as it relates to the charges that we file from the DA's office. It's important to note that we are not going to try this case in the media. We will only share information that we can share, and that is not to cause frustration in the community or deprive the media of information that the public absolutely wants. It is to protect that prosecution effort. We have an interest in making sure that any conviction we achieve in a case like this can withstand the appeal process. So we'll be very careful about the information that we share, at least as it relates to the DA's office. But that obligation that we have ethically extends to the investigation team as well. So oftentimes when you ask questions of them and they defer and say that they can't answer it, or because it's they're trying to protect the investigation, that's because my obligation of being tight with the information extends to the investigation team as well. So don't hold that against them. You can hold that against me. At this point, I would turn it over to U.S. Attorney Cole Finnegan. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the United States Attorney's Office and the Department of Justice, we want to express our deepest sympathies and condolences to the victims and to their families and to all those who were part of the awful incidents roughly 36 hours ago at Club Q. We are committed to working with District Attorney Michael Allen, Mayor John Suthers, Chief Vasquez, local law enforcement, and our federal partners to bring justice to the people who suffered in this instance, and to bring justice to those people who are all involved. This is an awful moment, and we pledge on behalf of our office and the Department of Justice that we will work as hard as we can to find justice in this instance. Thank you.
Hopefully I can cut off a couple of questions with these answers. So a couple of things moving forward for everybody to be aware of. As you've heard multiple times, this is still an ongoing investigation. We expect to be at the scene for the forthcoming days. It's not going to be over quickly. It is going to be done thoroughly and appropriately. We'll continue to partner with our federal partners throughout this process. Currently, people who have vehicles in the parking lot will start receiving phone calls from our detectives to release those vehicles to the registered owners. If those vehicles belongs to victims, then we will use our victim advocacy unit and detectives to work with those families. If somebody is the registered owner of a vehicle, they know that they left there, and they are not contacted, or they had loaned that vehicle to somebody else, you can call us at the Colorado Springs Police Department's non-emergency line, which is 719-444-7000, and a detective will touch base with you to make sure we get that car returned to that registered owner. Additionally, at the conclusion of this conference, we will be releasing pictures of the victims that were provided by the family. These are the pictures that the family would like to be released so that everybody remembers them as they remember them. That will be done through our social media accounts, so you'll be able to get the high quality pictures there. That is all of the information we have to share at this point in time. I'll open it up to questions, and then we'll pick the most appropriate person. Just be patient. There's a lot of people here. And to make sure that everybody who is watching knows what the question is asked, I will go ahead and repeat it, or if one of the other individuals comes up to answer it, we will repeat it before we provide that answer. So we'll start this way. Sir?
Were you aware
The suspect's previous interaction with police, and why wasn't the red flag law pursued before this happened?
Yes, sir. So the question was about prior interactions with police and our red flag law. I will let Mr. Allen, our district attorney, answer that.
Thank you for that question. This is going to be a very unsatisfying answer as it relates specifically to part of your question. The red flag question is something that I think none of us up here are in a position to answer. But as it relates to the first part of your question, I want to talk about this in a way that hopefully makes sense to everybody. Colorado has very restrictive sealing laws. What that means is that if a case is filed in a courtroom in the state of Colorado and it is dismissed for any reason, whether that is because the prosecution dismisses it or the court dismisses it, it is automatically sealed. That is a change in the law that occurred back in 2019, so only 3 years ago. That same statute requires us to give very specific answers to questions about cases that may or may not be under a seal order under the scenario that I just gave you. That statute requires us to say in response to questions about it that no such record exists. So when you ask questions about specific prior instances, that will be our specific answer, but I want to give you a reason why that's the answer that we're giving. I acknowledge that it is very unsatisfying at this point. Hopefully at some point in the near future we can share more about that, but at this stage that's the best we can give you, and that's going to be the same answer for everybody up here. It's really the design behind that is to protect persons that have been accused of crime and been charged, and then the case is dismissed. The idea behind it is that that person shouldn't have to carry that charge around with them for the rest of their lives if there's no way to convict them of that charge. That's the design behind it. I know that's an unsatisfying answer, but that's the status of the law as it exists right now. If it changes to that specific thing that you're asking about, I'll be passing that information out. So the mayor just brought up a good point, and it relates to the red flag law. The DA's office doesn't play a part in the red flag law. That would be up to a law enforcement agency. That's why I say nobody in this group can really answer that specific question. It has to be initiated by law enforcement or a member of the public, not by the DA's office.
Sir?
As of October, the El Paso sheriffs have never filed for an extreme risk protection order since the law has been passed, and Colorado Springs PD has filed 2. My question is for Mayor Southers and Chief Vasquez. Mayor Southers, would you like to see local law enforcement utilize that law to try to prevent future tragedies? And Chief Vasquez, does this tragedy, given the previous interaction that El Paso sheriffs had with the suspected shooter, change your perspectives on her folks?
So the question was regarding to the red flag law and the police department, not related to this investigation, but previously had used that red flag law, and then asking the mayor for his comment regarding the potentiality of using that law. Is that a fair brief?
Sure.
Okay.
My view of the red flag law is that it was passed by the legislature. It's the law in Colorado, and law enforcement agencies in appropriate circumstances should take advantage of it and utilize the law. That's my view of it. I don't run a law enforcement agency, but that's would be my advice to law enforcement agencies. I would caution against an assumption that the circumstance of this case would lead to application of the red flag law. We don't know that. I would caution any conclusion either way or not. As the district attorney indicated, hopefully there'll be a time when there can be a specific discussion about any prior interaction with the with law enforcement, and I think those circumstances would cause one to be able to make commentary about potential application of the red flag law, but I think it's premature to do so now.
So you question whether somebody calling a bomb threat and holding themselves up in a house and having a standoff with police would prompt extreme risk protection in those cases?
You're assuming that there's credible evidence of all that, as opposed to someone reporting it and that the prosecutor had evidence of that. And I would not make assumptions of that nature.
I would just echo the mayor's stance on the red flag law. It is currently a law in Colorado. My stance has not changed on it. If law enforcement has credible information that fits within the parameters of the red flag law, then we should take action on that. That's what the law is, and it allows us to do that, and we should take those actions. But as the mayor says, we have to have the right information, the probable cause. We have to have credible information to be able to do that. So if we do, then of course we should act on it.
Yes, ma'am. The question was, is there any other suspects? That's part of the ongoing investigation. At this time, we have one identified suspect in custody. Yes, sir.
Our sources tell us it was a lone gun that was used, and the lone gun that was used was a ghost gun. Can you all confirm that? And also, there's another firearm in this that apparently was bought illegally from an unlicensed dealer in Florida. Can you comment on that as well?
So the question was about the information that there was a long gun involved, as well as another firearm, and the sources of those firearms. That is also part of the ongoing investigation. And at this point in time, it'd be inappropriate for us to comment on where those were found and where they were obtained from. Yes?
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 8:51 over on the East Coast and 5:51 on the West Coast. I do want to take you to a bit of breaking news that we are tracking. If you look on your screen, look to the top right-hand side, you're going to see some big flames. Right now, this is over in the Los Angeles area. Skyfox is flying overhead, and you can see that crews are there working to battle this major fire at this point. Thankfully, we are told by our crew on the scene that there are no injuries reported. This is now a 2-alarm fire, and the call came in around 4:46 a.m. local time, so within the last hour or so. Again, the cause under investigation, and no injuries have been reported. I'm going to keep that fire up on the top right-hand side of your screen. Don't forget, it's also day 3 of the World Cup. We will have all the coverage you need to start your day, but let's get you back to this latest news briefing here with police on the deadly shooting at Club Q.
We just heard from the PIO that's being investigated. It's important that if we have enough evidence to support bias-motivated crimes, to charge that. It's important for this community. It's important for the prosecution effort to show why something happened. And if there's enough evidence to support that in this case, when we get to the formal filing charges, we will absolutely be including those charges here as well. But I want to also be clear that the bias-motivated statute in Colorado, the highest level charge that we can get with that charge is a Class 4 felony. We're obviously talking about 5 people that were killed. Their lives were ended. Those are going to be the top-end charges in this case, without a doubt. Those charges will likely carry life in prison without parole, whereas the Class 4 felonies are probation-eligible offenses. So those do not in any way elevate the potential sentence in a case like this, but it is important to let the community know that we do not tolerate bias-motivated crimes in this community, that we support communities that have been maligned, harassed, and intimidated and abused, and that's one way that we can do that, showing that we will put the money where our mouth is, essentially, and make sure that we try it that way. So I hope that answers your question, but we're going to absolutely be reviewing it for formal charges along those same lines.
Yes, sir.
Is the U.S. Attorney's Office going to be charging the suspect with federal crimes?
So the question is the U.S. Attorney's Office going to be charging federal hate crimes? Mr. Finnegan?
Thank you for your question. There's an ongoing investigation, and we really can't comment further at this time, but we are reviewing all the facts. We're reviewing all the information that we have, and we're working closely with the District Attorney's Office, with the FBI, with ATF, and with Chief Vasquez and his department. So I just want to reiterate and reaffirm that the Department of Justice is looking at all aspects of this case. Thank you.
Any previous threats to Club Q?
The question was, were there any previous threats to the club? I think we have very clearly said that this club was a safe haven in our community, and that's something to be respected and honored. I want it to be very clear that this club, from the police department's perspective, was no issue. We had a good relationship with them. There weren't issues at this club. As far as if there were prior threats, again, that would be part of any investigation and would be a part of this investigation.
Investigators have been looking into social media posts, online writings, any violent tendencies specifically towards LGBTQ.
Yeah, so this is similar to the question of past history, motive, but specific to social media. In this day and age, social media is where everybody's at. So, of course, we're looking at social media in every investigation that we do, whether that be from a very basic patrol investigation all the way up to the most significant.
Were we able to actually confirm the shooter is also the person we had all been talking about from last year?
The question is that is the shooter from today, or from not today, from the Club Q incident, the same individual as, I believe, the bomb threat you said, sir? I'm going to let Mr. Allen answer that.
Spencer, good question, but it's a question that we cannot answer at this time for the reasons I gave earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Melissa with KKTV. If hypothetically this suspect did have a prior criminal history and those documents were sealed at this time, this might be for District Attorney Allen, what process would have to be gone through and who would be responsible for getting those documents unsealed?
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening into the latest news briefing held on the Club Q shooting. 5 people killed and about 25 wounded there late Saturday night into early Sunday morning. A suspect in custody, and here is where crews were updating on the latest information. But I do want to call your attention to the top right-hand side of your screen. That is where crews over in the Los Angeles area are battling a fire. Thankfully, no injuries, but this 2-alarm fire is burning and will be for quite a while here. It's been going on for about an hour. Our Sky Fox team there with Los Angeles, they are covering this around the clock. So as we do get some more information, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick commercial break as we do head to the top of the hour here at 9 o'clock Eastern and 6 o'clock on the Pacific Coast. We'll be right back with more of your headlines on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are just past the 9 o'clock hour here at 9:01 a.m. on the eastern coast there, 6:01 on the west coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to get to some breaking news that we are tracking very closely right now, and this involves a story that we have been tracking since it did happen just yesterday. We do know from the district attorney over in Massachusetts that a driver who drove into an Apple store just yesterday, killing one person and injuring many others, has now been charged with reckless homicide. That information here just coming in moments ago from the district attorney as crews do work to gather more information. At this point, not a lot of details have been released here, but the district attorney in Hingham, where this happened, now says that the 53-year-old driver has been identified as Bradley Rain and is now being charged officially with reckless homicide by motor vehicle. He was arrested last night and will be arraigned in the county's district court. I'm keeping an eye on the situation because it looks like we may be getting a feed in the next little bit from that location. Let's send it over to Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams, who has more on everything that played out yesterday.
Tragedy as the holiday shopping season is getting into full swing. An SUV plowing into a busy Apple store in Hingham, Massachusetts. Emergency responders called to the scene less than an hour after the store opened. Several witnesses called 911 to report a dark-colored vehicle had jumped the curb and crashed right through Apple's plate glass storefront window.
I just heard like glass shatter, and there was just a gaping hole in the middle of the Apple store.
The SUV struck multiple people, trapping a number of them inside. Victims were spotted on the ground. Some were treated by bystanders who provided first aid. First responders jumped in to render emergency treatment as soon as they got there.
16 people have been transported to hospitals, 14 to South Shore hospitals, 2 to Boston hospitals. There's been 1 fatality.
We have multiple patients with life-threatening and limb-threatening injuries.
Investigators are being tight-lipped about details of the driver and whether the incident was accidental or intentional. The driver was not among the people taken to the hospital for treatment. Investigators are looking at surveillance footage from inside the store to determine what happened.
Regarding the operator of the motor vehicle, we're looking into that. Regarding the status of the motor vehicle, we're looking into that.
Authorities say this is still an active criminal investigation, and they do know who the driver is. Reporting in New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that report. This is actually video from the scene. This is Jennifer Kidston shot this and provided it to Storyful. They passed it along to us. So once again, this new information, the driver who slammed his car into that Apple store in Massachusetts, killing at least 1 person and injuring 16 others. The district attorney in Hingham, where this happened, now saying that that 53-year-old driver, Bradley Rain, is being charged with reckless homicide by motor vehicle. He was arrested last night and will be arraigned in the county's district court. I mentioned that we do have some sort of video here coming in. It looks like we may be getting his perp walk in the next little bit. He was just rushed over into the courtroom there. So once we get that, we will bring it to you raw and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get to the latest on another story that we've also been tracking here. Investigators with the FBI and Idaho State Police were back at the home Monday where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. Police investigating the deaths have asked for patience while they gather evidence. It's been a week since the 4 roommates were found stabbed to death, and no suspects have been named. There have been no arrests, and police have also not found the murder weapon, they say. Still here, a lot to figure out. Zach Anders with our Fox 13 Seattle team shows us how one of those victims is being remembered.
In Mount Vernon, where the memorial service for Ethan Chapin is taking place as this community comes together to mourn one of their own. From Moscow, Idaho, still no answers. Who killed these 4 University of Idaho students, including Ethan Chapin, a 20-year-old Skagit Valley native. A service for his life held this afternoon in Mount Vernon. His mother sharing a short statement surrounded by her family.
Today we're here to honor the life and legacy of our son and brother, Ethan Chapin, one of the most incredible people you'll ever know.
Many hugs shared among the hundreds remembering this young man's life. Taken senselessly almost 2 weeks ago, with police still far behind in an investigation that we know lacks a murder weapon, a totality of those involved, and especially any suspects.
Together, we want to extend gratitude to the following. Our neighbors in Mount Vernon and LaConner, our extended family and friends who serve as beacons of strength, the Moscow Police Department, who now carry the burden every day, not only for us, but for all of the impacted families.
Monday's service, a chance for the family and this community to remember, while investigators have stayed away, work around the clock to find a brutal killer. Police telling the media they expect to provide another update Wednesday afternoon. And you'll be able to see behind me as well as this service is coming to a close that it was actually at capacity. The 650 seats inside were totally full, standing room only in the back. They actually had to turn people away. There was such a huge response for Ethan up here in Mount Vernon tonight. Reporting from Mount Vernon, Zach Anders, Fox 13 News.
All right there, thank you so much for that report. That is a story that we will be following for quite a while. You heard it there in the story, but one of the victims' mothers actually did speak yesterday during that memorial service. It's only about a minute to a minute and a half, but I do want to play that for you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Today we're here to honor the life and legacy of our son and brother, Ethan Chapin, one of the most incredible people you'll ever know. Together, we want to extend gratitude to the following. Our neighbors in Mount Vernon and LaConner, Washington, and the local communities of Priest Lake and Moscow, Idaho, for their ongoing support and care. Our extended family and friends who serve as beacons of strength and remain by our side throughout every moment. The Moscow Police Department, who now carry the burden every day, not only for us, but for all of the impacted families. And the many strangers across the country, your outreach and kind words are profoundly touching. Please know we now consider all of you friends. And lastly, we thank the media for keeping this story top of mind. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, those were the words from the mother of one of those victims, 4 University of Idaho students who were killed. The coroner, they were saying they were killed while sleeping. There's still a lot left to figure out, and at this point, no arrests have been made. As we get more details, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. Another big story right now, dozens of people gathering for a vigil outside Club Q in Colorado Springs. A local nonprofit that works with the LGBTQIA+ community organized the event Monday night to stand in solidarity with the victims of the Club Q shooting, which happened late Saturday night into early Sunday morning. At least 5 people were killed and more than a dozen others were hurt after a gunman opened fire in that nightclub. The suspect being held on murder and hate crime charges. I do want to send it over to our Fox affiliate's Matt Finn, who breaks down more on what we know about the investigation.
The world is grieving with us.
A community mourning as investigators continue piecing together what led up to Saturday's deadly shooting in a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs. Officials on Monday identifying the 5 people killed inside Club Q as Kelly Loving, Ashley Paw, Raymond Green Vance, along with the club's bartenders, Daniel Aston and Derek Rump.
I wanted to ensure that every victim, family member, and friends of victims, and all of our community members know that our officers and detectives will continue to be diligent and thorough in our work to hold the suspects accountable for these horrendous acts.
Those 5 victims were killed when police say 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldrich opened fire just before midnight on Saturday. The gunman also injured more than a dozen others in a place many in the gay community consider a safe haven. Aldrich, who is hospitalized for his injuries, is expected to face multiple murder and hate crime charges, which have not been officially filed.
We're obviously talking about 5 people that were killed. Those charges will likely carry life in prison without parole.
Officials also recognizing Thomas James and Richard Fierro, the 2 heroes who helped subdue the suspect by grabbing his gun, hitting him with it, and pinning him to the ground.
I got into mode, and I needed to save my family. And that family was, at that time, everybody in that room.
The alleged shooter is being held without bond. His first appearance is expected in the coming days once he's released from the hospital. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
All right, so obviously you heard in that story there about the man who did stop this shooting, tackling that gunman. We do have the remarks that he made. They're about 5 minutes long as he spoke to reporters there right outside of his home just last night. I do want to play those for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
People, I'm not going to speak about Raymond because that's his mom's job. His mom's going to do that. I have 2 friends right now in the hospital, Chip and Joanne. Okay, they're our greatest friends. Me and my wife's friends. Only people we hang. It's our Colorado family. Joanne is just texting. She's making it through. Chip got shot. He's making it through. So they have 2 little ones at home waiting for them. I didn't ask for this. We went to a club to watch my daughter's junior prom date perform. Little Wyatt. He's potted plants. Potted plants is drag name. Okay, I have no shame with any of this. I support my community, whoever that is. Okay, I love everybody, and I've never said anything different. I joke. That's who I am. But people know that the Fierros are there for them if they're part of their life. Okay, my wife is doing amazing things. Dude, we just got a call from my sister-in-law. My little nephew, man, he just got diagnosed with Hodgkin's, man. I don't know what else I can do. We're trying, man. My brother's sister's family, we have had a couple rough years. I think the best I did with the article for the New York Times was what I think I could do, okay, for telling people the details that I know. Listen, there's video and all kinds of stuff. I don't know if I'm even telling it right. I just know I got into mode, and I needed to save my family. And that family was, at that time, everybody in that room. And that's what I was trained to do. I saw him, and I went and got him. And when I pulled him down, I told him I was in him. I want to kill you, guy. Sorry. I'm going to kill you. He killed a family member. I'm an emotional guy, but I also, I try not to be that, I try to be strong for my family. I try to save people, and it didn't work for 5. Okay? There's 5 people that aren't home right now. And I thank God, and it's Thanksgiving. I went through this at Thanksgiving in Iraq, man. We lost the dudes. I don't know what else to do. I really hope people kind of use this and shake someone's hand, give someone a hug, give them a kiss. These are good people, man. These were all kids. The guy, Joshua, who was dancing with my daughter, my wife, and Joanne, he grabbed my daughter and they went and hid. He saved my daughter's life, man. I couldn't ask for anything more. I wish I could have done it for I don't know. I don't even know if it's wish I could have. I just did what I had to do. Okay? I know I'm not professional. I'm just, look. I served my nation for 15 years, and it did a lot of things to me and my family. Okay? I'm not retired. I didn't retire. I was done. I was broken physically and just couldn't do it anymore. So I'm proud of that. And I still work at Carson with soldiers because soldiers, to me, are genuine. They do this for themselves, okay? And their families and their brothers and sisters. And that's what I do it for my brother, my little girl, and my wife. I don't know, guys. So that said, I pulled him down. The young man that was late, he was hiding there, had jumped up with me. I don't know if he helped pull him down or not. I have no idea. Okay, that guy did the same act. Amazing. Pull the dude down, pin him against the side, and just started. Oh, I think he went for his pistol. I don't know. Either way, I grabbed the pistol from him, and then I told the guy, move the AR. The kid in front of me, he was at his head. I said, move the AR, get the AR away from him. And the kid did it. And then I started wailing on this dude. And I'm on top of him. I'm a big dude, man, and this guy was bigger. And I just kept wailing on him. And I told the kid in front of me, kick him in his head, keep kicking him in his head. I'm yelling 911, somebody call 911. The kid was either tired, or I didn't even know if he was hurt. I still don't know what happened with him. But he slowed down and get kicking. And I'm beating this guy. This guy's trying to wiggle. He's trying to get his ammo, his guns. And
What, as far as possible sentencing moving forward, do you?
I don't care, but I know that guy better never come out. Listen, the court system, the justice, they do what they do. My brother's a lawyer, man. He does this stuff. None of it's foreign to us. But we're just two little kids that are trying to make it. And this guy, I'm more proud of this guy, and I'm proud of my daughter and my wife than anyone else. I'm not a hero. I'm just some dude, man. Everybody find their heroes this Thanksgiving at the dinner table. You know, mom and dad, or aunt and uncle, or whoever you want. Okay, but that's what you guys need to do.
All right, a true hero right there, saving countless lives after tackling that gunman who opened fire inside of Club Q in Colorado Springs, Colorado. We'll continue to follow that and bring you updates, as we do know that suspect, once released from the hospital, will be booked into the jail. It's likely there will be a perp walk, and we will bring that to you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back out live here. Take a look. This is over in the Los Angeles area where Sky Fox shows overhead a major fire. Again, this is over in the Los Angeles area. Our Sky Fox crew with our Fox LA team gathering information right now, but it is fairly limited. We just know this building is up in flames. No injuries have been reported. We've also received no word yet on a cause. But you can see it is a huge response there from fire crews. As we get some more details, we will bring those to you. But for now, I do want to step away for a quick break. We will get back to this in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look from the Los Angeles area here as crews are working to battle a major fire. I do actually want to send you over to our Fox LA team, Stu Mundell, who does report from Sky Fox, providing a few more details during this report here. So let's play it for you, raw and unfiltered.
Good morning, Brooke. We can tell you that this is happening at the corner of Soto and Slauson, Huntington Park area. LA County Fire Department, they arrived out here on scene. They had a 200 by 200 commercial building. That's what we're seeing right there, already well involved in fire. Now, the fire department quickly bumped this up to a second alarm fire. It might even be going up to a third alarm. Right now, though, fire department is there. They are basically doing a defensive mode, meaning that they're just trying to keep these flames from spreading to any of the other structures in the area. This seems to be a large building with many smaller shops in there. It is very sad to see that these shops right now destroyed because of this fire. The fire department, they're working feverishly to get these flames out. You can see as we pan along here, the roof has collapsed on most of the building. The fire department taking that defensive stance where they put up those ladder pipes. They're basically dumping a ton of water on it, just trying to get out that fire. What's inside that building, that's kind of questionable right now, as it is a separate bays and different buildings down there. But whatever it is burning fiercely out here, setting out a huge plume of black smoke. LA County Fire Department here on scene. The corner of Slauson and Soto going to be closed for the firefighting activity. These are two major streets out here in the Huntington Park area. Of course, cost and cause, they'll be doing that well after this fire's out.
Yeah, Sue, we don't have any indication at this point that there are any injuries. Is that correct?
That's right, Tony. At this point, the firefighters, they're saying no injuries to any of their firefighters, but you can see what is going on down there. This firefight still very, very active, but at this point, no injuries to civilians, no injuries to firefighters, but there is a lot of activity down there and a lot of flames, and that building seems to be a newer building, so we're very hopeful that the structure will hold as that roof collapses and other things start happening out here. But those firefighters, they're not even making an entry into that building at this point. They're just fighting it from an exterior type of standpoint. That's the safest way, as that building pretty much a loss. But right now, the firefighters, they're just very concerned about keeping the flames contained to this one building and not spreading anyplace else. Light winds, that's going to be very helpful for them today.
So they're just basically taking, Stu, a surround and drown approach right now?
That's right, Tony. Surround and drown. They use that term quite a bit. The fire departments, they like to use the term that they're in a defensive mode. They only have two ladder pipes up. There might be another one on the other side of that black smoke. We might move Skyfox around here in a moment or two. Again, the last we heard was a second alarm. This could easily make it into third alarm. LA County, the lead fire agency on this, but right now you can see this is just a lot of huge bulk of fire inside this 200 by 200 commercial building. What's burning in there, I am very curious, because there is a ton of black smoke just pouring out of there, and those flames, they just don't even seem to be slowing down. So whatever it is inside there, probably a plastic or maybe even fabrics. But right now, it is just burning fiercely out here. The fire departments, they've got the roads closed, and of course you can see the fire activity. A lot of those engines just pouring a ton of water onto there. Even there's one of those, that's called a wagon battery right there. They're just using that huge pump from the nozzle from the top there and just pumping tons of water onto that one corner. And again, two ladder pipes right now. They don't even, we were looking to see if they were manned. These are automated, so these are newer fire trucks. But right now, look at those flames. Yeah. Just amazing this morning, and just keep pouring out of that building.
Yeah, they are massive flames. I know we were kind of talking about the cause. Typically, sometimes you can get an idea of what could have caused something like this based on the type of business that was inside. But I know, Stu, you mentioned there were multiple different shops, so this could be anything.
Yeah, that's right, Brooke. And when we got here, we were looking and we're trying to read the names on the signs there. You can see each one has a bay, and then they have signs right there. So we're guessing that there are multiple stores or multiple businesses inside this commercial building. We've got one of those firefighters walking up to the top of the ladder. That must be an amazing view for those firefighters. But look at those flames just continue to bellow out of this building this morning. And again, we just don't know what is burning inside there. But whatever it is, it put putting out a lot of black smoke. Those flames still are very intense and hot. And of course, those firefighters, they're working to put those flames out to keep the other areas safe. But it is also very sad to know that a lot of folks, when they come to work this morning, they won't have a job or a business to go to.
All right, Stu. Well, of course, we know you're going to stay on top of this and keep an eye. Meanwhile, we have a crew headed to the scene right now who will give us a ground report a little bit later on. But right now, you can see what's happening here, this commercial building fire. And Stu will stay on top of this, and we will give you an update coming up here in just a few minutes.
All right, so that was Stu Mundell over with our Fox LA team. He was flying around in Skyfox and was able to give us a lot more information about what's going on there. As you saw, though, that report was filed when it was still dark out. The sun is now up, and you can get a better view of exactly what is going on here. I believe that it looks like the fire could potentially be out. I do want to take a look here. Yeah, you can see some flames are still coming from that building, but for the most part, that fire does appear to be out. No injuries reported there. If we get any more information from our friends over at Fox LA, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but on the other side, we will get right back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at what I believe could be Orlando, Florida. I do remember somebody pulling in this camera a bit earlier on this morning. 9:29 over on the East Coast and 6:29 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Once again, a live look at Orlando, Florida, which, spoiler alert, that is where our Live Now from Fox studio is located. All right, I want to get into some conversation here about holiday travel. As you know, we are now in that point of time when people try to book their airfare. They fly out for Thanksgiving. They do fly out for Christmas and for New Year's. But guess what? It is going to be pretty crowded there in the skies. I do want to send it over to Grady Trimble with Fox News to break down what we can expect there on those planes.
The number of people flying each day has been at or near pre-pandemic levels for some time now. In fact, AAA says this Thanksgiving will be one of the busiest for travel in more than 2 decades. But there are questions
including reimbursing victims of fraud. B of A now wants out of the EDD debit.
The mass delays and cancellations in the spring and summer. Even though almost as many people are flying as in 2019, the airlines have cut routes because of the shortage of pilots and other key staff like mechanics and flight attendants. That smaller supply, combined with strong demand and high jet fuel prices, means you're paying a lot more to travel this Turkey Day. The travel booking app Hopper says domestic airfare is up about 8% from last year. The average cost of a round trip in the U.S. is around $380. Hotels are a lot more expensive as well, up some 15% from a year ago. But the travelers we've talked to at the airport today say they don't mind shelling out big money to get out.
It takes saving some miles, pre-planning, trying to find the most cost-effective flights. It's a little bit different and tougher this year.
Usually before, it's like 200, one something, but now it's like $600, $700, $800.
Hopper says if you're looking to save money on flights and hotels, the best time to buy this time of year is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. They call it Travel Deal Tuesday and say you can save as much as $300 on your trip. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
And he's not going to be the only reporter who is on this, because as we know, this could be the busiest travel season we have seen there in 3 years. As you know, back in 2020, the COVID pandemic did begin, so not as many people were traveling. The numbers were up just a bit last year, but not quite at the levels that we do expect to see this year. So this week, expected to kick off that bustling holiday travel season Wednesday. So we're talking tomorrow is usually the busiest travel day before Thanksgiving. Fox's Rowena Shaddix caught up with some of those travelers who came home to Sacramento ahead of the busy crowds. They were trying to beat those major crowds.
Just really wanted to be home for my birthday, so we just timed it.
And Isabella Marriott's dad timed getting her from college in Tennessee back home to Sacramento for her 21st birthday today perfectly, ahead of the large crowd expected this week.
And my mom also flew in for the birthday and Thanksgiving, so it'll be fun.
The college senior is among the 4.5 million people who are flying to their Thanksgiving destination. That's 8% higher than last year, according to AAA. And nearly 49 million people are expected to travel by car. Well, AAA says about 55 million people are expected to travel for Thanksgiving, and out of that, more than 7 million are from California. That includes these two sorority sisters and high school friends from Sacramento who wanted to beat the crowds.
Because we anticipated it to be super crowded, and it wasn't, which was nice.
They'll enjoy Turkey Day with their families and head back to school in Long Beach on Sunday.
Hopefully it won't be too bad. I feel like it is going to be pretty busy, though, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll get there early.
That's a good plan. Jose de la Cruz also planned well, leaving Mexico to head home to Sac today.
My schedule, it was kind of expensive, but there's a lot of people traveling, right now. The next week is going to be packed.
Still, all of them agree the traveling is well worth it.
Enjoy the holidays, too.
From Sac International Airport, Rowena Shaddix, Fox 40 News.
All right, that's a topic that we will be talking a lot about as we enter that holiday travel season. Do remember here, the busiest day at airports expected to be tomorrow, Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. For some reason, is always that busiest day. We've mentioned this a few times, but it is day 3 now of the World Cup. It's getting underway, so I want to bring in the expert to help break it down. This is Eric Goff. He is a physics professor there at University of Lynchburg. You're kind of the go-to when we talk about the World Cup.
Well, I love talking about science when it comes to sports. Good to get some science on the sports pages.
Hey, we love science. It's not my forte, but that's why we brought you in. So, quick question for you is, what's with all the excitement over the World Cup? Why is everyone so excited?
Well, it is the world's most popular sport. We in America don't like to admit that with our love of football and the Super Bowl, but World Cup ratings are going to just dwarf what you see in the Super Bowl. So the whole world is watching right now.
Yeah, and I would say a lot of people don't realize that you're going to see more people watch this than even the Super Bowl. It's crazy to think about. So, do you think more people across the world are going to be watching the World Cup this year than in tournaments past?
I think so, just because we've got more people in the world. I mean, we just passed 8 billion people, and probably at least 15% of them are going to be tuning into the World Cup at some point.
For sure. All right, so how is the host country actually chosen? Do you know how Qatar got picked? How does the game differ based on who's hosting?
So bids are submitted to FIFA. These bids went in back in 2009. And there's a lot of controversy right now over the selection process. A lot of oil money went into helping with some of the corruption that's been seen here. So, you know, my contact at FIFA tells me this is the last of the corrupt World Cups. So I hope he's right.
All right, so let's talk about that science. That's what you love here. So the actual ball that's used at the World Cup, how is it chosen? It's different each time, right? You got props.
That's right. So this is the Alrila. If you want to buy one of these, it might be $150, $160. And Adidas has had the contract on this ball since 1970. So every 4 years, out comes a new ball. These things fly off the shelves and they make a fortune. And every 4 years that the ball comes out, the host country can name the ball, can choose a color scheme. This particular ball, the Alrila, has a color scheme that's using these water-based colors. The thermal bonding and the glues in here are all supposed to be environmentally friendly, but every World Cup you see a new ball and players have to get used to it. The goal is to create a new ball that flies in ways players are used to. So that's the challenges from the science point of view.
So do the players actually get to use it beforehand, or is the first time that they actually use it when they're there on the field?
No, they get to try it beforehand. I mean, this ball is available for a couple months ahead of time. They certainly get to use it. They can practice with it. I mean, you can go out and buy one a couple months in advance and even try it in your backyard if you want. But the point is the players are definitely used to it by the time they get to the World Cup.
When you're watching soccer, you see some pretty interesting goals. How is that possible? Is it physics? Is it luck? I know it's all about the science, right?
Luck's just a word we use for an improbable event. It's all physics. The flow of the air around the ball, when you see the ball spinning, the air gets pushed off in some direction behind the ball, and much like the rudder of a boat pushing water off to the side, that flow of air off the back of the ball will cause it to curve, what we in science might call the Magnus effect. So a spinning ball can curve. The ball can actually wobble if it doesn't have a lot of spin, much like a knuckleball in baseball. So there are all kinds of really interesting things that affect the flight of the balls. And anyone watching this morning could have seen that with a great goal by Saudi Arabia to go up on Argentina in the big upset today.
All right, I hate to ask this, and I don't know if you have the answer. What is the U.S. men's team's chance of winning this whole thing?
I think it's probably pretty low. I like the fact that we have a young team. If this was 4 years ago, I think England's chances on Black Friday would be very good. This year, I think our chances are a little bit better. We certainly stalled in the last 10 minutes against Wales, but I really hope we pick it up against England on Friday.
All right, Eric Goff, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else that you want to add about all of this before we let you go?
Love the sport first, but appreciate all the wonderful science that goes into making it happen.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
Glad to be with you.
All right, time now 9:40 over on the East Coast and 6:40 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We're going to talk more about the World Cup in just a bit. We're going to go over to our friends at Fox 5 DC as they are at one of those bars where fans are gathering to watch all of those games. No question, if you go to any bar over the next few weeks, it's likely people are gathered to watch the World Cup. Let's step away for that quick break, and we will be right back. But as we go to break, I want to give you another live look here from Los Angeles, where that building is still burning, but the flames have died down. No injuries here, and thankfully, again, no injuries, no deaths, anything of that nature. The cause of that fire, though, still under investigation. Much more to come here on Live Now from Fox.
Americans are working longer to put a roof over their head. According to Zillow, the average person now needs to work around 63 hours to pay their monthly rent. That's 3 hours more than last year and 6 hours more than before the pandemic. Stocks taking a tumble to start the week. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all closed lower Monday. It looks like Small Business Saturday could be busier than Black Friday this week. According to a new survey by Bankrate, 59% say they are likely to shop on Small Business Saturday. Meanwhile, only 56% say they expect to shop on Black Friday. However, Cyber Monday next week is expected to be busier than both of these days. 66% plan to shop that day. Gas prices are trending down as we head into the holiday week. AAA says the national average cost for regular is now $3.66 a gallon. That's 11 cents cheaper than a week ago, but keep in mind we're paying 25 cents more than a year ago. That's business. I'm Charles Payne.
All right, thank you so much. Taking a live look from the airport there in Houston, we have been talking a lot about holiday travel. We know, of course, that it's going to be busy out there. The busiest holiday travel season in 3 years. But again, you can see just how many people are showing up. And believe it or not, tomorrow, Wednesday, is going to be the busiest time of the year for that travel. Just in time for the Christmas shopping season, the nation's freight rail system may once again be on the verge of a strike. Another union just rejected a White House brokered agreement. Doug Luzader has more from Washington, where there are growing concerns about what could become another massive supply chain crunch.
Most of the rail unions have signed off on this deal, but this latest rejection brings the entire system closer to a crisis. The trains are still running on time for now, but for how much longer?
Look at this. God love you.
President Biden clearly enjoyed the traditional turkey pardoning at the White House yesterday, but as he left, it was clear trouble was brewing.
Mr. President, what's your plan to avert a national railway strike?
We're going to be talking about that today.
Talking about that after a major union rejected the deal to expand wages and time off flexibility that the president had touted back in September as the White House scrambled to avoid a strike before the midterm elections.
Today is a win, I mean it sincerely, a win for America.
You think inflation is bad now? Wait until we have a rail strike.
Economists are alarmed about the possible ripple effect of a strike, which one estimate says could cost the country $2 billion a day, snarling supply chains and raising prices.
Our team is preparing and planning for all possible outcomes, even as we continue to work to avert a shutdown. But our priority is making sure that we even avert the shutdown.
And it could all come to a head early next month.
And if there is a strike here, it will affect the economy at the worst possible time during the holidays, and they will feel the brunt of that. So, we'll have to see what happens here.
And if there isn't some kind of a deal in the days ahead, Congress may ultimately intervene to keep the trains running. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Guys, stand by.
Doug, thank you so much for that report. We do appreciate it. I do want to go back to our coverage of the World Cup. Day 3 now officially underway. We brought in our big soccer fan. This is Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard, who is there in just one of the spots where people are gathered to enjoy some of those matches. Bob, what's going on?
Hey, Josh, we're at an Irish pub called Across the Pond, just a couple of miles north of the White House. They were up and ready for the 8 a.m. Eastern game here, Tunisia versus Denmark. And you see these are a lot of Danish fans here with their backs to us watching the game. Obviously, it's a close match, still 0-0 in the 86th minute. And frankly, I've kind of said hello to them. I don't want to bother them because they are just intensely watching the game here. But this is just one of many bars and restaurants, Josh, that are open early and late for the games. And, you got these folks are passionate for Denmark. And a lot of because we're in Washington, a lot of the embassies are like co-sponsoring events with the different bars and restaurants. So you have a lot of folks who are from the countries competing or work for the embassies here in town. But also you have other just soccer fans, some who say they're just going to spend all day here. And we want to talk to one of them. Ma'am, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, thanks. So at the bar they say, you guys, you can turn your backs, that's fine. Maybe they're supposed to be at work, but tell me this. They say you guys might be here all day. How much fun is it for this sport, which is hugely popular, to be able to be in a community setting instead of just at home watching by yourself?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. I mean, we've got the whole Denmark crew right here, which is a really different experience being in the District of Columbia because you're getting, a worldly background, a worldly, feature for it. And it makes the experience just a lot more fun.
We were at DuPont Circle, which is a community park yesterday, and the government of Wales was hosting a big get-together there. And different embassies are hosting at different bars and restaurants. Will you be kind of bopping around, or is this your place to watch the games? I think
the more fun bopping around is it makes the experience just unique. I know the Australian embassy is doing something at Wonder Garden downtown.
We were just there last hour, yeah.
Yeah, so I think, again, being in D.C. makes the experience just a lot more fun, and you'll be able to come across, just a great diversity of people, and it makes it great.
Awesome. Thanks. Have fun, okay? Cheers to you. So, again, this is just one of the many places you do have, Josh, as I mentioned, the different embassies co-sponsoring some of these different events. And let me see if Mike is here. Yeah, Mike is here. He's the owner. Come here, Mike. We said hello earlier. And there you go. Nice. You got the green on, Mike. Tell me, I know here in D.C., Josh, bars and restaurants are allowed to serve during the World Cup alcohol, basically, except from like 4 to 6 in the morning. How fun is it for you? How good is it for you in the business community to be able to host parties like this for the World Cup?
It's very meaningful because normally this week would be a slower week of the year, so because of the holiday. So it's very nice to have the World Cup. Plus, it's a normalcy back in our lives, and everybody's enjoying the good time, camaraderie, get to see the old friends, new friends, and hang out and enjoy a beer and watch a good match.
Did you know, Mike, that all these Danish fans were going to be here for this game? Do you kind of get a heads up?
We do. We do reservations, or we try to. We ask people to go online and make reservations, especially for the early matches, so we can be staffed appropriately. But a lot of them, people will just walk in, just like yesterday. We had a lot of people come in to support the U.S., so it was nice.
And tell me, you can get an Irish breakfast this morning here, and a little, maybe a Guinness off the tap?
You can get a Guinness off the tap, get your full Irish black and white pudding, sausages, the whole 9 yards, and then if you would like a Jameson, you're welcome to that as well.
All right, let's wrap up this live shot, and I'll take you up on that. All right, thank you, Mike. I'm kidding, Josh. I'll behave early today, but
that's what I was going to ask. Are you going to get a Guinness? What's going to go on there?
You know what? Guinness has a brewery near Baltimore Washington International Airport, Marshall Airport, and when they opened, I had a morning beer, but I think I'm going to behave this morning. But it's tough because people are drinking and having a good time, unlike at the stadiums in Qatar, right? But hey, it's infectious because the intensity of the match, I mean, this one's tied at 0. Look at everybody sitting on the edge of their seats. It's fun. And again, we've been just kind of bopping around different places like the Wonder Garden earlier this morning. They're going to have the British and who they play, the British and I guess who are they playing? Wales. British and England and Wales are playing later this week. And I think they're having like all the ambassador level and down at their indoor-outdoor garden, basically, to watch the game on Friday. So it's happening, obviously, in communities all across the country, but here in Washington, such an international city with all the embassies, it's doubly fun for that.
All right, our resident Guinness and soccer expert here, Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Cheers, Josh.
All right, 9:51 on the East Coast and 6:51 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot going on, so let's step away for a quick break and then right back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, 9:54 on the East Coast and 6:54 on the West Coast. You were looking at a live image here. This is coming out of California. So U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat there from Connecticut, will join Connecticut Children's Medical Center safety experts there to highlight the warnings of USPRG's annual Trouble in Toyland report. Blumenthal is going to show toys that are cited in the report that include magnets, balloons, and some other dangerous and deadly toys. You can see him doing that right now. We do prioritize live events, so I do want to listen in live or on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Season is upon us. And as our state's only freestanding children's hospital exclusively dedicated to children, we at Connecticut Children's feel a deep responsibility to support families so that their celebration with friends family, and loved ones are happy, safe, and healthy. We know that injuries are the #1 reason why kids are hurt or killed every year, and the vast majority of these injuries are preventable. So in order to make our vision a reality, we have to be leaders in not only taking care of kids when they need us after they're injured or harmed, but preventing injuries from happening in the first place. The Injury Prevention Center here at Connecticut Children's is dedicated to ensuring that kids in our state stay safe and healthy and injury-free. Our injury prevention team accomplishes through safety research, community programs, educating our state's physicians and healthcare providers on the best ways to talk to families about preventing injuries and safety. And importantly, advocating for and supporting policies that keep children safe. It is now my great pleasure to introduce a national leader, one who during this week I can especially say we're thankful for in protecting the health, well-being, and safety of children and families, and a wonderful longtime friend of Connecticut Children's. Please welcome U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am again proud to be at Connecticut Children's. This is a place where miracles are performed, literally medical miracles to save children's lives. And if I ever had the need for the kind of extraordinary care provided here, this would be my first choice to take my 4 children. Fortunately, I've never had that circumstance, but this place does such magnificent work for the children of Connecticut and the nation. And so I'm especially pleased to be here to help prevent the kind of sometimes catastrophic injuries that can come during this time of joy and celebration. It should be a time of joy and celebration, but too often it results in trips to emergency rooms when children are hurt by toys that are meant for their joy. And these injuries are absolutely preventable. They are all preventable. And what we need first and foremost is parents and caregivers who pay attention. But they also need help. All too often on sites, Facebook, Marketplace, and eBay, there are dangerous toys that have been recalled. Let me repeat. PIRG found 30 toys on that site, Facebook, Marketplace, that have been recalled. Facebook Marketplace is responsible for about 75% of all the toys sold that have been recalled. The other major source is eBay. They both have the power, the technology, to stop those sales. I have called on Facebook Marketplace repeatedly in April of 2019, in May of 2020, in March of this year, writing to Mark Zuckerberg demanding that they stop the sale of recalled toys, and so far they have utterly failed to do so. That is a searing indictment of Facebook Marketplace, of Mark Zuckerberg, of eBay, and of any site that sells recalled toys, because they are in effect complicit. They are aiding and abetting the kinds of injuries that occurred as a result of recalled toys doing damage to children. There's a reason why these toys have been recalled. They are safety threats. They put children at risk. And so these 30 toys, and they're only the tip of the iceberg, found by the Connecticut Public Interest Research Group, should be a warning to all consumers that we need these recalled toys off the site. Let me say also that some of these products have small batteries. This watch, for example, has batteries that make it run. Those batteries, when ingested, can cause suffocation and internal injuries because the batteries adhere to the throat. They burn through the membranes of the throat, and they can cause lasting injury or death. We've had one here in Connecticut, and fortunately, we now have a law. It's called Reese's Law. It's named after Reese Hamsmith, who was actually killed by these small batteries, button batteries as they're called. And the law was signed by the president after we introduced it. But parents should beware of small parts like those button batteries or magnets that will stick together. If ingested, they will stick together inside the digestive system, causing severe injury when they constrict the flow of food and so forth. These kinds of weapons are certainly a bad example for kids, but they're also potentially inherently dangerous in and of themselves in firing projectiles that can cause damage. And finally, let me draw attention to the one that I use every year, because every year it kills kids. Balloons are absolutely wonderful as a source of celebration. We all have them at birthday parties, at holiday celebrations, but when they are burst, and I'm going to try to do this. This year I do not have a pin. The remnants of these balloons are potential killers. They can cause suffocation, a baby or child crawling on the floor, into the mouth, swallowed. That's a trip to the emergency room. The balloons are great. The deflated or burst balloons are a menace. And every year kids die, and untold numbers go to emergency rooms because they are ingested. So I warn about them every year. Parents, caregivers can save lives every year if they stop leaving these remnants on the floor. No problem with balloons. It's the remnants of the balloon that are dangerous. So I think parents and others deserve more information, not less. It's the reason why I've introduced the Sunshine in Product Safety Act, which would enable the Consumer Product Safety Commission to provide more information on recalled toys. As I said at the beginning, and I'll say now at the end, recalled toys are potentially a menace. That's why they are under recall. That's why they are supposed to be returned. And when they're sold on the internet without sufficient warning, without the Consumer Product Safety Commission giving consumers the information they need, and without Facebook Marketplace or eBay doing the due diligence that they should do as a matter of moral responsibility, parents and caregivers need that help, and children ultimately are the ones who suffer. So with that, let me introduce the one who really saves children, Dr. Stephen Rogers.
That's I'm going to do some introductions for them. So thank you, Senator Blumenthal. We appreciate that. Now I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce Amy Watkins, Director of Safe Kids here at Connecticut Children's, which is housed within our Injury Prevention Center. So Amy, take it away.
Good morning and happy Thanksgiving.
So as the Senator mentioned, the U.S. PIRG does some of this research for us to tell us each year what the most dangerous toys are. And that U.S. PIRG report that's released is called Trouble in Toyland, and it's an excellent guidance for us when it comes to toy safety during the holidays. So toys are safer now than they have been in years past. In 2010, there were 250,000 toy-related injuries, and in 2020, it was down to 198,000. So we're moving in the right direction.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are watching a news conference that took place just moments ago, where officials there in Connecticut demonstrated some of those quote-unquote dangerous toys, according to a report that was recently released. We'll bring you more on that a bit later on today, but I do want to get to another topic that we have been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox, and this involves the investigation that does continue into that deadly attack at an LGBTQ club in Colorado Springs over the weekend. The gunman walked in and opened fire before being tackled by an Army veteran and a drag performer, stopping that rampage where more people could have died as a result if people had not intervened. So, in the end, at least 5 people were killed and about a dozen or so others were wounded. I do want to bring in Jacqueline Schilkraut. She is an associate professor of criminal justice at the State University of New York at Oswego. And unfortunately, we just spoke with you about a week ago, and here we are again, another mass shooting.
Yeah, it was interesting in our exchange. You said, I hope I don't have to talk to you again anytime soon. And 5 days later, you had to email me. So it's definitely something that I recognized.
So first question, of course, what were you thinking when you heard that this attack had happened? 5 people killed, a dozen others or more injured inside of that LGBTQ club.
I actually went to college in Orlando, which is where the Pulse nightclub shooting was back in 2016. So as soon as I heard it, it took me very much back to June 12th of 2016. These are individuals who are going into these spaces that they perceive to be safe, where it's a community where there is acceptance and tolerance and love and sharing. And, ultimately they were killed in a place where they just wanted to spread love.
So I asked you this last time, but are these attacks happening more frequently, or are we just hearing about them more? And is social media getting the word out quicker?
Certainly there is we have seen an increasing trend, but again, as we said last time, they're still very, very rare in the context of the crime picture in the United States. Social media, certainly helps to amplify things, especially when you have information coming out from within the community. People are sharing tributes of those whose lives were taken over the weekend. And so it definitely helps to amplify it. But I think also where social media is incredibly powerful is to help amplify facets of the story that we don't often hear about in the mainstream media. There is much more of a heavy focus on the victims and less on the shooter or the events that themselves.
And right now, if you are joining us, you are watching video from that very active scene as police did swarm that nightclub trying to subdue the gunman. Now, we know that the gunman had already been subdued by an Army veteran and a drag performer who were there inside. No word on if more people could have been killed as a result if they had not been stopped. So the question I posed to you last time, is there anything that can be done to stop these attacks?
Certainly prevention is always the goal. And, there's a lot we don't know yet about this particular case. And I think that's the same thing I said to you last time, right? We don't know if this individual was posting all over social media. We do know that there were opportunities to potentially intervene and remove weapons, since he had been accused of making bomb threats and had been found to have weapons previously. But as more and more comes out, we're going to learn more about the information or the behaviors that led up to this attack itself, which will give us more insight into where prevention may have been possible. But, to say that we have to resign ourselves to this, absolutely not. We don't have to, as a nation, live like this, where this is the news every 5 days or every other day. We just have to do more in the space of prevention.
And I'm not sure if you can speak to this, but how is an attack like this, is it different when you're talking about an LGBTQ nightclub, an actual nightclub business versus, let's say, on a university campus, at a workplace? Is it any different?
I mean, certainly there's different environmental challenges, right? University campuses are, buildings which have a lot of rooms. Nightclubs tend to be one open space, right? Which presents different challenges for being able to do things like locking down or getting out of the way. They also may be more security driven at nightclubs than they are at university campuses, right? Because you're trying to keep people out that you don't want to be there. You're dealing with intoxicated patrons. So, there's different environmental facets that come into play. But, at the end of the day, I think one of the most salient things that differs is this was a targeted hate crime against people of the LGBTQ community in an attempt to further marginalize them.
All right, Dr. Jacqueline Schildkraut, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
I would just say, in the words of Barbara Pomo, who is the owner of Pulse, we will not let hate win. And I think we need to stand with our LGBTQ community and let them know that they are supported even in the face of hate.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And I know I said it last time, but hopefully we will not have you on in the coming days.
Thank you for your time.
All right, 10:11 over on the East Coast, 7:11 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, but back to the headlines here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Information is coming to light on how much investors may lose at the hands of the exchange's founder, former cryptocurrency boy wonder Sam Bankman-Fried. Once valued at $32 billion, a new court filing shows the company's top 10 investors alone represent roughly $1.5 billion in claims, nearly $3.1 billion owed to the top 50 creditors. While names are redacted, investments on the list range from $20 million to over $200 million. But these billion-dollar figures don't account for the remaining nearly 1 million creditors. Some customers put in $10,000 or $20,000. They too may lose everything.
Your show is looking at the top 50, but there are potentially a million, much smaller investors, and proportionally, they're the ones that are really going to get hurt. A lot of young people, FTX heavily, as does most crypto, heavily market to young people.
Finding what money remains is proving difficult. In addition to secretly moving funds from FTX to his sister company, Alameda Research, and what critics are likening to a Ponzi scheme, Sam Bankman-Fried had no standardized accounting procedures. The new FTX CEO sharing, quote, "The FTX group did not maintain centralized control of its cash. Cash management procedural failures included the absence of an accurate list of bank accounts and account signatories." Now, for creditors hoping to recapture those lost funds, the outlook is grim. Court filings reveal just $564 million of the less than $1 billion that has been recovered so far is even liquid. The company now pursuing a potential sale of assets to garner more cash, while also facing Bahamian regulators looking to stake a claim. The government ordering Bankman-Fried to perform an unauthorized transfer of funds to the nation for safekeeping. That wrinkle will take center stage at tomorrow's first bankruptcy hearing. All this as calls for Sam Bankman-Fried to be extradited from the Bahamas to the U.S. Kelly O'Grady for Fox Business.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much for that report. That is a hearing that we are going to be following. It is scheduled for 11 o'clock Eastern time this morning. It does appear, because it's a federal case, that we are not going to be able to get into the courtroom. But again, if we get any more information, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. Historic snowfall over the weekend in the area of Buffalo, New York, with some areas reporting 6 feet of snow. Some operations finally getting back to normal following that big snowstorm. Buffalo, New York is in Erie County. I want to bring in the county's executive, Mark Polenkars, to talk more about how things are looking now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
All right, so the big question here is, how are things looking? It sounds like things are finally starting to open back up.
Yes, all driving bans were eliminated as of yesterday. There are travel advisories in place. We have large pieces of equipment, construction size equipment on the roads, in which we have high lifts, front end payloaders that are taking snow out scoop by scoop and dumping it in the trucks, which are then taking it to a location off site and dumping the snow. It's been one heck of a storm. 80 inches of snow fell basically in 2.5 days. In some areas of the county. City of Buffalo in the immediate downtown got about 2 feet, but just a little south, 10 miles south, they've got over 6 feet. And it's been one heck of a battle, but we're in a good shape. All the driving bans have been lifted, as I stated, though we are recommending to people to, if you can avoid travel, stay off the street, because you're going to be on the street with large equipment that normally you would not see driving down the road because it's helping us recover.
Were you expecting to see this much snow? I know the forecast was starting to build up and it appeared there would be a lot of it, but did you think you'd see this much?
Well, I was hoping we wouldn't see this much, but the original forecast did indicate that we could see 5 feet of snow. And of course, we ended up getting more snow than that. That's what happens with a lake effect storm. You've seen it in the past. In 2014, we had a very similar storm in which 7 feet of snow fell in some areas. Here we had a little less than 7 feet of snow in some areas. So I think what we ended up seeing was more than what the weather forecast originally was for, but not that much more. And so we had to prepare for it. We instituted driving bans before the first snowflake fell. We put and ramped up our operations to the degree that we had it so that we were well prepared for what Mother Nature threw at us. She threw a little bit more than we expected, but I don't know of another part of our country that would have been able to recover as quickly as our region because of the experience we have in battling storms and the incredible teams we have here. So on behalf of the people of this community, I'm just thankful we're able to get through it as quickly as possible.
And I guess, like you said, there's other parts of the country that are not necessarily equipped to deal with this. Buffalo does get quite a bit in the way of snow. So what we were hearing a lot from people who live there is, we get snow all the time. We can go out and drive, no big deal. But that was not the case this time.
That is correct. At various points during the storm, snow was falling at a rate of 5 inches per hour, which is blinding snow. It's whiteout. You can't see where you're going, or you can barely see where you're going. It's very dangerous. A highway where people might normally be traveling at 70 miles an hour is now down to a crawl at 5 to 10 miles an hour. And that's why we recommended to people to stay off the roads. The biggest problem we've had in past storms is people go out, get stuck, and then our plows can't clear the roads off. So we issued the driving bans to keep the roads clear, to allow our equipment to go out there and catch up with the storm as the snow was falling at that incredible rate. Even so, we still weren't able to plow some areas. The snow is so thick and deep in areas, we had to get in there with high lifts and pick it out bucket by bucket, or push it with high lifts to the side of the road because your normal plow wasn't strong enough to do it. Because most people heeded the message and stayed home, it allowed us the opportunity to, here we are on Tuesday morning, and all of Erie County is open, no driving ban is in place. And the last snows actually fell late Saturday, earlier Sunday. So I'm very proud of how our community responded.
And unfortunately, we do know, I believe at last check, that 3 people lost their lives during the storm there. And it appears that it was all when they were clearing their sidewalks, clearing the snow. Is that correct?
That is correct. Unfortunately, in these snow events in the past, we've seen cardiac-related events of heart attacks and the like. The snow was exceptionally wet and heavy. I tried to clear out a little path in my driveway, and I only had about 2 feet of snow, and it was quite an effort. You're trying to clear out 5 feet of snow or greater, and if you have a heart condition, it unfortunately did take 3 lives in our community. And I certainly offer my deepest condolences on behalf of the county to those families and friends of those who were lost. We were afraid that this was going to happen because we've seen it in the past, and it did. And it's just something we have to be cognizant of. There may be a lot of snow falling, but the best thing you can do sometimes is just let it fall. And now it's warmer out. Mother Nature is starting to melt that snow and try to avoid those deaths in the future. So it is very sad. We were afraid that we were going to have more. We didn't, but every death is one death too many.
That is very true. Mark Polenkars, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Just want to thank all the plow drivers, law enforcement, first responders, and the fire community, our 911 call takers. They were very busy for the last 5 to 6 days, and they're going to get some well-due time off because they earned it. But thank you to all for your support of our community during this time.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day and stay safe.
You too.
All right, time now 10:21 over on the East Coast and 7:21 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot to get to, so let's step away for a quick commercial break, but then right back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over Los Angeles. This right here is Sky Fox as they fly back from that major fire that they were covering earlier on this morning. It does appear that fire is out and thankfully no injuries reported. But we love showing you these live views. And again, this is right over Los Angeles. Do want to get back into the headlines now as major pediatric groups are asking President Biden to declare a public health emergency due to the triple-demic or tridemic of flu, COVID, and RSV. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more for us from the White House.
The nationwide pediatric care crisis is intensifying, with more than 80% of children's hospital beds occupied and kids being hospitalized at more than 10 times the pre-pandemic rate. Now the White House is facing questions about how it plans to handle the so-called triple-demic of RSV, flu, and COVID. The Biden administration says it's letting Health and Human Services take the lead, providing assistance to communities on a case-by-case basis.
HHS has been abundantly clear that it can provide resources to jurisdictions as requested, and CDC is doing extensive work with doctors just across the country.
But that might not be enough. The heads of the Children's Hospital Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics warning President Biden that many hospitals simply do not have the resources to handle the large number of infants struggling to breathe. And for some parents, just getting their kids medicine can be difficult. There's a shortage of amoxicillin, with some critics blaming a lack of domestic manufacturing.
We're having supply chain shortages across the board of all drugs from China because of the shutdowns. That's one of the reasons, and we need to make it more domestically.
But health officials still insist getting your flu shot and COVID shots remain the best way to prepare for the winter viruses.
The good news is that the vaccines this year are well matched to the viruses that are currently circulating.
And with the busy holiday season approaching, the CDC is urging Americans to mask up if they are in big public places. They're also recommending people stay home if they're not feeling well. At the White House, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Mark, thank you so much. And unfortunately, hospitals across the country are seeing more and more of those RSV cases and children being hospitalized as a result. Fox's Jonathan Hunt picks up the story from there.
The triple-demic we were warned about is here. Hospitals across the country say they simply don't have enough resources to deal with a major spike in flu and RSV cases, as well as a growing COVID surge. The Children's Hospital Association and American Academy of Pediatrics are calling on the Biden administration to declare a public health emergency, calling the situation unprecedented. Some doctors say it's partly the result of 2 years of masking and social distancing during the COVID pandemic.
Your body's not getting that low level of viral exposure that builds immunity. So that's probably why we're seeing this massive influx of RSV and influenza.
President Biden is urging Americans to get their flu and COVID shots, saying it's the best way to protect families as the holidays approach.
2 years ago, we couldn't even safely have Thanksgiving with large family gatherings. Now we can. That's progress, and let's keep it going.
Meanwhile, anxious parents have started masking up again in public, hoping to keep their kids safe until the numbers come down.
We're just taking normal precautions. After living through COVID the last few years, parents have had to just be adaptable.
Children are now being hospitalized with RSV at a rate more than 10 times higher than before the pandemic. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Jonathan, thank you. Taking a live look once again right here over the Los Angeles area as Sky Fox is flying back from that major fire that we were watching burn earlier on this morning. We know no injuries were reported there, so definitely good news, but it did appear, based on the size of the flames, that building was a total loss. Any updates we get from our Fox LA team, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. We've been mentioning this quite a bit, but holiday travel expected to pick up tomorrow. Wednesday is going to be the busiest travel day we have seen in about 3 years. That is the latest information provided by the FAA. I do want to take you to some more information here about that travel. Our friends over at Fox 35 Orlando tracking the Florida Highway Patrol as they track the increased air traffic and road traffic.
Here at the FDOT Transportation Management Center, you can see folks are monitoring the roadways right now. They're making sure that the streets are cleared for traffic to safely go through. Of course, if there's any crashes, they monitor that and they put them up on those big billboards you see light up on the freeways and intersections as well. Then if you walk with me over here, you can see some of the screens that are really a snapshot of all of Central Florida's primary transportation ways. You know, 2.9 million Floridians are going to travel this busy Thanksgiving week, and 2.7 of those are going to be hitting the roadways. So if you thought gas prices was slowing people down, it's not deterring folks at all. In fact, take a listen to what officials here have to say.
We are monitoring the roadways 24 hours a day. You know, if a vehicle breaks down or if there's an incident, we can dispatch road rangers.
Really important is also to check your spare tire and your tires are rotated properly.
All right, good advice from our Fox 35 Orlando team. If you do plan on traveling, a lot of people, though, will fly around the country or internationally. A lot of people still, though, are going to hit the road. So expect a lot of traffic if you are going to leave tomorrow. But same situation if you are flying. And hey, if you're taking a train, same situation there. 10:30 on the East Coast and 7:30 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for a quick commercial break and then right back to the headlines. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back into the headlines right now. We do have this breaking news that we have been covering throughout the morning. New information after a driver slammed his car into an Apple store in Massachusetts yesterday, killing at least one person and injuring 16 others. The district attorney in Hingham, where this happened, now saying the 53-year-old driver, identified as Bradley Rain, is being charged with reckless homicide by motor vehicle. He was arrested last night and will be arraigned in the county's district court at some point today. Not sure on that time just yet, but we'll bring it to you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I want to send it over to Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams to break down exactly what happened during that crash.
Tragedy as the holiday shopping season is getting into full swing. An SUV plowing into a busy Apple store in Hingham, Massachusetts.
This morning was an unthinkable morning, and people are trying to get through it and process what happened.
Emergency responders called to the scene less than an hour after the store opened. Several witnesses called 911 to report a dark-colored vehicle had jumped the curb and crashed right through Apple's plate glass storefront window.
I just heard like glass shatter, and there was just a gaping hole in the middle of the Apple store.
The SUV struck multiple people, trapping a number of them inside. Victims were spotted on the ground. Some were treated by bystanders who provided first aid. First responders jumped in to render emergency treatment as soon as they got there.
16 people have been transported to hospitals, 14 to South Shore hospitals, 2 to Boston hospitals. There's been 1 fatality.
We have multiple patients with life-threatening and limb-threatening injuries.
Investigators are being tight-lipped about details of the driver and whether the incident was accidental or intentional. The driver was not among the people taken to the hospital for treatment. Investigators are looking at surveillance footage from inside the store to determine what happened.
Regarding the operator of the motor vehicle, we're looking into that. Regarding the status of the motor vehicle, we're looking into that.
Authorities say this is still an active criminal investigation, and they do know who the driver is. Reporting in New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And as we mentioned, that driver has now officially been charged with reckless homicide. As we get more details on that, we'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But the district attorney confirming that the 53-year-old driver, identified as Bradley Rain, has been charged with reckless homicide by motor vehicle. I want to get to the latest now on another story that we have been tracking very closely here on Live Now. Investigators with the FBI and Idaho State Police were back at the home Monday where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. Police investigating the deaths have asked for patience as they gather evidence. It's been a week since the 4 roommates were found stabbed to death, and no suspects have been named and there have been no arrests. Police have also not found the murder weapon and once again say this is an active investigation. Fox News correspondent Dan Springer has the update from Moscow, Idaho.
Tonight, police in Moscow, Idaho expanding their search for the killer of 4 University of Idaho students in a rental house just off campus. They're now asking for everyone in a large surrounding area to check surveillance cameras for possible evidence. This as investigators search for clues in and around the brutal crime scene. Police now say the 911 call came from the phone of one of the roommates who was in the house at the time of the slayings and unhurt. Police also say several other people were in the house before the first cops arrived. They thought their friends had just passed out. They are not under suspicion, but police still believe there was a specific target.
We believe they're targeted because we take a totality of all the circumstances.
The bodies were found in bedrooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The victims likely attacked while they slept. Some managed to fight back, suffering defensive wounds, including Kaylee Gonsalves, whose father spoke with Lawrence Jones of Fox News.
They're telling us that there's so much evidence that it's going to take a lot of time to process it all. This wasn't like a pinpoint crime. This person was sloppy.
With the killer still on the loose, the University of Idaho isn't sure how many students will come back after the holiday break.
We're making security our top priority. We are also planning for the very real possibility that some students aren't comfortable returning to campus. We will do our best to meet the needs of all students.
So many people in this college town impacted by this frightening crime, and so many family and friends grieving. Today, the first of the victim funerals as Ethan Chapin is laid to rest in Washington State. In Moscow, Idaho, Dan Springer, Fox News.
Dan, thank you. We are going to continue to follow this investigation, and we do have those several crews that are following this to get the latest information. Let's head over to Zach Anders with our Fox 13 Seattle team, showing us how one of those victims is being remembered.
In Mount Vernon, where the memorial service for Ethan Chapin is taking place as this community comes together to mourn one of their own.
From Moscow, Idaho, still no answers. Who killed these 4 University of Idaho students?
including Ethan Chapin, a 20-year-old Skagit Valley native. A service for his life held this afternoon in Mount Vernon. His mother sharing a short statement surrounded by her family.
Today we're here to honor the life and legacy of our son and brother, Ethan Chapin, one of the most incredible people you'll ever know.
Many hugs shared among the hundreds remembering this young man's life, taken senselessly almost 2 weeks ago, with police still far behind in an investigation that we know lacks a murder weapon, a totality of those involved, and especially any suspects.
Together, we want to extend gratitude to the following. Our neighbors in Mount Vernon and LaConner, our extended family and friends who serve as beacons of strength, the Moscow Police Department, who now carry the burden every day, not only for us, but for all of the impacted families.
Monday's service, a chance for the family and this community to remember, while investigators have stayed away, work around the clock to find a brutal killer. Police telling the media they expect to provide another update Wednesday afternoon. And you'll be able to see behind me as well as this service is coming to a close that it was actually at capacity. The 650 seats inside were totally full, standing room only in the back. They actually had to turn people away. There was such a huge response for Ethan up here in Mount Vernon tonight. Reporting from Mount Vernon, Zach Anders, Fox 13 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 13 Seattle team for that information. And of course, we've been following this possible rail strike here just in time for the Christmas shopping season. The nation's freight rail system may once again be on the verge of a strike. I do want to bring in Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence to help break down exactly what is going on. Thank you so much for being here.
Hey, Josh, yeah, and mark down December 5th on your calendar because that's the date, the first possible date there could be a strike related to this. There is some talk, some negotiation going on between the unions and the rail companies to try and work this out beforehand. But the very first, the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Services employees could strike on December 5th. Now, there's another union that has turned down this contract also, the Smart TD union. That's the second largest rail union in the United States. Their first possible strike date is December 9th. In all, 4 unions have now said no to this contract, and those 3 other unions, December 9th is the date. So what you could see is that the first union may push back to December 9th, so all the unions would strike on the same day. But again, this is something they're trying to avert.
Of course, and the real question here is, what is the White House doing, and is it out of the president's hands?
Yeah, at this point, the president says that he's getting briefed on what's happening. They're having discussions about what to do next, but this is really out of the president's hands. By law, the president cannot force the unions to sign the contract. Only Congress could step in and do that. And you're starting to see some industry groups go in and ask members of Congress to say, hey, step in, force the unions to sign on to this to avert a strike. As of right now, that has not happened. But you have for example, the Chemistry Council. That industry group says that in that industry alone, if there's a prolonged strike, they'll have 700,000 layoffs because the stuff that the industry makers make, the chemicals, they can't go on the trucks or on the trains. They can't get transported. Therefore, those folks lose their jobs. This could have a ripple effect in the economy. $2 billion a day would be the hit if there is a strike, because all the stuff on trains would have to go on trucks. But again, specifically when you're talking about chemicals, those jobs could be lost if this is a prolonged strike.
I mean, this is a real possibility at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, we're very close. I mean, we got the holidays now coming in. The two sides, again, or all of the sides, I should say, are talking. But these holidays are here. Congress has a very short time to act if they decide to force the unions into a contract. You know, Congress doesn't do anything quickly, it seems. So this could be a real possibility coming into the Christmas holiday shopping season, barring some last-minute issue. Now, the sticking point in this is the other stuff in the contract, because the contract that was negotiated gave a 14.1% raise immediately, and then the workers would get a 24% raise by 2024. But the problem for the unions was the paid leave and sick time off, which the contract didn't give as much of that as they wanted. So that's the real sticking point. It's not the salary or the money, it's the other stuff that the unions want to have.
And you kind of touched on this, but a lot of people will hear possible rail strike and think, I don't ride a train, it doesn't affect me.
Right.
But there's a lot more to it, and it could affect just about everyone in America.
Exactly. You're going to get a bicycle for Christmas or Hanukkah. Well, that bicycle gets on off a boat. That boat puts it on a train. The train sends it out throughout the rest of this country. Almost everything that we buy goes on a train at some point. If you're going to try and put all of that stuff that's on trains on trucks, one, there aren't enough drivers for that. There's already a shortage and a supply crunch. Two, it's going to push up the price for trucking because the demand is going to go up and become extreme. Three, you're going to have shortages of products because trucks simply can't move the volume that trains move. So that's all going to be a huge issue.
All right, Edward Lawrence, as always, thanks for being here. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Well, thanks, Josh. Yeah, I do want to say it's very interesting because the average salary for a rail worker in the United States today is $127,000. That's in the top 10% of U.S. industries. To put that into perspective, a construction worker will average $84,000. A manufacturing worker will average $83,000. This new contract puts that average for a rail worker at $160,000 a year. So a lot of folks are looking at this and saying, well, why aren't they just going to take the money? Now, two things happens with that. One, it does push inflation because when you push the costs for employees up that high, they're going to pass that on to all the products that ride on that. Then all those products could pass that on to the customer. So there is inflation pressure with this contract that they have here, but it does put them in the top, or keeps them in the top 10% of employees or professions in the United States in terms of average pay.
All right, Edward Lawrence, thank you so much as always. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, 10:45 on the East Coast, and it is 7:45 over on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A shot that I keep seeing pop up here is showing over Los Angeles. This is a beautiful shot as Skyfox is flying overhead. They were, of course, at that big fire that we were watching earlier on this morning. Thankfully, no injuries, but that building has been destroyed. We also are getting a feed of a court hearing coming in. We told you just a short time ago that the suspect accused of driving into that Apple store just yesterday, killing one person in Massachusetts. This hearing is underway, but I'm not sure just yet if we do have any audio. Our producers are listening in to see if we can hear anything. So I'm actually going to pop up the audio right now. And if not, we will go right to a commercial break.
Your right to counsel, okay? Sure. All right. Commonwealth, any requests?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. David Cutshall for the Commonwealth. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is requesting $100,000 cash bail to assure this defendant's appearance, as well as the condition that he be ordered not to operate a motor vehicle during the pendency of the case. The essential allegations in this case are summarized in a State Police Detective Unit report alleging that on yesterday's date, November 21st of 2022, at approximately 10:45 a.m., the Hingham Police Department received numerous 911 calls for a single motor vehicle crash at the Apple store in the Derby Street shops. This is a large shopping center consisting of several retail shops and restaurants. There's a large parking lot in the middle of the shops and travel lanes that run around the perimeter of the parking lot. During business hours, there is a high amount of motor vehicle traffic, pedestrian traffic, and a high amount of customers in the retail shops. Investigators determined that a 2019 Toyota 4Runner had crashed into the front of the Apple store and proceeded through the retail section before coming to its final resting point in the left rear corner of the Apple store. They noted that the entrance is approximately 30 feet from the travel lane of the parking lot. The front of the store consists of large windows and glass doors that extend to the base of the building, and a large gaping hole was observed through the glass window to the right of the main entrance. In the rear of the store, the 4Runner came to rest against the rear wall, which sustained severe damage, causing it to collapse in spots and push into a hallway behind the wall. Investigators interviewed witnesses and viewed surveillance video, which appeared to show the dark-colored SUV traveling at a consistent high rate of speed down the travel lane and directly into the Apple store. Numerous customers and employees were inside and outside the Apple store at this time. A total of approximately 21 victims were identified at the crash scene. Most of them sustained serious bodily injuries and were transported to area hospitals. One victim, however, a 65-year-old man from New Jersey named Kevin Bradley, tragically lost his life and was pronounced deceased by first responders on scene. The driver of this 2019 Toyota 4Runner at the time of the fatal crash was identified as this defendant, Bradley Ryan. He voluntarily went with police back to the Hingham Police Station to be interviewed. The interview was audio and video recorded with his consent, and he was given his Miranda warnings prior to the interview beginning. The defendant stated that he had been shopping that morning at the Derby Street shops. He stated that while driving in the area of Barnes and Noble, his right foot became stuck on the accelerator and the vehicle accelerated. He stated that he used his left foot to try to brake, but was unable to stop the vehicle and the crash through the front of the Apple store. He stated that he had no medical issues that would impair his ability to operate a vehicle safely. He stated that the vehicle had no mechanical issues to his knowledge, and he denied consuming any alcohol or drugs that day. He agreed to take a preliminary breath test, which registered a reading of 0, and he allowed investigators to search his cellular phone, and he consented to a voluntary blood draw. Following that, the defendant was arrested and booked at the Hingham Police Station. This investigation is ongoing. The defendant has no criminal record in Massachusetts, although his driver's history does reflect a December 2020 involvement in Vermont, a charge of driving under the influence, and court records for that offense show that it was later expunged. Based on the extremely serious facts in this case and the potential penalties that the defendant faces, the Commonwealth submits that $100,000 cash bail is necessary and sufficient to assure his appearance at future dates, and we request that he be ordered not to operate a vehicle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any evidence that the defendant had any connection to the Apple store?
There is no information contained within the probable cause report that was authored by the state police about any connections of the defendant to any individuals within the Apple store at that time. As I indicated, the investigation is ongoing.
And are there any prior mental health issues reported or any concerns by you?
There are no issues reflected in the probable cause report that was authored by the state police, but the investigation is ongoing at this time.
All right, thank you. And Attorney King, we asked you to be appointed for bail only to the defendant. Did you have enough time to speak to him regarding these requests?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'll hear from you now.
I'm asking Your Honor to set bail at $20,000, which is the amount set by the clerk at the police station last night, but also for no more than $50,000. He is able to afford $50,000, so I'm asking between $20,000 and $50,000. As I said, $20,000 is the amount set at the station last night. Though the outcome of this accident was horrific, and I don't want to downplay that, it was just that. It wasn't an accident. As you heard from the summary of the state police report, Mr. Ryan was very cooperative with the police, agreed to searches, to breathalyzer, to speaking with them. He was not under the influence of alcohol. He blew 0.0 on preliminary breathalyzer, and the blood draw should come back with nothing in the system as well. And as he explained, his foot got stuck on the accelerator. As he explained it to me, it was between the accelerator pedal and the side, and his foot got stuck. He tried to move his foot, get it unstuck, so he could stop. He also tried to brake with his other foot while he was doing that, but he was unable to. And it's just really unfortunate accident. There's also no reason to believe that Mr. Ryan will not appear in court. As you heard, he has no criminal record. There was one part that was expunged, no prior record, and he has lengthy ties to his community. He's been living at his current address for about a year and a half, but has been in Massachusetts for about 30 years. Has family here. He got divorced about a year and a half ago, but he has 2 kids who live with their mother in Natick, though his son is 21 years old and he's currently in college at Denver University, but lives with his mom in his home. And Mr. Ryan sees his kids and talks to them often. He's planning on spending holidays, both Thanksgiving and Christmas, with them and his brother and sister and their families. He also spends a lot of time hiking, mountain biking, skiing, fishing, and other things with his kids. He's very close to them, very family-oriented with them. He also has, as I said, a brother and sister who live in the area. They each have 3 kids that Mr. Ryan is also very close to. Mr. Ryan is not currently working. He was last working about a year ago doing software sales, technology field. But quit his job, wanted to take some time off, regroup with his divorce. He started looking for a job again, probably still in technology sales, but hoping to work in the alternative energy business, and has been talking to a couple different companies hoping to get a job. Mr. Ryan does not drink, does not have any mental health issues. As I said, this is just an unfortunate accident, and I believe that $20,000 to $50,000 is sufficient to ensure his appearance in court to fight this case, and he will agree to the condition of not fighting.
Commonwealth, is there any request to stay away, have no contact with any of the other alleged victims or witnesses?
Commonwealth does not anticipate that being an issue with this case.
Okay.
He does not have a connection with the people in the story. As I said, just an unfortunate accident.
Okay. All right, thank you both. Well, based on the defendant's financial resources, which he self-reported, the nature and circumstances of the offense, and the potential penalty that the defendant faces, but also considering his ties to the community and his lack of any record in Massachusetts, the court does feel that bail is necessary to ensure his appearance. I am going to set bail in the amount of $100,000 cash based on all of those factors. I am going to order that he is not to operate a motor vehicle while this case is pending. I'm also going to order that should the defendant seek to leave the state while this case is pending, he must first seek the approval of the court by filing a motion with the court. So he's not to travel out of state for work or family while this case is pending without first coming to court and obtaining permission from the court. He is also ordered not to be charged with anything else in any state while this case is pending. If you violate those conditions, sir, if you get charged with anything else or you violate the other conditions set by the court, you could be brought back in on this matter and held without bail in jail up to 90 days. You do have a right to a bail review in Superior Court on the amount of bail that I have set. You can talk to Attorney King about exercising that right on your behalf. Attorney King at this time is appointed for bail only purposes. I'm going to set a date for appearance of counsel. You must come back to court in person on that next date and either have an attorney with you or report to the court what your plans are regarding obtaining an attorney. If you find based on your financial circumstances that you want the court to reevaluate your ability to get an attorney, you can ask to readdress that on the next date that you come back if you don't have counsel hired, okay? But listen to the clerk. She's going to give you a date for appearance of counsel.
Okay, Mr. Ryan, your next court date is 12/22 for counsel appointment hearing. The defendant will be held on $100,000 cash bail and is ordered not to operate a motor vehicle. And if the defendant seeks to leave the state, he must get the approval of the court to travel by form of motion.
All right, that right there was the hearing underway, the initial court appearance for Bradley Ryan, 53 years old. He is charged with reckless homicide and claims here that his foot got stuck on the accelerator, causing him to crash into that Apple store in Hingham, Massachusetts yesterday, killing one person and injuring more than a dozen other people. Another court date set for next month here, but as you heard there, that was his initial court appearance, again identified as Bradley Rain, charged with reckless homicide. 10:58 on the East Coast and 7:58 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and then we will get right back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 11 o'clock on the dot on the East Coast and 8 o'clock on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol there in Washington, D.C. Not a cloud in the sky. Back to the headlines now. House Republican lawmakers are preparing their next steps following the midterm election. They're planning a slew of investigations, but they may run into some trouble within the party as some members question who will lead them. Democrats are also optimistic they'll be able to halt some of their proposals due to a slim majority and control in the Senate. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel takes a closer look.
Fresh off the midterm elections, Republican lawmakers are promising investigations into the southern border, the origins of COVID-19, and Hunter Biden's business dealings once they officially take control of the House in January.
We need to stand up and fight and do the things that we campaign on. I want to see fight out of our leadership.
They could have a tough road ahead of them with a slim majority and questions over whether GOP leader Kevin McCarthy will have enough support to become Speaker.
It's not the size of the gavel, it's the power of the gavel of who holds it.
And at the annual Thanksgiving turkey pardon Monday, President Biden took aim at predictions the GOP would beat the stuffing out of Democrats.
The only red wave this season is going to be a German Shepherd Commander knocks over the cranberry sauce on our table.
Meantime, Democrats are poised to elect new and younger leadership, with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi withdrawing from her post along with House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. They're voicing their support for Congressman Hakeem Jeffries to lead the Democrats.
We will fiercely and vigorously oppose any attempts at Republican overreach and any Republican extremism.
Democrats did maintain control of the Senate and are aggressively trying to win their 51st seat. Former President Barack Obama says he'll travel to Georgia December 1st to campaign in Senator Raphael Warnock's runoff race against Republican Herschel Walker. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much. All right, taking a live look at Houston, Texas right now. Those roads not as congested as you might expect on the week of Thanksgiving. Holiday travel, though, is going to pick up, especially tomorrow, which is considered to be the busiest travel day of the year. More than 2.5 million people will board planes this Sunday after Thanksgiving, but are airlines ready for that holiday rush? Fox Business correspondent Grady Trimble has more for us from Chicago.
The number of people flying each day has been at or near pre-pandemic levels for some time now. In fact, AAA says this Thanksgiving will be one of the busiest for travel in more than 2 decades. But there are questions as to whether the airlines can handle the rush this holiday travel season, especially after the mass delays and cancellations in the spring and summer. Even though almost as many people are flying as in 2019, the airlines have cut routes because of the shortage of pilots and other key staff like mechanics and flight attendants. That smaller supply, combined with strong demand and high jet fuel prices, means you're paying a lot more to travel this Turkey Day. The travel booking app Hopper says domestic airfare is up about 8% from last year. The average cost of a round trip in the U.S. is around $380. Hotels are a lot more expensive as well, up some 15% from a year ago. But the travelers we've talked to at the airport today say they don't mind shelling out big money to get out.
It takes saving some miles, pre-planning, trying to find the most cost-effective flights. It's a little bit different and tougher this year.
Usually before, it's like 200, one something, but now it's like $600, $700, $800.
Hopper says if you're looking to save money on flights and hotels, the best time to buy this time of year is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. They call it Travel Deal Tuesday and say you can save as much as $300 on your trip. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
All right, taking another live look here at Houston, Texas. I love this shot here. It's a beautiful start to the day. Unfortunately, pretty cloudy out there, and many of the cities in that area dealing with the same situation. This week expected to kick off that bustling holiday travel season. Wednesday, as we mentioned, the busiest travel day of the year. Fox's Rowena Shaddix caught up with some of the travelers who came home to Sacramento, California ahead of the busy crowds.
Just really wanted to be home for my birthday, so we just timed it.
And Isabella Marriott's dad timed getting her from college in Tennessee back home to Sacramento for her 21st birthday today perfectly, ahead of the large crowd expected this week.
And my mom also flew in for the birthday and Thanksgiving, so it'll be fun.
The college senior is among the 4.5 million people who are flying to their Thanksgiving destination. That's 8% higher than last year, according to AAA. And nearly 49 million people are expected to travel by car. Well, AAA says about 55 million people are expected to travel for Thanksgiving, and out of that, more than 7 million are from California. That includes these two sorority sisters and high school friends from Sacramento who wanted to beat the crowds.
Because we anticipated it to be super crowded, and it wasn't, which is nice.
They'll enjoy Turkey Day with their families and head back to school in Long Beach on Sunday.
Hopefully it won't be too bad. I feel like it is going to be pretty busy, though, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll get there early.
That's a good plan. Jose de la Cruz also planned well, leaving Mexico to head home to Sac today.
My schedule, it was kind of expensive, but there's a lot of people traveling, right now. The next week is going to be packed.
Still, all of them agree the traveling is well worth it.
Enjoy the holidays, too.
From Sac International Airport, Rowena Shaddix, Fox 40 News.
All right, thank you so much. So that's going to be the case at just about every airport across the country here as people do try to hit the skies. They want to go visit family members, friends, just about anyone. Unfortunately, the roads will pretty much look the same, but I can tell you over on the waters, there's going to be cruises, and people are pretty excited about that. Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks has more on that for us.
Here in the Sunshine State sits the cruise capital of the world, Port Miami, where cargo is coming in and out, and so are the passengers on cruise ships.
We have 9 mega cruise terminals here, and when we have all of our cruise terminals full, we can be pushing up to 70,000 passengers in and out in one day. Before the pandemic, we were pushing about 6.8 million passengers annually through our port.
The pandemic reduced those numbers over the last 2 years, but as more countries loosen COVID-19 restrictions, more travelers are ready to sail the sea.
We are coming from the Bahamas.
How was the trip?
Great. It was awesome. A wonderful experience. I was happy to be out, finally have a good time, and to be around people.
And like the Reeds, many people are traveling from all over the country to leave from Port Miami, a home port for many vessels.
When you home port to a port, the vessel will come alongside at around 6 in the morning, and it'll debark 6,000 passengers and their luggage, and they'll embark another 6,000 passengers and their luggage, plus provisions, plus food, plus water, plus bunkers, plus fuel, all in a matter of 9 hours.
There are more than 500 full-time employees working year-round preparing for passengers. But November 1st is game day, marking the busiest time of year for Port Miami until the end of April. And it has everything to do with holidays and who travelers are bringing along.
We have bigger groups, bigger families, and a higher drive market as well. So there's much more passengers that are coming in, filling our parking facilities, and coming in as full groups and full families.
But staff here say they'll do the hard part in making sure things are running smoothly. All you have to do is bring the essentials.
Pack your bags, pack your bathing suits and your flip-flops, and get ready for cruising all over again.
At Port Miami, Mitty Hicks, Fox Weather.
Yeah, so people traveling by road, they're going to be traveling by boat, by air, pretty much everything covered right there. 11:10 over on the East Coast and 8:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, but we will get right back to the headlines here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, 11:12 on the East Coast, 8:12 on the West Coast. As you can see right now, we do have a live news conference that is underway. I do want to listen in. This is the governor of Maryland, and he is speaking about the lottery. So let's listen in to see what he has to say about this apparently ongoing situation.
This is something that the voters overwhelmingly chose to do in the state, and now we've just got to get it implemented.
Governor,
Yep.
I have two questions, maybe for Mr. Martin. In terms of the goals that the legislature expressed pretty strongly over a long period of time to make sure that the community of license holders reflected the state's diversity, can you talk about the 7? And I'm curious also, do all 7 of the license holders who go live tomorrow, do they have electronic protections for situations where a gambler may be chasing losses and digging a big financial hole for themselves? So let me address the first question. Clearly, the legislation, the intent of the legislation was to make sure that there was diversity and inclusion among the license holders, the people who had an equity stake in the business. And as we're all well aware, the first attempts at getting that in place, looking at race, ethnic, and gender issues, was not necessarily something that we could pursue. And so we looked at other options, and that included a change in the application process where we were looking for licensees to have 5% or more participation from individuals with a personal net worth of less than $1.847 million, which allowed us to more equitably level the playing field. And all of the 10 licenses awarded last week by SWARC met that criteria. Are there any women or people of color in ownership? Yes. Can you characterize the number in any way? Well, certainly we have, most notably, Long Shots, which is a 100% woman-owned business in Frederick. We have Riverboat on the Potomac, which is also minority held. And we saw some very creative ways that people got to their 5% requirement. The folks at Live Casino had a employee sharing program where up to 90 of their employees now are participants in the success. So each one met the criteria for providing the application for the licensing. And on the problem gambler piece, I mean, will apps know if someone is digging a hole for themselves that they can't? Understanding that people are responsible. Sure. Sure. Well, each app allows you those player protections. So you can set dollar limits, you can set time limits in terms of betting behaviors. So those things are in place in all of the platforms.
Some practical questions for people who are looking to use these apps. I mean, can I use any app from my couch? Do I have to use a certain app if I live in a certain place? Is there a limit to how much I can bet? Can I drive from Virginia? So if you can kind of walk me through kind of what the experience would be like and what people can and cannot do.
Sure, sure. Well, first and foremost, they have to be within the geographic borders of the state of Maryland. And they have to then get an app. Right now, there will be 7 of them available tomorrow, but the potential is to get to 21 apps over the next 12 months. Once they identify which app or apps they want to participate in, they then register with those apps just like you would register in any other platform, and then you fund your account. And again, that funding mechanism allows you to put in place some player protections and guidelines so that you stay within a budgeted amount. But from that point on, the systems are pretty much run by the sports books, and our role as regulators is just to make sure they stay within those guidelines. Sports you're not allowed to bet on? Oh, I'm sure there are. Yeah, I'm sure there are. Again, politics is one example. I mean, several months ago, the industry kind of made a stand against some of the Russian sporting activities going on with the situation with the Ukraine. But each entity, each jurisdiction, Maryland being one of them, we look and evaluate which games we will offer with our sports books. But yes, there is. It sometimes seems like there's too many, but other times some people are looking for others that may not be there. Governor, you talked a little bit about, or at least a number of times, the slowness of the process. You used the word obstruction. Part of that was the review that was done in an effort to ensure diversity. How much of that review, in your opinion, slowed down the process and perhaps was needed or unnecessary?
Well, I think they were attempting to add different things in that weren't part of the legislation, and it added at least a year to the process, maybe more.
Governor, I have a question for you, and this is in regards to Baltimore City's 300 homicide approaching. What are you saying, what do you think, and what are some of the concerns that you have?
Well, it's same concerns I think we've all had for a long time, and it's a kind of a tragic milestone, but it doesn't come as any surprise. We've gone over 300 murders many years in a row, and it still, frustrates me that many of the things that we could do to stop this still haven't been implemented, and tougher sentences for these repeat violent offenders and the people that are committing the murder so we can get them off the streets. But we've invested more money into Baltimore City than anybody in history, including $1.5 billion into public safety, and given the mayor every single request they've asked for. But it's going to take, getting really bad violent criminals off the streets and prosecuting them. We have a new prosecutor coming in. Hopefully, it's once focus on that, and then people just actually get in jail time.
On that, I wanted to ask, have you had any conversations, or do you see any roads to get the Violent Firearm Offender Act through? I know it stalled the last couple of years. We have a new administration coming in. Have you talked to us more about that?
I have, actually. I think hopefully there will be a path. We have been pushing for this for 8 years. It has more than 80% approval of all voters statewide, 87% among Baltimore City residents, because they're the ones most impacted by the violent crime. And I shared all that with Wes Moore and said that perhaps the obstruction that we got from the city leaders, maybe he could have a better job of convincing them how important it was. We've been through 4 mayors and 5 police commissioners and continued to not get them on board. And I think maybe with the new administration and relationship that he'll have a better chance convincing them that they've got to do something about violent crime. It's certainly what all of their citizens want.
Speaking of Baltimore City, last night the City Council approved the pension plan change, going from 8 years to 12 years. Do you think that's fiscally responsible? Does it send the wrong message to the cities themselves? They fast-track this plan. They take their time when it comes to other legislation dealing with violent crime, but this seems to have no problem getting through.
Look, I think the voters were very clear that they supported term limits. They're not pleased in general with their elected leaders. I think they all have very low approval ratings. And they're not, certainly with hitting 300 murders yesterday, I don't know that they think they're doing an incredible job. And I would say some people would probably argue that they deserve, pink slips instead of pay raises.
Governor, back on sports betting, you talked about placing one of the first bets at a physical location. When this goes live tomorrow, do you plan on placing a bet? What app are you going to use, and who are you going to bet on?
Well, I don't want to, show any favoritism toward any app. It might be unfair, like advertising, but I've never done it before, and and I'm not the most technology-oriented guy, so I'm gonna have to get somebody to help me figure out how to put an app on my phone and then use it. But maybe I might place a bet on the Ravens or the Terps or something just to say I did it.
You have that clock on your desk counting down until your time is out. This was one of the big things to get done before you left. What else is left on that list?
The clock actually stopped, believe it or not, but I think it's something happened to the clock. So maybe, I don't know. I'm not trying to, not leave when the time runs out, but I can't see that with click to click. I think it's down to 58 days or something like that. We're gonna keep doing everything we can. But yeah, we're making announcements and taking actions just about every other day, and we're going to continue to do that for the next couple months.
Do you have any thoughts on the race for state party chair, and any thoughts or advice on positioning for future success?
No.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening into a live news conference with the governor of Maryland making this announcement about mobile sports betting. They have been trying to do this for a while. He's kind of breaking down what is going to happen, as well as breaking down some of the issues that have popped up. We'll bring you more on that throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to get back into the headlines right here, as there is a lot going on. So The investigation continues after 4 University of Idaho students were found stabbed to death. At this point, no suspects have been named and there are no arrests as that investigation does resume. Ted Williams with Fox News joins us live from the scene to break down the latest information here. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks for having me.
So what is the latest information that we have? This has been going on now for about a week.
Yeah, it's very frustrating because we don't really have, unfortunately, a great deal of information. The authorities are going to hold a press conference on Wednesday afternoon, and hopefully they'll be able to give us more information than we already have. But we do know that yesterday afternoon they somewhat expanded the crime scene to try to take measurements and to conduct a further investigation.
All right, so do we know at this point about a murder weapon, the use of the knife? I know that the coroner was saying that it appeared that they were stabbed to death.
Well, the coroner has clearly said that they all were stabbed to death, and it was, according to the coroner, it was a large knife that was used. One of the problems we're having here is there may very well be some misreportings about the size of the knife. We really don't know, and you can't tell by the various wounds about the body or the actual kind of knife that was used. All we do know is that it was a large knife.
And my understanding is that one of the roommates actually used their phone to call 911. Is that correct?
You know, that's one of the troubling aspects of the case that we learned at the last press conference, and that is that there were 2 surviving roommates on the morning of these killings. These killings took place early Sunday morning. It was 9 hours later that the roommate's telephone was used to call law enforcement. But before law enforcement was called, apparently the roommates or someone associated with those 2 surviving roommates called other individuals. Those individuals came to this location that's over my shoulder here, the crime scene, and they were here before law enforcement. And I got to tell you, that's deeply concerning because we're always in law enforcement concerned about the contamination of a crime scene. And if these are individuals, as I've said, were here before law enforcement, there very well could have been some contamination of the crime scene.
Have these roommates or the folks who are there, have they been cleared at this point as possible suspects? Is that still being determined?
Law enforcement at their last press conference said that the 2 surviving roommates are not suspects, but I hope that they are questioning them strongly. And my rationale behind that is I've been all over this city, and individuals in the city, citizens, are asking the same question, and that is, how can 4 people be stabbed and you have 2 surviving roommates and they did not appear to have heard anything? That is certainly a big question mark in this investigation. These were very traumatic, vicious stabbings of these various roommates. There were 4 of them, and the medical examiner has said that there was a great deal of blood. And it has also been reported that there may have very well been defensive wounds about the bodies of some of the victims. And as a result of that, you would have to believe that they fought. And if they fought, you would have to believe that the roommates should have heard something. From what we've been told, they did not hear anything. So this is very suspect, I must say.
It's just like you said, the people in the town there saying, how can something like this happen? You have 4 people who are brutally murdered in the worst possible way, but at this point, so many questions still remaining.
Absolutely, and that is what I'm sure investigators are piecing together. Well, one of the things I always say in these investigations is that the investigators themselves know a great deal more than they put out to the public. But the information that you put out to the public it's important that that information is truthful information. We had initially been told that the community itself was not at harm or would be harmed by virtue of the killer being out there. Now they've had to walk that back and say that they don't know who or where the killer is, and that everyone in this community should be vigilant. And I think that that's the right and proper position to take. There's some questioning about the fact that the law enforcement initially put out that these individuals were targeted. They've still held to that. But I question that also. It seems to me that if they know that these individuals were targeted, they should have more information at this stage as to who actually targeted these individuals. That information has not been provided to the public.
So many questions there that we're going to have to wait to get answers on. Ted Williams with Fox News, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
11:29 over on the East Coast and 8:29 on the West Coast. I do want to take you out to the White House briefing room right now. We are expecting Karine Jean-Pierre to be speaking any moment now. She will answer questions from reporters there, as she always does. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But for now, let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look inside the White House briefing room right now. This is a shot that you have probably seen quite a bit here on Live Now from Fox. We are expecting Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre to enter the room shortly here, and she will address members of the media answering questions relating to just about every topic. I'm not sure if these normally start on time. It was slated to go at about 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. As you can see right now, it is 11:32. Once that does start, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to get back into the headlines here. We were talking a bit earlier about the situation there in Idaho with those murders that at this point do remain unsolved. We heard from one of the victims' mothers at a vigil that was held last night. As we wait for this news conference to get underway, I do want to play that back for you raw and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
Today we're here to honor the life and legacy of our son and brother, Ethan Chapin, one of the most incredible people you'll ever know. Together, we want to extend gratitude to the following. Our neighbors in Mount Vernon and LaConner, Washington, and the local communities of Priest Lake and Moscow, Idaho, for their ongoing support and care. Our extended family and friends who serve as beacons of strength and remain by our side throughout every moment. The Moscow Police Department, who now carry the burden every day, not only for us, but for all of the impacted families. And the many strangers across the country, your outreach and kind words are profoundly touching. Please know we now consider all of you friends. And lastly, we thank the media for keeping this story top of mind. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
And those were some of the comments that were made last night during one of the memorial services that was held for just one of those 4 University of Idaho students who were killed there in that home. They were all roommates, and as you just heard from Ted Williams with Fox News, there are just so many questions about what happened, and at this point, no suspects have been identified, and that murder weapon has not been located. Again, we are taking a live look here inside the White House briefing room, where we do expect Karine Jean-Pierre to begin speaking any moment now. She will take questions from the media, from reporters there, as she does on just about every topic. So we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it does pop up here on the screen. For now, though, I do want to get back into the headlines. Just in time for the Christmas shopping season, the nation's freight rail system may once again be on the verge of a strike. Another union just rejected a White House brokered agreement. Doug Luzader has more from Washington, where there are growing concerns about what could become another massive supply chain crunch.
Now, most of the rail unions have signed off on this deal, but this latest rejection brings the entire system closer to a crisis. The trains are still running on time for now, but for how much longer?
Look at this. God love you.
President Biden clearly enjoyed the traditional turkey pardoning at the White House yesterday, but as he left, it was clear trouble was brewing.
Mr. President, what's your plan to avert a national railway strike?
We're going to be talking about that today.
Talking about that after a major union rejected the deal to expand wages and time off flexibility that the president had touted back in September as the White House scrambled to avoid a strike before the midterm elections.
Today is a win, I mean it sincerely, a win for America.
You think inflation is bad now? Wait until we have a rail strike.
Economists are alarmed about the possible ripple effect of a strike, which one estimate says could cost the country $2 billion a day, snarling supply chains and raising prices.
Our team is preparing and planning for all possible outcomes, even as we continue to work to avert a shutdown. But our priority is making sure that we even avert the shutdown.
And it could all come to a head early next month.
And if there is a strike here, it will affect the economy at the worst possible time during the holidays, and they will feel the brunt of that. So, we'll have to see what happens here.
And if there isn't some kind of a deal in the days ahead, Congress may ultimately intervene to keep the trains running. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. That's another story that we will be tracking very closely here on Live Now from Fox. If you were watching about an hour ago, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business discussed how this could have an impact, not just for people who do ride trains, but we're talking about an issue there as some of the toys that are ordered for Christmas and, for other holidays there need to be delivered, and this could cause an issue with getting those to the right place at the right time. Once again, taking a live look here inside the White House briefing room, where we do expect Karine Jean-Pierre to address reporters and media members there inside the room in the next little bit. So we'll bring that to you raw and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. While we're waiting, I do want to dip into a news conference here with New York Governor Kathy Hochul as she talks about a variety of topics, likely including the storm that they did see over the weekend. Let's take a quick listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Imperative. We must protect that diversity and protect individuals against acts of hate and bigotry. Because no Asian woman of any age coming home from work should ever worry about where she stands on a subway platform. No young Jewish boy should ever have to look over his shoulder as he's walking to a yeshiva. No trans man or woman should ever have to fear for their safety or their life walking down their street or when they're in that safe space that they deserve. And no black New Yorker should ever fear going into a grocery store because of the color of their skin and becoming a target. No Latino man or woman should ever fear stepping foot inside a Walmart or a school, as happened in Texas. So here's the question for all of us. What kind of New York do you want to be? How do we want to be known going forth this day forward? Today we're here to talk about what we're doing in state government to protect New Yorkers and go after individuals who want to do us harm. But in my opinion, this is also a call to New Yorkers. This is a call to all New Yorkers. Stand up and look out for each other. Stand up and look out for each other. You're seeing things, you're hearing things, you know things. Protect people even if they're in trouble, if they're a stranger, because here's the bottom line. This is somebody's mother. This is somebody's father. This is somebody that could be a member of your family, and wouldn't you want them to step up like the brave individual did at that nightclub, standing up and putting his life on the line? I'm not saying New Yorkers need to do that, but having that veteran step up and show us what raw, pure courage is all about is exhilarating in the knowledge that there are people out there like that who, in the circumstances they could never foresee in their wildest dream, stand up and do what's right. All of us have that capability in our hearts and in our souls. And I'm calling on all of us to draw upon that, to let people know there's more of us than there are of them. Far more of us than there are of them. And this is our defining moment, New Yorkers, how we deal with the next day going forward. So this is emotional for all of us, for all the groups that represent the individuals in this room. And I thank all the representatives here from every community, communities that have been under attack for far too long. The Jewish community, the LGBTQ community, black and brown, the Asian AAPI communities. None of you deserve this. No one deserves this. We all have a God-given right to walk the streets, go where we want to worship, be safe in our homes, our subways, and in our clubs. That is a God-given right as a New Yorker. And we're here to protect that. So here we're putting words into action. This hatred, this violence will not be tolerated, not now, not ever. 6 months ago, after the mass shooting in Buffalo, I issued an executive order dedicating an established unit, a domestic terrorism unit within our intelligence center focused on social media. And again, I talked about this, but this to make sure we have the best in the nation law enforcement surveillance monitoring websites and chat rooms. This is what law enforcement's doing. But ordinary New Yorkers are out there seeing the same thing. I want them to be part of our team. I want others to come with that early warning system when they see this or they hear someone in their school saying something. This is what red flag laws are also all about. We've talked about this for months. We beefed them up. We made sure that people who hear something can take action. I'd much rather be in the business of preventing crimes and preventing acts of hatred than trying to solve them afterward and dealing with people harmed or lives lost. I want to be in the prevention business. We've seen the results of this work, as I mentioned, what happened at Penn Station. Again, my gratitude goes out to our law enforcement, the vigilant people who work hard for us every day. Commend the state police, the MTA. But I'm here to say one thing. Domestic violent extremism is the greatest threat to our homeland security. I don't know if it's been said that bluntly before, so I'm going to say it again. Domestic violent extremism is the greatest threat to homeland security because it eats away at who we are. It normalizes behavior that's unacceptable. And this is when we say no. No more.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to a live news conference with New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She is speaking about minority rights, talking about several different minority groups and what the city and state are doing there to make sure that everyone is treated fairly. I do want to get back to some of the other headlines that we have been tracking here on Live Now from Fox. 5 people are dead, more than a dozen others injured after a gunman went on a shooting rampage inside of a Colorado Springs nightclub over the weekend. If not for the acts of an Army vet, this could have been a whole lot worse. He's being hailed a hero for tackling that gunman. Claudia Cowan with Fox News joins us live with the latest on that and the fact that this guy is really at this point being hailed a hero because we don't know what might have happened if he hadn't intervened.
It's so true, Josh. It's just incredible to think about how this husband and father, in just a moment, went from partying on a dance floor into full combat mode to subdue this gunman and unquestionably save lives. A 43-year-old retired Army veteran, Richard Fierro, told reporters gathered outside his house last night that he was at the nightclub on Saturday night to see a drag show and happened to be next to the gunman when he opened fire just before midnight. Fierro grabbed him from behind, threw him down, and obtained the gunman's weapon, and with it started pummeling him. Listen to what he said.
And I told the kid in front of me, kick him in his head, keep kicking him in his head. I'm yelling 911, somebody.
The wailing continued until police arrived. One of the drag queens there even used her high heels to stomp on the gunman's face. Fierro was covered in blood, and amid all the chaos, arriving police officers slapped handcuffs on him as he was screaming for his family. Police soon realized Fierro was the hero of the hour, but he says he doesn't feel that way.
I feel no joy. I'm not happy. I'm not excited. That guy is still alive and my family is not. I tried to finish him.
Tragically, his daughter's boyfriend, Raymond Vance, who was just 22 years old, was killed, along with 40-year-old Kelly Loving, 35-year-old Ashley Paw, and 28-year-old Daniel Aston, a transgender male and a bartender at the nightclub, along with 38-year-old Derek Rump, who many say was the one who made Club Q a safe haven for gay and transgender people. 19 others were injured in this shooting that has shattered this community. Still no word on a motive or when the alleged gunman will be arraigned, but when that happens, Josh, he will almost certainly face multiple charges of murder and hate crime charges that could send him away for life if he's convicted. Back to you.
And Claudia, as you mentioned, at this point, there is no word on what a possible motive could be for these killings, right?
We still do not have a motive. Police officers holding news conferences have been asked repeatedly, but it's unclear at this point whether officers and investigators have even had a chance to talk to the alleged gunman, identified, of course, as Anderson Aldrich, 22 years old, because he is still in the hospital, as you might imagine, after that, quote, wailing and the pummeling he got by the patrons inside the bar. He suffered some pretty significant injuries. You can imagine being stomped on the face by a stiletto heel. So he is still in the hospital. It's unclear even if he's conscious. We don't have any word on his condition, and nor do we have word on whether he's been questioned by investigators yet. So we don't know a motive, and we don't have a date for the arraignment. Could happen next week, we're told. Back to you.
All right, Claudia Cowan, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
11:47 over on the East Coast here, and it is 8:47 if you are joining us on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to give you a live look back into the White House briefing room. This is where we expect Karine Jean-Pierre to speak just about any minute now. This was slated to start at about 11:30 Eastern Time. It has not started just yet, but I am keeping an eye on that room, and as we do get any sight of her, we'll bring that to you live, raw and unfiltered, because that is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and then we will get right back to the headlines here. Stick with us on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, and everyone. We want to say thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. A look here at the big board as we are heading well into the holiday, not only week, but season as well. You can see we're up more than 260 points at this time. We appreciate everyone who's been watching here with us already this morning. What I want to do is we do have a White House press briefing that is kicking off inside of the White House, and we do have a guest joining the press secretary today. That is Dr. Anthony Fauci. He's talking about some COVID concerns headed into not only the holiday season, but especially we've seen a lot of illnesses on the rise here this winter. So let's go ahead and bring you that briefing right here on Live Now from Fox.
You guys have to pass this around. Are these from the White House, or did you make them yourself? Sure. If you have time to bake, I'll be it would be quite impressive, wouldn't it be? Oh, I know. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Today I'm joined by White House COVID Coordinator Dr. Ashish Jha and Chief Medical Advisor to the President and NIAID Director Dr. Fauci. As you all know, Dr. Fauci is retiring next month, and I'm honored, so honored, to have him join me today. One more time at the podium, and he's going to discuss the importance of getting your updated COVID vaccine shot ahead of the holidays. For so many Americans throughout our fight with COVID, Dr. Fauci has been a source of information and facts. But Dr. Fauci's leadership and legacy stretch far beyond the past couple of years, as you all have known him. It actually goes back even further, as I was just stating, whether it be HIV/AIDS, Ebola, or COVID-19, for close to 4 decades and under 7 Republican and Democratic presidents, Dr. Fauci has always led with the science, and our country is stronger and healthier because of his leadership. Today, he's returned again to tell you a bit more about the science related to this updated COVID shots that you've heard us all talk about, and an important, clear message you've heard from him before, which is please get vaccinated. Get your vaccine. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce and welcome Dr. Fauci for his last run at the podium. It's all yours, Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Kareem, for that really very, very kind introduction. It's really a great pleasure to be back here with you again, albeit, I believe, for the last time. But as Kareem said, I'm going to spend the next just couple of minutes talking to you about the importance of getting an updated booster vaccine as we enter into the holiday season and the colder weeks and months of the late fall and early winter. So let's just talk very briefly about what we know about the vaccines, because we want to make our decisions really based on facts, evidence, and data. Are the vaccines safe? That keeps coming up. The answer is now overwhelmingly it should be off the table. There have been 13 billion doses of a COVID-19 vaccine that have been distributed worldwide, hundreds of millions in the United States, and there's robust safety monitoring systems that are in place, and clearly an extensive body of information clearly indicates that they're safe. Next, are they effective? I believe you are all aware of this. If you look at the striking data, overwhelmingly show the effectiveness of vaccines, particularly in preventing severe illness and deaths. And recent data that has come out indicate that if, in fact, you are vaccinated and boosted compared to an unvaccinated person, there's a 14 times lower risk of dying in the most recent BA.4/5 era compared to unvaccinated, and at least a 3 times lower risk of testing positive compared to the unvaccinated individuals. But then there's some issues that we have to deal with that are sometimes confusing to the American public. If that's such great data, why do you tell us that we should be, for our own safety and that of our families and the community, get a booster shot? There are 2 issues that in some respects are unprecedented when it comes to infectious diseases. And that is, as good as the vaccine is, and as good as post-infection protection is, the immunity and protection wanes over time. Let me put it into some perspective for you. If you get vaccinated with measles or infected with measles, the duration of protection is measured at a minimum in decades and likely for a lifetime. That just happens to, unfortunately, not be the case when you're dealing with coronavirus and particularly SARS-CoV-2. So you need to update the protection that we know is good protection. Next, we have the complicating issue that we can't do anything about, is that you have the emergence every several months now, historically, of variants. Remember, Delta, Omicron, BA.4/5, BQ 1.1, the things that we're all hearing about and reading about and seeing. You don't have that with another example, just getting back to measles, which we're all familiar with. There are no variants of measles. I got infected with measles when I was a youngster because I'm old enough to not be getting the vaccine. And that measles is the same measles that's circulating now in the developing world. it doesn't change. And that's the two major reasons for getting a booster. The booster's bivalent. People get confused with that word. What does bivalent means? There's two components. One is the ancestral original vaccine that we all got, and the other is the updated BA.4/5. So then people ask appropriate questions. Do they really work? What are the parameters to see if they work? There are two parameters. One is what the vaccine does in boosting an immune response. We refer to that in the medical circles as immune correlates. And then there's the real-world vaccine efficacy. If you look at the recent data that has now been coming out from the companies as well as academic investigators, it is clear now, despite initial bit of confusion, that the BA.4/5 bivalent booster, what we refer to as the updated vaccine, clearly induces a better response against BA.4/5 and the sublineages of BA.4/5 than does the ancestral strain. So from a pure immunological standpoint, it looks quite good. Clinical efficacy data from the CDC will be released. In fact, it already has been released. It was supposed to be released at 11:30, which is clinical efficacy data, looking at real-world data of hundreds of thousands of people, looking at the capability of the virus to protect against the real-world BA.4/5 that has been circulating. And we know that that is really quite good. So you have immunological data, and you have now clinical efficacy data. Everybody was asking the question, where's the clinical efficacy data? Now it has come out with the CDC MMWR this morning. So we know it's safe. We know that it is effective. So my message, and my final message, maybe the final message I give you from this podium, is that please, for your own safety, for that of your family, get your updated COVID-19 shot as soon as you're eligible to protect yourself, your family, and your community. I urge you to visit vaccines.gov to find a location where you can easily get an updated vaccine. And please do it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Well, hard to follow Dr. Fauci, who I would argue has been the most important, consequential public servant in the United States in the last half century, and a leader and a role model for so many of us. So, Tony, thank you. So thank you for reviewing the safety and effectiveness data. I will tell you, it is remarkable to me what data have come in the last month. I was here in front of all of you a couple of months ago talking about what we expected. All of the evidence that has come in the last month has far exceeded our expectations on the efficacy of these vaccines. And the safety data continues to be terrific. Today I want to focus on a new 6-week sprint that the administration is announcing to get more Americans their updated shots before the cold and winter season really settles in. Now, I want to start off by saying we are heartened to say that we are not alone in this effort. Just yesterday, 12 of America's leading medical and clinical societies, I'm talking about the AMA, I'm talking about American College of Physicians, the American Association of Family Physicians, I'm not going to list them all 12, but they all joined together with one simple, strong recommendation for all Americans, which is go get your updated COVID vaccine shot and go get your annual flu shot right away. Now, why did they do that? Why did America's physicians, speaking as a unified voice, say that? Because they know the best way to save lives this holiday season is to ensure that all Americans, particularly seniors, get their updated COVID vaccine and their flu vaccine. Now, we've already had 35 million Americans have gotten their updated COVID vaccine, including 16 million seniors. And we are encouraged by steady and strong week-by-week numbers. We're seeing about 4 to 5 million Americans getting it every week. But we are working hard to reach even more Americans, especially older, more vulnerable Americans. So as I said, today we're launching a 6-week sprint to help Americans get their updated shot by the end of the year. As part of this effort, with our limited resources that we have, we are making a series of announcements and a series of efforts to expand community-based COVID-19 vaccine efforts. So let me lay out some of them. We're announcing $350 million in funding to help community health centers meet people where they are, with facts, with vaccines, through proven methods like partnerships with faith-based groups and mobile vaccine clinics. We're announcing an additional $125 million to help local aging and disability networks to get older and more vulnerable and disabled Americans vaccinated. This will include efforts at senior centers across our great country. The Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, is going to be issuing guidance today reminding nursing homes that they are required to educate their residents on the benefits of COVID-19 vaccines, and they are required to offer vaccines to residents. And nursing homes that don't do these very basic things will be referred for greater oversight and possibly face enforcement actions. We're doubling down on our trusted messengers work because we know that makes a difference. We're working with national and local organizations, state and public health departments, pharmacies. You're going to hear schools and colleges and universities announce that they're hosting clinics. All of this, we think, is going to make a difference. Also, what will make a difference is more paid media efforts by the Department of Health and Human Services, designed to reach tens of millions of Americans, for instance, that are watching the World Cup through television and through digital ads. Bottom line is that we're doing everything we can in the next 6 weeks to help families get their updated COVID shots by the end of the year, because it's the best protection for this winter. And remember, for a majority of Americans, this is going to be a once-a-year shot. One COVID shot once a year, just like the flu shot. Now, while I'm encouraged by the work that so many are doing, we need everybody to step up. We need to make protecting our loved ones an important part of the conversation we have around the Thanksgiving table, an important part of the conversation we have in the days and weeks ahead. Because here's what we know. If folks get their updated vaccines, and they get treated if they have a breakthrough infection, we can prevent essentially every COVID death in America. That is a remarkable fact 2.5 years after we found this virus first in our country. But it's going to take all of us to make that happen. So please, don't wait. Get your COVID shot. Get your flu shot. That's why God gave you 2 arms. You get one in each arm if you want. Go to vaccines.gov, and let's do everything we all can to protect the American people. Thank you.
Okay, take a couple questions. Go ahead, Steve.
Dr. Jha, why is a 6-week, why is this necessary? Are the numbers lagging?
No, look, we've had very consistent, as I said, about 4 to 5 million shots going in. There are a couple of things that, we are obviously now entering a higher risk part of the year. Why? Because each of the last 2 years, we've seen a substantial increase in cases as we got into December and January. So this is a really important moment to announce this effort. We think that if people do this now and do this over the next couple of weeks, it's going to protect them over the holiday. So we think this is exactly the right time to make this. And the administration is obviously deeply committed to making sure we're doing everything we can to protect the American people.
For Dr. Fauci, I have 2 questions if I can. Hospitalizations for the flu at this point in the season are the highest in over a decade. Why is the flu so bad this year, and how much protection is the flu vaccine providing for those who have gotten it?
Yeah, well, let me answer the second question first, is that the vaccine is well matched to the circulating strain. So that, again, is another really good reason to tell people what Dr. Jha and I and others have been saying about get your flu vaccine, because that's one of the issues that we're going to be dealing with this winter that we can do something about. When you have seasons of very low flu, which got kind of bumped off the table by COVID, when you have respiratory illnesses that circulate, they sort of have niches that you very rarely have one and the other at its peak. So when we were at a peak with COVID, all the other respiratory illnesses, including RSV and including flu, were very, very low compared to other years. When you now open up in society, people now maybe are under-vaccinated. Not everybody's wearing a mask. We're trying to get back and are getting back to some degree of normality. You almost have like a rebound effect of something that was very low for 2 seasons. If you look at the flu over the last couple of years, in the peak of the COVID back in 2020 and 2021, we were having the lowest flu seasons on record. So it's not surprising that we're seeing it return back.
And if you don't, one more if you don't
Sure.
mind. This is your last appearance at the podium. You became a household name in large part because of your appearances here at the early stages of COVID. What do you want Americans to remember about your service in government?
Well, I think what I've accomplished in my 54 years at the NIH and my 38 years as the director of NIAID, although COVID is really, really very important, it is a fragment of the total 40 years that I've been doing it. So I'll let other people judge the value or not of my accomplishments. But what I would like people to remember about what I've done is that every day for all of those years, I've given it everything that I have, and I've never left anything on the field. So if they want to remember me, whether they judge rightly or wrongly what I've done, I gave it all I got for many decades.
I'm hoping I can ask quickly about also the XBB variant that's rising from India and Singapore. What should Americans expect as that variant continues to rise? And just to take a step back, I know you were encouraging folks here to get their latest booster, but should Americans expect what we've been seeing in terms of more cases, not as many hospitalizations? Just a step back, what should Americans expect when it comes to COVID?
Well, what Americans should expect is from our experience that you never can definitively say what to expect, but you should really take some comfort in knowing that we'd have within our wherewithal to mitigate anything that comes our way, because we have flu vaccines, we have COVID vaccines, we have testing, we have the option under certain circumstances with good judgment to wear masks where appropriate in indoor congregate settings. So we can do a lot to mitigate any surge. One thing we're encouraged with looking at other countries, such as Singapore, which had a big XBB, they had increase in cases, but they did not have a concomitant major increase in hospitalizations. So we're hoping that a combination of people who've been infected and boosted and vaccinated, or people who've been vaccinated and boosted and not infected, that there's enough community protection that we're not going to see a repeat of what we saw last year at this time.
Is the latest booster effective against XBB?
Yeah. Well, XBB is one that evades immune response as measured by antibody, which is one of the elements, not the only element of protection. Much more of cellular T-cell responses protect you against severe disease. The protection is diminished multifold with XBB. If you look at the best, and then it goes down a bit with one, it goes down with BQ 1.1, it goes down even more with XBB. It doesn't fall off the map, but it goes down. So you could expect some protection, but not the optimal protection.
Got April, and then Alex in the back.
Dr. Fauci and Dr. Jock. Dr. Fauci first, and Dr. Jock, first on the issue of COVID and mask wearing. We're not talking about mask wearing in this moment. Masks and the word masks have become a pejorative in some parts of this nation. Can you talk about the importance of mask wearing as you're worried about the holidays and people gathering together? And then on the gatherings for Thanksgiving and Christmas, what do you recommend for families who may have some who boosted and may have some who are not boosted, may have some who have not had a vaccine at all?
Well, I think your first and second question are related, because what it really tells you is that we have multiple interventions and multiple actions we can take to protect ourselves. So there's a whole spectrum. Masking is one of them. Now, we're not talking about requirements or mandating. We're talking about if you're in a situation and each individual person evaluates their own risk and that of the risk of their family members, for example, like a person who's 25-year-old living alone versus someone who has an elderly parent or grandparent or someone who's immune compromised. First of all, everybody should be vaccinated and boosted with flu and with COVID. Whether or not you wear a mask, or another thing we shouldn't underestimate is testing. So when we're gathering at a family gathering for Thanksgiving or for Christmas or for any other holiday as we get into the winter, it makes sense that you might want to get a test that day before you come into a place in which you might be infected and spread it, or other people who might be there, in order to protect. So masking is important, but you can count masking, vaccine, boosting, testing. All of that is part of the spectrum of protecting yourself and your family.
But what do you say about the word mask now being a pejorative in some communities?
No, it shouldn't be. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I know sometimes when you walk in and you have a mask and nobody has a mask, you kind of feel guilty. You shouldn't feel guilty. You look terrific. Right.
I have no problem if you're wearing a mask. Thank you.
All right, we gotta move on. Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead. Alex, don't be disrespectful. You're being disrespectful. Hold on.
That's a major part of your...
Hold on. No, wait, I did not call on you, Stephen. Go ahead, Alex. You're next.
Thank you, Green. So my first question is, last year, two questions. The first is, last year we were really kind of hoping that the holiday season would go well, sort of look normal, and then Omicron came along and sort of disrupted a large chunk of January, February schools, flights. Are we seeing a similar dynamic, especially with some of these new subvariants coming along? And then my second question, Dr. Fauci, for you specifically, what was the most difficult moment of the pandemic response for you throughout the last, two and a half years?
I'll start with the first, and then obviously Dr. Fauci can answer the second. So the short answer is no. First of all, you can't predict with any certainty. So we don't know what Mother Nature is going to throw at us. That said, these subvariants, obviously we're tracking them very closely. The good news is, even if you see a diminishing of our vaccines, they're still effective against these subvariants, way more effective than the original vaccine, right? So I feel very confident that if people continue to get vaccinated at good numbers, if people get boosted, we can absolutely have a very safe and healthy holiday season. Well, there's always a caveat here of things out of the left field you can't predict, and you can't. But nothing I have seen in the subvariants makes me believe that we can't manage our way through it effectively, especially if people step up and get their vaccine.
All right, we are listening in here to the White House press briefing. They've brought in some of our team on the COVID response team to talk about getting that vaccine and some concerns that they have surrounding these holiday seasons, especially as we get into the winter months. So there's so many illnesses going around right now. Live Now from Fox, going to send some viewers out to a break. We'll see you right back here in just 2 minutes.
But one of the things as a physician whose goal in life is to care for patients and to prevent and treat illness and ameliorate suffering, is that I remember back in my days in medical school and when I was an intern and a resident, when a patient came in, whether or not the patient didn't like you, was angry with you, whether it was a rich person or a poor person, you treated everybody the same because you cared about them and you wanted everyone to walk out healthy. So when I see people in this country, because of the divisiveness in our country, of not getting vaccinated for reasons that have nothing to do with public health, but have to do because of divisiveness and ideological differences, as a physician, it pains me because I don't want to see anybody get infected. I don't want to see anybody hospitalized, and I don't want to see anybody die from COVID. Whether you're a far-right Republican or a far-left Democrat, it doesn't make any difference to me. I look upon it the same way as I did in the emergency room in the middle of New York City when I was taking care of everybody that was coming in off the street. So that's the thing that troubles me most about this.
Next, Dr. Fauci, only 13% of...
Hold on one second. We have a process here. I'm not calling out on people who yell. And you're being disrespectful to your colleagues, and you're being disrespectful to our guests. I will not call on you if you yell. And also, you're taking time off the clock because Dr. Fauci has to leave in a couple of minutes. I'm done. I'm not getting into a back and forth with you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Thanks. Dr. Fauci,
but she's asking a great question.
You're not being me. Go ahead, Jeremy.
You ask your question. You should allow her to answer the question.
Jeremy.
She's asking a valid question, Dr. Fauci. the origin of COVID-19.
It is not. It is not your turn.
No, because
It is not your turn.
You can't understand people. That's the thing. You can't read a press briefing. You need to call from people across the room. She has a valid question. She's asked about the origin of COVID-19.
I hear the question.
And Dr. Fauci is the best person to answer.
I hear your question, but we're not doing this the way you want it. This is a disrespectful. It is. I'm done. Simon, I'm done. Simon, I'm done. I'm done with you right now. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're taking time away from your colleagues. Go ahead.
Only 13% of adults have gotten this updated bivalent booster. 78% of adults have completed their primary series. Which of those numbers is more important in your mind in terms of anticipating how bad this winter surge could be, if there is one, and the number of hospitalizations and deaths? And then a second question for you as well.
Yeah, Jeremy, they're both important, so I don't want to say one is more and then diminish the other. But the people who are most at risk are the unvaccinated. I mean, we have 68% of our population is vaccinated. You know, that means that we have 32% of the population that's not. And if you look at the data, they are just profoundly striking of the curves of death and hospitalization of unvaccinated versus vaccinated and boosted. So there is a relatively smaller difference in vaccinated and unboosted versus vaccinated plus boosted. That doesn't mean you shouldn't get boosted, but the real danger is in the people who have not been vaccinated. So that's where we expect, if we're going to see a problem this winter, it's going to be among those people.
And then as you reflect on the end of your time and decades in government service, and particularly your handling of the pandemic, did you imagine that this virus would still, as we are here today, be killing 200 to 300 people a day?
No.
Did you imagine, the level of cases, and what is your outlook for the future of this virus as you look in the next several years?
No, I did not imagine that. I don't think any of my colleagues imagined that we would see a 3-year saga of suffering and death and 1 million Americans losing their lives. The thing that was most disturbing is something I referred to in answer to one of the other questions, was the continuation of multiple variants evolving over time, completely unlike something like measles. And that's the reason why I gave the measles comparison. Where I think we're going is that sooner or later, and I hope it's sooner, we're going to equilibrate to a low level when there's enough background cross protection that unless we get a completely far way out different variant, we're likely going to see a continued lowering and lowering. Maybe we're going to see blips at winter and stuff, but hopefully it gets down. The message that Dr. Jarrah and I are trying to get to you today is that we can make that happen much sooner by vaccinating and by keeping updating on your booster. It's just really as simple as that. We're going to get there. We can get there with less suffering if we use the interventions that we have. If you want to let nature take its course, we're ultimately going to get there, but we're going to lose a lot more people than we need to.
Can I just add one more quick thing to that? I mean, look, there are hundreds of thousands of Americans who have died this year because people were under-vaccinated, people did not get people weren't boosted. And it is not blaming the people who died, it is blaming the fact that we still have a lot of people out there spreading misinformation, undermining people's confidence in vaccines. There was a paper out last week that showed that death numbers in many European countries were much lower because their booster rates are much higher. So the key point here is, at this point, we can prevent nearly every death in America from COVID. But we can't see this as like a horse race of let's get an anti-vaxxer and let's get we know what the evidence is. The science on this is crystal clear. People get their booster. If you get infected, the chances you're going to end up super sick in the hospital is exceedingly low. That's the message. People need to get their updated vaccine.
In the back for Dr. Fauci. Last question. Go ahead.
Me? Yeah. Sorry, thank you so much. Dr. Fauci, if I could just ask you to reflect on the early days of this pandemic and the mixed messages that were coming out of this White House, and how that affected people's trust, and how you're going to take that message forward in future pandemics, and the importance of trust, and how you would advise Dr. Jha and his colleagues to emphasize that in future pandemics.
Well, there was really a difference early on in the first weeks to months of the outbreak because we were dealing with truly a moving target. And when you're dealing with things like reporting and discussing with the press, making recommendations, making guidelines, you have to make it on the basis of the information that you have at that time. But what's happening is that we were not dealing with a static situation. We were dealing with a dynamic situation. First, we thought it was just animal to human, didn't spread well from human to human. Then we found that it spread very well. And then we found out that it spread enormously well. Then we found out that it was aerosolized. Then we found out that 50 to 60% of the people who transmit it don't have any symptoms at all. So the recommendations that were based on what you knew in January, when you get to March, April, and May, they will change. Understandably, that leads to a question on the part of the public is why they keep changing things. You know, a simple comparison and analogy, in January, 2 + 2 = 4. In April, May, August, September, 2 + 2 still equals 4. When you're dealing with an evolving outbreak, where the information you get changes from week to week and month to month, we've got to probably do a better job of when we talk to the public, explain that this is a dynamic situation that could change. I've said that from this podium multiple times when we were talking about, for example, do we need to do anything different now when we had 15 cases? I said, but, however, semicolon, this could change. The only thing people heard when they throw it back at you, well, you said we don't have to worry about anything. So you just got to make sure you always underscore the dynamic nature of what you're dealing with.
But Dr. Fauci, I'm sorry to contradict you, but there was some dubious advice coming out of the White House. There was some dubious advice, some questionable medical advice coming out of non-doctors at this podium. How do you think that affected the progress of this pandemic?
Well, you remember, if you were around at this podium, I contradicted those, which set off a whole series of things in my life. But, you know, yeah, I mean, we have to continue, and we were just talking about this a little while ago. The way you counter misinformation and disinformation is that to do whatever you can as often as you can to provide correct information. The people who have correct information, who take science seriously, who don't have strange way out theories about things, but who base what they say on evidence and data, need to speak up more, because the other side that just keeps putting out misinformation and disinformation seems to be tireless in that effort, and it's going to be very difficult.
Dr. Fauci, related to that, how are you preparing for the likely aggressive oversight from House Republicans, the new majority next year that they've been promising on some of these?
Hold on one second. Dr. Jha is going to stay to take a couple more questions, but Dr. Fauci actually has to go. So thank you so much, Dr. Fauci.
Thank you. I can answer his question.
You want to answer it?
Yeah.
He says he'll answer it. Okay,
I'm a good,
go ahead. I'm just trying to keep him on time.
The answer is, if there are oversight hearings, I absolutely will cooperate fully and testify before the Congress if asked. You may not know, but I've testified before the Congress a few hundred times, okay, over the last 40 years or so. So I have no trouble testifying. We can defend and explain and stand by everything that we've said, so I have nothing to hide.
Just a quick follow-up on that, Dr. Fauci. How much do you think, Dr. Fauci, how much, just a follow-up on the oversight, Dr. Fauci.
All right, thank you, Dr. Fauci.
Time for a couple of questions.
We'll take a couple. Dr. Jha.
Okay, you can pick up, and then we'll try and get some more around
The administration has requested $10 billion in this lame duck session for the urgent COVID needs that still remain. That's less than half of what you had even requested during the summer. Is that sufficient in your mind to meet these needs, not just to deal with COVID, but the strains on the hospital system we're seeing from flu, from RSV, and at a time when you're making these kinds of urgent requests and warnings, is it undercut at all by some of the rhetoric we've been hearing, even from the president? He talked about this Thanksgiving being different than what we've seen in the past, and just 2 months ago he talked about this COVID crisis being over as we know it.
So you're absolutely right. We've asked for $10 billion. I think 9.7 or something, but about $10 billion. It is less than what we had requested back in March, and that's because We have pulled resources from other things. I've talked to you about this from this podium. The really critical other public health needs that we have pulled resources from to buy vaccines, to buy treatments. Even the resources we're announcing today are from other really important programs. But that $10 billion is now critical. It is to make sure that we do have enough vaccines and treatments and tests to get Americans to a point where eventually, as this response changes and we more normalize vaccine treatment purchases through the regular health system, we want to make sure that we do that in an orderly way. We want to make sure that we got uninsured and underinsured Americans covered. So we obviously need resources for that. What you heard from Dr. Fauci is we are at a point where this virus continues to evolve very, very rapidly. And we updated the vaccines. They are working great right now. But the virus will continue to evolve, and at some point down the road next year, we're going to have to update the vaccines again. The truth is that for the long-run management of this virus, we need variant-resistant vaccines. We need vaccines that prevent transmission. What you have seen is China make a very large investment in mucosal vaccines, because they understand that that's how you deal with respiratory viruses. America is falling behind on this really important technology. A major part of our request is for funding for public-private partnerships to move those kinds of technologies forward, to move the next generation of treatments forward. So we are trying to be prudent, obviously, in requesting resources that we think are absolutely essential and necessary. And all I can say is Congress needs to do its job and step up and protect the American people.
In the back.
Kareem, thank you for the...
A reporter is still continuing on, asking more questions, considering these health concerns ahead of the holiday season. Live Now from Fox, going to send some viewers out to a 2-minute break. We'll be back here listening in when you return.
Should they be mandated? Should people lose their jobs? Should military members be forced out of the service over these vaccine mandates? And to this day, I don't think the administration has backed away from those mandates. Is it fair at this point in the endemic to back away from vaccine mandates and do what you're doing today, which is simply encourage people to get their vaccines?
Yeah, so I think mandate decisions are always made at the local level so you can have, I have had a vaccine mandate that I have been subject to for 20 years for a flu vaccine, because as a physician, the hospital where I worked said I could not step foot on campus after I think like December 1st or something if I didn't have my flu vaccine. Was that appropriate? The hospital thought it was, because they said that's how we make sure we protect other healthcare workers and that's how we protect patients. So this idea that in specific circumstances we can't have vaccine mandates, we've had them forever, right? George Washington had a vaccine mandate. Well, they weren't quite vaccines then, but they were inoculations against smallpox. This is as old as America. We've done this. The military decides what it needs to have a healthy fighting force. This is a decision up to our military leaders. Individual employers can make these decisions. So we've had a long history of this, of individual local decisions on these kinds of issues, and I think that is completely appropriate.
I just want to pick up the point that Dr. Fauci was making about misinformation. Under the stewardship of Elon Musk, Twitter seems to be welcoming back some people who spread COVID vaccine misinformation. Marjorie Taylor Greene's personal account being reinstated, for example. Do you see that as a problem as you're trying to battle misinformation?
Well, as Dr. Fauci said, and it is something that we were speaking about earlier, the best way, I believe, to counter misinformation and disinformation is to spread good information, to spread science-based information, to have trusted voices. So I started my comments by reminding everybody that America's physicians, like the real leaders of American medicine, the people you trust for your cancer care and your heart care and your pediatrics care, are out there telling you need to go get a vaccine. You can decide to trust America's physicians, or you can trust some random dude on Twitter. Like, those are your choices. But I think the key here is to get trusted voices out there spreading truth, spreading science-based information. And for journalists and for people who run platforms, what I would say is you should be thinking about what your personal responsibility is. And do you want to be a source of misinformation and disinformation? That's up to those individuals, but I really think it's really important for us, for me, to be spreading good information.
So Dr. Fauci said that it is not surprising there's this rebound effect with the flu this season. Why then does it seem like the country is caught so flat-footed by it?
What do you mean caught flat-footed?
Well, people in this country are struggling to get basic antibiotics and antivirals. Why?
So I'm not sure what. So we have plenty of Paxlovid. I've not heard people struggling.
The flu and RSV.
So I don't know what antivirals you're thinking about for RSV. There aren't any that I'm aware of. There is a monoclonal that's for very, very high-risk children. We have that. We have plenty of that. So I don't think anybody's struggling. I'm not aware of anybody struggling to get the monoclonal for high-risk children, immunocompromised children. But
CNN headline today: shortages of antivirals and antibiotics compound the stress of a rough season for viral illnesses in kids.
Again, I'd have to look at the specifics. What I would say is we often see shortages of individual antibiotics. I'm not aware of antivirals that are in shortage. The single most important thing that people need to do to protect themselves in this moment where we have a lot of flu, still have a decent amount of RSV, still got a good amount of COVID. The single most important thing people need to do is go get vaccinated. It keeps you out of the hospital. It keeps you from getting particularly sick. We have plenty of flu vaccines. We have plenty of COVID vaccines. We have plenty of COVID antivirals. As I said, I think the country is ready. We're ready to support hospitals that are getting into trouble. We have been working with jurisdictions over the last month, meeting with them. If hospitals need help, we've offered that, and we stand ready to help hospitals get through this moment.
So previously you talked about getting your vaccine or your booster before Halloween. We're now well past that. Is the administration behind on this? You're doing a 6 week sprint before the end of the year, but you were saying to get fully protected for the holidays, this already had to happen before. Why wasn't there this sprint, this outreach before, when it really would have had a bigger effect?
Well, no, so two things. First of all, we have been talking about this, I would say, pretty consistently for a couple of months now. And I was out here talking about people getting it before. Look, it's certainly not too late. If you think about the holidays that are coming, it takes a couple of weeks to get maximal benefits from your booster. You start getting it relatively quickly. People go out and get vaccinated this week. They will have a lot of protection during December, January, February onwards, the time that we socialize the most. So we have been doing a lot to keep vaccines and vaccinations happening. What we're doing now is redoubling that effort and making it very clear that people need to go out and get vaccinated.
Signal that the country's behind the 8 ball on getting boosted, though.
No, I think we've had slow, steady progress. But the bottom line is strong and steady progress. But the bottom line is we need more Americans vaccinated, and the weather's starting to get colder outside, as you can tell. And we know that this virus, in the last 2 years, each of the last 2 years, we've seen substantial increases late December into January. And so going out and getting vaccinated right now is a great way to protect yourself if that pattern holds.
The federal government purchased 171 million doses of this updated vaccine, and so far you've got 35 million into arms. That seems like a far cry from what the government has paid for. Is your expectation that you'll ever hit that 171?
So, let's talk about the purchase we made. So first of all, our goal was to make sure we had enough vaccines for everybody. In rural areas, for instance, you end up having to deal with the fact that you might have a vial of 5 doses and are only able to give out 3. So that's always something that we factor in, right? Second is over time, there will be updates. FDA may, and again, I don't want to get ahead of FDA, at some point make a decision that the bivalent vaccine is what you want to use as a primary series. When FDA makes that decision, if they make that decision, we want to make sure we have plenty of vaccines for that. So we have made these purchases thinking across all of the ways in which Americans will need vaccines, and have made decisions to make sure there are plenty of vaccines available for Americans wherever they are, in rural areas, in urban areas. And I think that was a really good decision to make sure that there's plenty of access, no matter how our vaccine usage shifts.
I don't know what the numbers are for the flu, but are you expecting that year after year some number of Americans will get their updated vaccine, and what number are you hoping to achieve?
Yeah, so we don't have a target. At this moment, I do believe that given where we are with COVID and the evolution of this virus, I do expect that for majority of Americans, they will need an annual COVID vaccine to have maximal protection. If you think about it, a majority of Americans were eligible for a booster last fall. If they got it last fall, they're eligible again this fall. Again, there's been a lot of, like, it's hard to make specific predictions about this virus, but all the science and all the evidence we have suggests that we're probably going to need to update our vaccine again next year and have Americans get vaccinated again next year. Right now, our focus is let's get Americans protected this fall and winter with the updated COVID vaccines we have.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank you
Dr.
so
Jha.
much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jha. Just one thing at the top, and then we can get going with some questions. Since this weekend's tragic shooting in Colorado Springs, we've learned more about those killed in the senseless attack. All started their Saturday night like so many Americans, going to work, going out with friends and families, but lives were cut short by senseless and an act of violence. Kelly Long had just turned 40 last week. Her sister remembered her publicly as a, and I quote, wonderful person who was loving and caring and sweet and always put others before herself. A friend of Kelly's recalled her being supportive and selfless and had looked forward to seeing her for Thanksgiving this week. Daniel Austin was just 28 years old. He was a bartender and entertainer at Club Q who overcame being teased by peers in school as a child and found joy in performing. Daniel's mother, Sabrina, was one of his biggest fans and would bring friends and family to his performance at Club Q. She said, and quote, lit up a room. He lit up a room. Derek Rump was also just 38 years old. His friends told the Washington Post that Derek was, quote, what made Club Q, end quote. A bartender, performer, and an avid Britney Spears fan. Friends and customers remembered Derek for making everyone feel welcome at Club Q. They talked about his positivity, kindness, and generosity, recalling he had a heavy, poor, and was a great listener. But Derek helped people outside Club Q, too. When the pandemic hit and some of his friends and colleagues struggled with rent and groceries, Derek stepped in to help. Ashley Paw, her sister, remembered Ashley as a loving mother and wife who leaves behind an 11-year-old daughter. Ashley's sister described her as being a devoted mom for whom her daughter was at the center of her life. She spoke about the hole that will exist for their family this Thanksgiving and forever after. Raymond Green Vance was only 22 years old, just 22. His family described him as a kind, selfless young adult with his entire life ahead of him. Raymond had recently gotten a new job at Colorado Springs at FedEx Distribution Center and was working to save up money for an apartment. He was part of a tight-knit family who had spoken about the irreparable heartbreak in their lives. This attack occurred on the eve of Transgender Day of Remembrance, when the community was already mourning the transgender people, especially transgender women of color, who have been killed over the past years, and added 2 more to that count. This attack also comes amidst a rise in violent rhetoric and threats against the LGBTQI+ people across the country. While we don't know yet for certain the motive of this attack, hate has no place in this country, and neither do military-style assault rifles, which is why we will continue to push for an assault weapons ban. Over and over again, we have seen these weapons used to inflict death and terror in our communities just across the country. Weapons of war do not belong on our streets, in our churches, in our movie theaters, in our malls, in our groceries, in our schools, or in our nightclubs. The courageous actions of Richard Fierro and Thomas James and others we are still learning about stopped the gunman before he could kill others. Richard and Thomas are heroes, and we are so grateful for their quick action And there are no words at all that can bring comfort to those who are grieving, but we stand with the community of Colorado Springs and the LGBTQI+ community. I will add, the president just moments ago spoke to Richard and his wife Jess. He offered his condolences to them, and also there's his support, and talk through what it's like to grieve. As you know, the president, that is something that he is able to do very personally, and thank him for his bravery, and again for his just instinct to act, and the ability by him doing that, saving maybe dozens of lives. With that, Chris?
Two questions. First off, on what you're just speaking of, given the anti-trans rhetoric that has been...
We are getting into the reporter questions here with our press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, who was just speaking about that deadly shooting in Colorado, which again took the lives of 5 people at that nightclub. Live Now from Fox, going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in here, as we're just getting into now our reporter questions on top stories across the country.
Hate, political violence have no place at all. Not just in our political discourse, but just in everyday lives of American people. And we will continue to do that. We will continue to call this out. We will continue to be very clear how when you hear this type of, when you see this type of hatred, again, I want to be very careful because there's an investigation going on, so I don't want to get ahead of the investigation. But just more broadly, hate and political violence has no place in any community.
The other question I have is Republican leader McCarthy is in El Paso today, reportedly going to make some kind of announcement involving the Homeland Security Secretary. How does the White House respond to criticism that it's lost control of the border? And given the change in leadership at Customs and Border Protection, what changes does the White House have in mind about how it wants to manage the flow of migrants over the border?
So just a couple of things. I know I've heard that Mayorkas is, that Kevin McCarthy is at the border, and the question that we have for Kevin McCarthy, who's soon to be Speaker McCarthy, what is his plan? What is he doing to help the situation that we're seeing? What is his plan? He goes down there and he does a political stunt, like many Republicans do, that we have seen them do, but he actually is not putting forth a plan to help us deal with an issue that we're all seeing, that you all are reporting. And I mean, one of the things he can do is he can go to Texas Senator Ted Cruz or any members of the Republican caucus from Texas who voted against the president's request for record funding to support the hardworking men and women at the Department of Homeland Security, and whether they'll vote for it when it comes up again. We have put a solution to this. We have said, here are the ways that we can deal with this. The first day, on the president's first day in the White House, he put forth a comprehensive immigration plan because he knew how important it was to move forward with getting this done. But let me just say a couple of things, and then I'll take other questions. Here's what the president has done. He secured record funding levels to DHS to support the more than 23,000 agents working day and night to secure the border under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership. He put forward, again, a comprehensive immigration bill on day one. We've partnered with Mexico and Guatemala to tackle the criminal smuggling networks preying on immigrants. Those efforts have already resulted in thousands of arrests because of the work that this president has done. He brought 20 leaders together to collaboratively manage the immigration challenge impacting the whole Western Hemisphere, and we're stopping fentanyl before it even makes it to the streets of the United States. So we have a plan. We've been putting that forward. McCarthy has no plan. The Republican Party has no plan. They do nothing except do political stunts.
So is there a change in approach? So given that you're changing leadership at CBP, does that signal that the administration is going to change course at all?
We feel that we have a plan that we have put forward. We are happy to work with Republicans in a bipartisan way, as the president has done for the past 20 months, and more than 200 pieces of legislation that he has been able to be done in a bipartisan way, signed into law. So this is something that can be done. done. Instead of doing political stunts and making this about politics, why don't Speaker McCarthy, soon to be Speaker McCarthy, actually put a plan before us, actually come to the table and put some work into it. Go ahead.
How do you go about breaking the logjam on guns on Capitol Hill? Is it even possible?
Look, the president, as he says, as you've heard him say personally, he's an optimist. And so we're optimistic that we can get this done. The president's not going to stop until we ban assault weapons. This is something that he did 30 years ago. As you know, you've heard him talk about it when he was a senator. In 1994, he was able to put that forward, and it saved lives. And unfortunately, it's sunset 10 years later. So the president's going to continue to work on that. Look, people didn't think we would get a bipartisan legislation on the gun reform bill that the president was able to sign into law just a couple of months ago. People didn't think that was going to happen, and we were able to get that done. So again, we're going to just continue our efforts, continue having those conversations, because we have to keep our community safe.
Secondly, is there an update on the potential rail strike? Is the president talking to any of the parties?
So just a couple of things on that that I want to say just at the top, because I think it's important. I know I spoke to this on the plane yesterday. As the president has said from the beginning, a shutdown is unacceptable because of the harm it would inflict on jobs, families, farms, businesses, and communities just across the country. And a majority of unions have voted, as you all know, I know you guys are following this very closely, to ratify the tentative agreement that we saw back in September. And the best option still is for the parties to resolve their differences themselves, and that's what the president's going to continue to call on. To your specific question, though, Steve, the president is indeed involved directly, but I don't want to get into details at this time, but he has been involved. He remains focused, again, on protecting America's families. We have to avoid a rail shutdown. It will harm, again, families, businesses, and farms, and so we're going to continue to speak to this. The administration is in touch, again, to your question, with parties involved, as we have been since before the tentative agreement was reached.
Great. To that question, the White House does seem a lot more hands-off this time around, though, than you were before the last strike deadline. Smart Transportation Division President Jeremy Ferguson this morning said that there's been, quote, no real engagement yet at this point from the administration. Can you explain what's different this time around? You keep pointing to the fact that it's the best option is for the parties to resolve this themselves. Is that because you don't want Congress to get involved, or is that because you'd like these unions to resolve this amongst themselves without involvement from the administration?
Look, there's a tentative agreement, as you all know about, and we have said, the president has been directly involved. He's been in touch, the administration more broadly has been in touch with respective parties. Secretary Walsh, as I mentioned yesterday, has been in touch. We have been involved since before the tentative agreement. The president laid out, as you all know, a path forward. But this is something that he believes that the parties should resolve themselves. They should come to the table in good faith and get this done. Get this done on behalf of the American people.
Can you explain how the president's been involved, though, just given that one of the union presidents is saying he hasn't seen any real engagement?
I mean, you're
so
talking
far,
about.
You only told us that he's been briefed, but you haven't given us.
No, I just said he's been direct. I said this is the third time I'm saying he's been directly involved. You're talking about one union president. There are 12, so you're talking.
Making calls to other.
You're talking about one. I said I'm not going to provide any details at this time. The administration, more broadly, has been also in touch with parties. Yes, the president has been clearly. He's been he's been briefed, but he has actually been directly involved. Not going to get into more details on that, but you're talking about one president out of 12, and I know that they voted yesterday. This particular union that you're speaking of, but again, we are calling on all parties to come together and resolve this.
And then on a separate topic, the president has said that during the holiday season he plans to sit down with his family to talk about his intentions for running or not for re-election in 2024. Can you give us any insights into what those discussions will look like over the Thanksgiving holiday in particular?
So I'm going to be careful here. It's a upcoming election, so don't don't want to dive into that too much here, but I just repeat what the president has said many times. What I have said many times at this podium is that the president intends to run. He plans to run. He said himself, as you just laid out, Jeremy, that he's going to have a private conversation with his family. I'm certainly not going to lay out what that conversation could look like or potentially be. That is the president's clearly prerogative to have that conversation with his family, to make that decision. But again, not going to dive in too much into this because it's an upcoming election. The president intends to run, and I'll leave it there. Get it.
I just want to, on that private conversation, there won't be a Vogue family shoot of the private conversation.
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's a private conversation that, by the way, I will not be part of, hence a private conversation.
On the directly involved, he was directly involved ahead of the September agreement being reached. Are you saying he's been directly involved this week?
So I could say this. He's been directly involved since before there was even a tentative agreement, right? So that has not stopped. The president has been kept abreast as to what is happening, and he has been directly involved because he understands how important it is to make sure that we do not have a rail shutdown, because as I laid out, it would have a really serious effect on American families.
I'm trying to figure out who this week, in the closing days before notices may have to go out, in the administration is in touch with the unions? Is it the labor secretary? Is it somebody else in this building?
Well, I've been very clear that the Secretary Walsh has been in touch with the respective parties in this, and he has continued to stay in touch with again the parties that are involved in this agreement. But again, I'm not gonna get too far ahead of that. Look, he's encouraging, Secretary Walsh specifically, he's encouraging sides to reach a resolution that prevents a threat to a shutdown, and that's been our focus. Clearly, there's other folks in the administration, but Secretary Walsh played such a pivotal role in the tentative agreement, and so he's easy to point to because he's a Secretary of Labor and has been certainly directly involved.
Is there a date in the next week or so at which point y'all have to elevate this if there isn't an agreement? Because again, there's going to be disruption for industries that rely on
we understand. We understand that there will be disruption. We have been very clear about that. Again, the president has been directly involved. I will, don't have any details to provide at this time. Secretary Walsh has been involved as well, as you know, as the Secretary of Labor, and the administration more broadly as well has been in touch with the parties involved in this really critical, important issue. Okay.
I think just to drill down on this part of it, not to belabor the point, but there was almost a celebration in the Rose Garden 2 months ago with the president, with these labor leaders, with management. Is the president surprised to see that so many of these, obviously not all of them, but 4 out of the 12 of these unions have actually rejected a deal which he tried to sell as a strong deal for labor for these workers involved?
I want to be very clear here. The tentative agreement that we saw in September actually helped to prevent an immediate disruption to the economy. So that was important, that we were able to prevent that. This administration, it worked to bring unions and rail companies together to reach that agreement, and it kept our rail system working and prevented a disruption, again, to our economy. So that was an important moment as well. Look, we're going to be steadfast in saying that all parties need to come together. They need to come together in a good faith, and we have to prevent a rail shutdown.
And then two other questions if we can. Yesterday, the president said that he heard about the appointment of the special counsel when we all did. I wonder if you can elaborate on that. Was the president truly just informed based on media reports? Is there not a process in place with the DOJ in which that would be communicated to the White House?
There's no process in place. We are not involved. When it comes to a criminal investigation, the Department of Justice has its independence. We respect that independence. We were not involved. We were not forewarned. We learned just like you all did.
And then lastly, the president obviously turned 80 this weekend. It was a year ago on his birthday that Dr. Kevin O'Connor, his chief physician, released a very thorough analysis and medical report. I'm wondering if you expect that to happen again. Will we get an annual physical from the White House Medical Unit?
So the president is in good health and maintains an active lifestyle. That is from the doctor. He shared that with me. He will have a physical in the upcoming months, and the results will be released in the same way that it was last year.
So commit to doing that before he makes his future political.
Oh, I mean, look, I don't have a timeline for you. We are going to provide the information just as transparently as we did last year, this time around as well, and it will be happening in the next couple of months.
Thanks, Karine.
I'll come to that.
How much of a priority is it for the White House to get a legislation to protect Dreamers passed during the lame duck session?
As you know, when it comes to DACA, it is something that is very important to the president. I don't want to get ahead of, you're talking about in the next couple of weeks? Look, I'm not going to get into any specifics on the agenda for the next couple of weeks. As we have said, we're going to have conversations with leadership in Congress, but I'm just not going to get into specifics.
And also, a bipartisan group of senators are urging the administration to reconsider its decision not to give advanced drones to Ukraine. Is that something the president is open to?
Say that one more time?
His decision not to give advanced drones to Ukraine. Is that something that the president is open to reconsidering?
I would have to see this as a bipartisan letter.
Yeah, a bipartisan group of senators have sent a letter. They're urging him to reconsider this decision.
I would have to look at this letter and talk to the National Security Council. I've not heard of this letter. Okay, and I'm sorry. I'll come to the back after the queue.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up also on the lame duck session and see if the administration is still prioritizing passing the debt limit. And secondly, on student loans, is there sort of an estimate for when the legal challenges will sort of start wrapping up? The president said back in October that he thought relief would go out in 2 weeks.
As we continue listening in here to our White House press briefing, let's go ahead, send some viewers out here to a 2-minute break.
So look, on your first question about the debt ceiling, it should never, and I've said this before, it should never be a matter of political brinksmanship. We've been very clear. Congressional Republicans voted 3 times to lift the debt ceiling under the previous president. 3 times that they were able to do this. Congress must once again responsibly address the debt ceiling before its expiration. The sooner they act, the better for our economy and our country. We would welcome Congress resolving this issue during the lame duck. That is something that we are certainly open to and want to see, and we are consulting closely with congressional leadership on the issue. But again, it should not be used as a political brinksmanship. On your question, a student loan, are you talking about what specifically, just because you said 2 weeks has passed, but as you know, we have sent this up to the highest court of the land, the highest court of our nation, to make sure that we move forward quickly with making sure that the student loan relief that the president put forward, his plan, gets to the American people very quickly. As we know, there were about 16 million people who signed up and have been approved to get that loan, but that relief. And so we think it's incredibly important to make that happen. We believe very strongly, we are confident in our legal authority to carry out this program. But again, I want to be very clear here, and I've said this many times before, it is really unfortunate that we see congressional officials and special interest group try to block this. The way that this president sees the student debt relief, he sees it as an opportunity to give Americans a little bit of breathing room. American families to be able to start a family themselves, to be able to buy a house, to be able to really move forward with their lives in a way that they have that opportunity to do so with a little bit of that breathing room. So we're going to continue to fight. The president knows how to fight here. He knows he wants to fight for the American people, and so we're going to continue to make sure that we get this done.
On the debt limit, you said that you welcome Congress resolving this issue. Two questions about that. First, the definition of resolving this issue. Are you thinking like just a little bump up to get through a month, or are you thinking permanently resolving this issue, as some Democrats have recommended?
I appreciate the question. I'm just not going to get into specifics on how they're going to move forward on doing this. What we believe it should not be used as political bricksmanship. This should be done. It was done 3 times under the previous president by Republicans, and so there's no reason why we can't do this again.
And you said that you would welcome Congress doing this. Is the White House actively working to get Congress to address this in the lame duck?
So look, as I've said before, we are continuing to have conversations. We always do with congressional members, and just on a regular basis, as we do here at the White House. I don't have anything specifics to read out, any conversation to read out. But again, this is something that we welcome. We again don't see this. We do not believe this should be used as political brinksmanship.
Thanks a lot. I wanted to ask you about the statement that you made right at the top, talking about the need for an assault weapons ban. This is probably the best time in terms of moving that type of legislation forward during the lame duck session, given that Republicans will take over the House in January. So what is the administration doing to move this forward during this limited window that you have right now to move that legislation forward?
So look, the president has always been very clear when it comes to the assault ban weapons, or ban on assault weapons, which is we have something that we have to get done, and it's a priority to him, and it has been. He was a leader on that issue, on getting that legislation done 30 years ago. Under his administration, we're able to get the bipartisan gun reform legislation done just a couple of months ago, and this is something that's going to continue to be important to him. I'm not going to. I think we've talked a little bit about the priorities of the lame duck, but he wants to have conversations with the Democratic and Republican leaders in the House and the Senate, and to talk about what that lame duck, that priorities is going to look like. But when it comes to, assault banning assault weapons, this is something that is personal to him. This is something that an issue that he's worked on for so long, and we don't think it should have happened months ago. It should have happened years ago, we should have communities that are safe for our kids. We should have communities that are safe for families. We should have communities that are safe for Americans across the country. But I'm not going to get into specifics of priorities.
Do you see it in the same way that there is this narrow window to move this legislation forward right now?
Say that one more time.
Do you see it in the same way that you have this narrow window during the lame duck session to move this legislation forward?
This particular legislation, you're talking about the ban on assault weapons? Look, I just said we haven't laid out our priorities just yet. We're going to have conversations with Democratic and Republican leadership in both the House and the Senate to talk about what the priorities are going to be for the next couple of weeks. But clearly, this legislation is important to the president. He has talked about this many times. He put it out in a statement most recently after the horrific events that we saw at Club Q, and he's going to continue to speak to it.
Thanks. Just once more on the rail labor dispute. The president a couple months ago called the tentative agreement a big win, and it wasn't just the fact that a strike at the time was averted. He was talking about the substance of the agreement. So now that the rank and file, the workers in 4 of the unions have rejected that agreement, is the president pulling back on his endorsement, or does he still think that this tentative agreement should be implemented?
Well, here's what we're saying is that it averted a horrible downturn in our economy by that tentative agreement. It was a big deal. What it could have done to our economy would have been devastating. And so right now we are asking the parties involved to come together in good faith and resolve this. The president is directly involved, as I have said. Secretary Walsh has been involved, as I've said, and not just now, but before the tentative agreement. And so, look, it was an important it was an important, the tentative agreement was indeed important, again, because it stopped, it stopped a horrible potential downturn, again, to our economy.
Part of the White House's messaging, part of the industry's messaging is the majority of the unions involved have actually ratified the contract. Yeah. So I guess the question is, if you're urging both sides to come to the table, the companies don't have a particular incentive to do so. Are you suggesting that the president would not sign a bill that would impose the terms of the tentative agreement on those four unions?
Look, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals from here. What I'm saying is we've been very clear that both sides need to come together to reach a resolution that prevents a threat to a shutdown, and that's what we're going to continue to be very clear about.
Okay. Thanks, Karina.
Okay. I keep forgetting. I'm so sorry.
I've got two questions. You said a couple of times that the president's going to wait to have conversations with Republicans and Democrats in Congress before laying out the agenda. The president said that he was planning to have members of Congress from both parties, the leadership, coming over to the White House. Is there any update on the plan for that meeting, when it's going to take place? Have invitations been sent out? Has the president started to have those preliminary conversations with leaders?
I don't have anything to preview at this time on members coming to the White House. When we do, we'll certainly share that with all of you.
And then on a separate topic, we've learned through recent reporting about the president's granddaughter living here at the White House. I was wondering if you have any more details on whether she plans to continue to live here and whether any other family members or other people besides the president and the First Lady live at the White House.
I don't have anything further to share on that. Okay.
Karine Jean-Pierre here, giving us a lot of information surrounding all of these topics that we care about across the country, including not only the possible railway strike, but also inflation and plus some of those big breaking news stories that we've seen over the past few days. She started her remarks at the top of this press briefing after we heard from some of our White House COVID response team. She talked about the Colorado shooting. That's been one big story that we've been following, where 5 people were shot and killed. But I want to go over some other top stories that we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. We can always go back into that White House press briefing, finish it out a little bit later. But I do want to just mention that we've been following closely the story out of Idaho, where 4 students were killed. Now, there's also another story coming from Idaho where a family is looking for answers in their pet's mysterious murder. It was their dog. There's no connection yet that's been made, but there is speculation that the pet's gruesome death may be connected to the murders of these 4 University of Idaho students. So let's go ahead and go out to Fox's John Webb, who's giving us a bit more on this story.
Yeah, 39 years, and we've never been afraid, and we've always left our doors open, you know, in the summer, you know, but now they're locked and double locked.
One community, 2 mysterious murders, and now a curious town. What separates them is 2.5 miles and no direct connection between suspects. Today, Latah County deputies telling Nonstop Local that they do not believe that whoever killed 4 U of I students is related to this case at all.
You know, we never thought of that. All we know is what happened to our dog. But a connection, I have no idea.
Jim said Buddy would stroll around the property but never left the yard. 2 weeks ago, their friends found Buddy dead in a nearby field with no fur left on his body except for his head and paws.
I was in such shock that I just thought, well, an animal. I mean, your brain wouldn't go to anything else.
Which is what the initial deputy thought until he called his supervisor to take a look. The family tells us that the supervisor determined it was a person who did this based on how the dog was skinned and the fact that the dog was not eaten. Buddy's collar was also found unbuckled just 6 feet away. No suspect has been found in this case either. But their dog wasn't the only mysterious death. Jim said he also found a domestic rabbit with a similar wound just before his dog's death.
And somebody had cut his ears off.
Well, the whole top of his head. The
whole top. It was kind of a V thing, like you take antlers off a deer.
Jim tells me that he plans to install security cameras with what has unfolded over the past few weeks. And as the family continues to mourn the death of their beloved furry friend, they're asking anyone with information to call authorities.
We wouldn't have done anything different with Bud. He had the run of the yard and everything, and
if anybody knows anything.
Yeah.
please come forward, because that was a horrific crime, and what's going on in Moscow right now is just unbelievable.
And I do want to mention again, as they reiterated there in that story, they don't believe there is a connection between the two, just a few mysterious events happening there in their city. And do want to let our viewers know we are expecting a news conference. So we're hearing that it could happen with the Moscow Police Department. Again, they've been leading this investigation into the death of these 4 students. This will be taking place, we're hearing at about 4 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll be right on top of that here for all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. I want to turn our attention now to the World Cup. So many people have been or are becoming soccer fans, but there are some threats that need to be addressed. Senior U.S. officials tell Fox News there's good reason to believe Iranian-backed terror groups could be plotting an attack against the World Cup. So let's go ahead and go out to our Fox News correspondent, Alex Hogan, who's giving us more from Qatar.
The World Cup is underway here in Qatar, and so far there have been no major security issues, but a new threat could be emerging. Senior U.S. and Israeli officials tell Fox there are multiple streams suggesting a possible attack from Iran-backed terror groups. The head of Israel's military intelligence even going so far as to say, quote, the only thing holding them back is how the Qataris will react. The Pentagon says this new threat is connected to ongoing protests in Iran, an assessment shared by other Western allies.
Instability in Iran is bringing real-world consequences here. We're still contending with transnational terrorist groups that are down but definitely not out.
Those protests are now turning into a full-blown civilian uprising with more than 300 demonstrators killed so far, according to the UN, and politics is coming into play at the Cup itself. The Iranian team refusing to sing their country's national anthem in solidarity with the protesters back home.
The conditions in our country are not right. Our people are not happy. We are here, but it does not mean that we should not be their voice.
Meanwhile, outside the stadium, Iranians who travel to the Cup are holding protests of their own.
The main reason that we are here to just be voice of our people, of our country. The people at the moment, they are fighting to just have their human rights.
The U.S. and Iran are set to go head-to-head next Tuesday. Both teams say they're hoping to keep politics off the field. In Doha, Qatar, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Thank you, Alex, for that story. Coming back here, consumers may see higher prices and possible shortages when it comes to if these rail workers do go on strike. Let's go ahead and get more.
Consumers will likely see higher gas prices and grocery shortages during the winter holiday season if rail workers strike.
By this point in the year, largely retailers have their inventory in place for the holiday peak shopping season, but supply chains are always moving, so there's still merchandise out there in transit.
It's not clear what a rail strike would mean for your package deliveries because FedEx and UPS both rely on rail to some degree. Commuters would be stranded if there is a strike because so many passenger railroads operate on tracks owned by the freight railroads. Just about every industry could be affected because so many businesses need railroads to deliver their raw materials and completed products, and there aren't enough trucks to pick up the slack.
We're hoping that the negotiations will be able to find a resolution.
What's the probability of a rail strike? Today, it became something we should consider when the largest of the 12 rail unions rejected the latest offer from management. Overall, 4 of the 12 unions are pushing for a better deal. The deadline is December 5th. It would just take one union to make it a full strike, since all others would not cross the picket line. Dr. Patrick Penfield is a professor of supply chain practice at Syracuse University.
If the railroad does go on strike, it could cause chaos.
If a strike happens, he says Congress will step in.
There's this thing called the Railway Labor Act, where the railroad unions they can't go on strike. So legally they can't. But they could if they wanted to, right? So Congress would have to step in, and they would kind of have to force the railroad unions to accept, whatever agreement's been worked out. And if they don't, then they could get fired.
Workers' quality of life concerns seem to be the main sticking point. The contract on the table does not include any paid sick time, just one personal day.
And turning our attention now to some chaos you could be seeing here over the holiday weekend. Many people who are headed out for their Thanksgiving travel plans should brace for big crowds as well as higher prices. There's been a turbulent year for travel. Airlines say they are prepared to handle the influx of passengers, though. Let's go ahead and go out to Fox News correspondent Garrett Tenney, who's giving us a bit more.
Almost 55 million Americans plan to travel for Thanksgiving. According to AAA, about 4.5 million will fly. That's up about 8% from last year and near pre-pandemic levels.
What's the holidays without family?
The majority of Americans will drive to their destination, with the current national average price for gasoline down 14 cents from just a week ago.
Gas prices are sliding significantly ahead of Thanksgiving. Of course, it is still more expensive than last year, but that gap is closing rapidly.
Travel app Hopper says people are paying about 43% higher airfare compared to last year, though the higher prices haven't deterred travelers. This week, TSA expects 1.7 million passengers at Chicago's O'Hare and Midway airports alone.
My first flight coming into Midway was completely booked, and it was like 9 o'clock in the morning, which is kind of unusual.
But the big question, will airlines and airports be ready for the crowds? Staffing shortages led to delays and cancellations across the country earlier this year. Officials at Seattle's SeaTac Airport say passengers should give themselves enough time to get through security.
That may take you 30, 45 minutes, rather to plan ahead for a little bit longer and get through faster than to get stuck without planning enough, and then you're now in the line and your flight's about to take off.
TSA urges folks to get to the airport at least 2 hours early for domestic flights and 3 hours for international ones. In Chicago, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
And that's a look at some of those top stories we're following right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief break, but when we come back, there was that horrible scene from Massachusetts just yesterday after an SUV drove into an Apple store. That individual did have a hearing today. We'll give you more details on the bail that was set and what both sides, the prosecutors and his defense, say happened before this crash. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It was yesterday we were showing you these images from Massachusetts after an SUV had driven through an Apple store. This happening in Hingham, Massachusetts, just nearly 20 miles or so away from that Boston area. So emergency crews had responded here. We have learned since that time that one person A 65-year-old Kevin Bradley of New Jersey has passed away. He was apparently, according to Apple, a professional who was on site supporting some recent construction in the store. There was also 19 other people who were injured, ranging in different medical conditions. So today we did have the driver of that SUV. We've learned his name is Bradley Rain. He's 53 years old. He was arraigned Tuesday in a courtroom here today on charges of reckless homicide by a motor vehicle and reckless operation of a motor vehicle. So let's go ahead and bring you that arraignment that happened just a little earlier here today.
Court, all rise. Be seated. Court is now in session. Remain quiet, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Judge Bradley is presiding. Your Honor, the matter before us is the matter of Bradley Rain on docket 2258 CR 0854, charging the defendant on or about November 21st, 2022 in the town of Hingham with reckless operation of a motor vehicle and motor vehicle homicide by reckless operation. Pleas of not guilty will be entered on his behalf.
All right, good morning, sir. How do you say your last name?
It's Ryan.
Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ryan, anytime you're in court, you have a right to have an attorney represent you. Based on the assets that you self-reported, you would not qualify for court-appointed counsel today. So we'll give you a date for an appearance of counsel. You'll have to retain a private attorney or waive your right to counsel, okay?
Sure.
All right. Commonwealth, any requests?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. David Cutshall for the Commonwealth. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is requesting $100,000 cash bail to assure this defendant's appearance, as well as the condition that he be ordered not to operate a motor vehicle during the pendency of the case. The essential allegations in this case are summarized in a State Police Detective Unit report alleging that on yesterday's date, November 21st of 2022, at approximately 10:45 a.m., the Hingham Police Department received numerous 911 calls for a single motor vehicle crash at the Apple store in the Derby Street shops. This is a large shopping center consisting of several retail shops and restaurants. There's a large parking lot in the middle of the shops and travel lanes that run around the perimeter of the parking lot. During business hours, there is a high amount of motor vehicle traffic, pedestrian traffic, and a high amount of customers in the retail shops. Investigators determined that a 2019 Toyota 4Runner had crashed into the front of the Apple store and proceeded through the retail section before coming to its final resting point in the left rear corner of the Apple store. They noted that the entrance is approximately 30 feet from the travel lane of the parking lot. The front of the store consists of large windows and glass doors that extend to the base of the building, and a large gaping hole was observed through the glass window to the right of the main entrance. In the rear of the store, the 4Runner came to rest against the rear wall, which sustained severe damage, causing it to collapse in spots and push into a hallway behind the wall. Investigators interviewed witnesses and viewed surveillance video, which appeared to show the dark-colored SUV traveling at a consistent high rate of speed down the travel lane and directly into the Apple store. Numerous customers and employees were inside and outside the Apple store at this time. A total of approximately 21 victims were identified at the crash scene. Most of them sustained serious bodily injuries and were transported to area hospitals. One victim, however, a 65-year-old man from New Jersey named Kevin Bradley, tragically lost his life and was pronounced deceased by first responders on scene. The driver of this 2019 Toyota 4Runner at the time of the fatal crash was identified as this defendant, Bradley Ryan. He voluntarily went with police back to the Hingham Police Station to be interviewed. The interview was audio and video recorded with his consent, and he was given his Miranda warnings prior to the interview beginning. The defendant stated that he had been shopping that morning at the Derby Street shops. He stated that while driving in the area of Barnes and Noble, his right foot became stuck on the accelerator and the vehicle accelerated. He stated that he used his left foot to try to brake, but was unable to stop the vehicle and the crash through the front of the Apple store. He stated that he had no medical issues that would impair his ability to operate a vehicle safely. He stated that the vehicle had no mechanical issues to his knowledge, and he denied consuming any alcohol or drugs that day. He agreed to take a preliminary breath test, which registered a reading of 0, and he allowed investigators to search his cellular phone, and he consented to a voluntary blood draw. Following that, the defendant was arrested and booked at the Hingham Police Station. This investigation is ongoing. The defendant has no criminal record in Massachusetts, although his driver's history does reflect a December 2020 involvement in Vermont, a charge of driving under the influence, and court records for that offense show that it was later expunged. Based on the extremely serious facts in this case and the potential penalties that the defendant faces, the Commonwealth submits that $100,000 cash bail is necessary and sufficient to assure his appearance at future dates, and we request that he be ordered not to operate a vehicle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any evidence that the defendant had any connection to the Apple store?
There is no information contained within the probable cause report that was authored by the state police about any connections of the defendant to any individuals within the Apple store at that time. As I indicated, the investigation is ongoing.
And are there any prior mental health issues reported or any concerns by you?
There are no issues reflected in the probable cause report that was authored by the state police, but the investigation is ongoing at this time.
All right, thank you. And Attorney King, we asked you to be appointed for bail only to the defendant. Did you have enough time to speak to him regarding these requests?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'll hear from you now.
I'm asking Your Honor to set bail at $20,000, which is the amount set by the clerk at the police station last night, but also for no more than $50,000. He is able to afford $50,000. So I'm asking between $20,000 and $50,000. As I said, $20,000 is the amount we started at the station last night. Though the outcome of this accident was horrific, and I don't want to downplay that, it was just that it wasn't an accident. As you heard from the summary of the state police report, Mr. Ryan was very cooperative with the police, agreed to searches, to breathalyzer, to speaking with them. He was not under the influence of alcohol. He did 0.0 on preliminary breathalyzer, and the blood draw should come back with nothing in the system as well. And as he explained, his foot got stuck on the accelerator. As he explained it to me, it was between the accelerator pedal and the side, and his foot got stuck. He tried to move his foot, it had unstuck, so he could stop. He also tried to brake with his other foot while he was doing that, but he was unable to. And it's just really unfortunate accident. There's also no reason to believe that Mr. Ryan will not appear in court. As you heard, he has no criminal record. There was one prior charge that was expunged, no prior record, and he has lengthy ties to his community. He's been living at his current address for about 1.5 years, but has been in Massachusetts for about 30 years. Has family here. He got divorced about 1.5 years ago, but he has 2 kids who live with their mother in Natick. So his son is 21 years old and he's currently in college at Denver University, but lives with his mom in his home. And Mr. Ryan sees his kids and talks to them often. He's planning on spending holidays, both Thanksgiving and Christmas, with them and his brother and sister and their families. He also spends a lot of time hiking and mountain biking, skiing, fishing, and other things with his kids. He's very close to them, very family-oriented with them. He also has, as I said, a brother and sister who live in the area. They each have 3 kids that Mr. Ryan is also very close to. Mr. Ryan is not currently working. He was last working about 1 year ago, doing software sales, technology field. Quit his job, wanted to take some time off, reboot with his divorce. He started looking for a job again, probably still in technology sales, but hoping to work in the alternative energy business, and has been talking to a couple different companies hoping to get a job. Mr. Ryan does not drink, does not have any mental health issues. As I said, this is just an unfortunate accident, and I believe that $20,000 to $50,000 is sufficient to ensure his appearance in court to fight his case, and he will agree to the condition of not driving.
Commonwealth, is there any request to stay away, have no contact with any of the other alleged victims or witnesses?
Commonwealth does not anticipate that being an issue with this case.
Okay.
He does not have a connection with the people in the store. As I said, just an unfortunate accident.
Okay. All right, thank you both. Well, based on the defendant's financial resources, which he self-reported, the nature and circumstances of the offense, and the potential penalty that the defendant faces, but also considering his ties to the community and his lack of any record in Massachusetts, the court does feel that bail is necessary to ensure his appearance. I am going to set bail in the amount of $100,000 cash based on all of those factors. I am going to order that he is not to operate a motor vehicle while this case is pending. I'm also going to order that should the defendant seek to leave the state while this case is pending, he must first seek the approval of the court by filing a motion with the court. So he's not to travel out of state for work or family while this case is pending without first coming to court and obtaining permission from the court. He is also ordered not to be charged with anything else in any state while this case is pending. If you violate those conditions, sir, if you get charged with anything else or you violate the other conditions set by the court, you could be brought back in on this matter and held without bail in jail up to 90 days. You do have a right to a bail review in Superior Court on the amount of bail that I have set. You can talk to Attorney King about exercising that right on your behalf. Attorney King at this time is appointed for bail only purposes. I'm going to set a date for appearance of counsel. You must come back to court in person on that next date and either an attorney with you or report to the court what your plans are regarding obtaining an attorney. If you find based on your financial circumstances that you want the court to reevaluate your ability to get an attorney, you can ask to readdress that on the next date that you come back if you don't have counsel hired, okay? But listen to the clerk. She's going to give you a date for appearance of counsel.
Hey, Mr. Ryan, your next court date is 12/22 for counsel appointment hearing. The defendant will be held on $100,000 cash bail and is ordered not to operate a motor vehicle. And if the defendant seeks to leave the state, he must get the approval of the court to travel by form of motion.
So we were just listening into this courtroom hearing that happened just this morning. Again, that driver having a bail set at $100,000 cash bail in connection to that chaotic crash that happened in an Apple store in Hingham on Monday. It did kill one person and injure 19 others. Live now from Fox, stepping away for a break. We'll have more news stories from across the country in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to take you out to some breaking news we have coming in here from Charlotte, North Carolina, where we do know that 2 people were killed in a helicopter crash that took place just here this morning. This is a live picture coming to us from Charlotte, North Carolina. This on the southbound lanes of Interstate 77, according to officials. Now, North Carolina Department of Transportation said all lanes are closed there near exit 4 Nations Ford Road. Southbound traffic was being diverted, and media has, or the medics have confirmed that 2 people were pronounced dead on the scene. It is a very active scene here. You can see just how many responders are out here. We do actually have another picture, this one coming to us from one of those traffic cameras, but news crews are also out here reporting on this deadly crash. So you can see that they are keeping people back away from this scene as they investigate what could have possibly caused this helicopter to crash here again in Charlotte, North Carolina on Tuesday, but no word yet on the cause of that and who was inside of that helicopter as well. So we'll continue to keep our eye on all of these reports coming to us from Charlotte, North Carolina, and keep an eye on these live images coming in here too. So with that being said, if we do get more information, of course, we'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, though, and listen into even more of these top news conferences and stories that have been coming in. We just had a news conference wrap up, but we want to play it out from the beginning. Out of Florida, remember there was that free fall ride death to a 14-year-old who was visiting in the area. That was Tyree Sampson. Well, now they have filed a lawsuit against the maker of that ride. So let's go ahead and listen into that press conference right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Let me know when everybody is good. You ready? Everybody's good? All right, fantastic. Well, thank you for being here this afternoon. I want to first welcome Senator Geraldine Thompson. Thank you for joining me again this afternoon. We will hear from the senator in a moment. In March of this year, Tyree Sampson, a 14-year-old boy visiting Florida from Missouri, fell to his death from the Eagle Drop Tower in Orlando. With the magnitude of this incident, it was important to me that the department take the necessary time to conduct a thorough investigation and get this right, which I believe that we have done to the best of our ability. The department's investigation has concluded that Tyree fell from the drop tower due to the changes made by the ride by the operators. He was sitting in one of 2 seats where the proximity sensor was manually repositioned to allow a larger restraint opening than the ride's other seats. Because his seat's harness proximity sensor had been improperly adjusted, the ride was allowed to commence even though the ride was unsafe and led directly to his fall. The department's investigation also revealed there was minimal training conducted on the ride. A training manual did not exist. Neither of the attendants nor the operator had read or seen the manufacturer manual, nor had an operating document been provided to the attendants or the operators that were on duty. And all the attendants and the operator confirmed that they had been instructed that seats 1 and 2 were being used for larger guests. Today, my department issued an administrative complaint alleging multiple violations of Florida law related to these findings. We are seeking an administrative fine exceeding $250,000, one of the largest administrative fines the department has ever sought, and a permanent revocation of the ride's operating permit in the state of Florida. The details of the allegations are outlined in the administrative complaint and investigative report, which will be available through the link in the press release to follow. I've instructed my staff to forward our findings to the Orange County Sheriff's Department to consider criminal charges. From the beginning, I promised that my office would seek legislative remedies based on our findings. And back in July, we held a press conference on our initial framework for potential legislation. Since then, We've expanded and refined that framework into a list of proposed legislative objectives to help prevent the kind of tragedy that happened to Tyree from never happening again. Our goal here is to identify the issues that we believed played a direct part in his death. These objectives will also be available through the link in the press release to follow. First, as I mentioned back in July, we'd like to expand the signage posting requirements for patron qualifications. Currently, the law only mandates signage required by the manufacturer. Our changes would mandate the postings of all patron requirements, warnings, and/or exclusions included in the ride manual. Second, we want to see an increased number of safety system checks during the permitting process before engineers sign off on the FDAC's annual affidavits. Third, update the term major modifications to include any modifications of safety settings. Fourth, we want to add department authority to adopt rules for employee training and create a minimal standard for operating, training, retaining, and training program documentation. Fifth, clarify department authority and increase reporting requirements for the documentation of maintenance and the required reporting of any changes made to safety systems and restraints. Sixth, add authority to require all administrative devices to undergo ride commissioning and certification as part of the permitting requirements. This will provide a certification that the ride was manufactured, assembled, tested, and put into service following all manufacturing qualifications and specifications. Seventh, add a requirement that the operator must provide the department with location and other data from the manufacturer of all tolerance, settings, and specifications related to the patron restraints and safety systems. Eighth, increase the required accident reporting for amusement rides. And finally, we want to request new positions with the sole mission of inspecting permanent ride facilities and traveling shows and fairs to monitor safe operations and verify training of on-site staff during the operation. Safety monitors will perform unannounced visits to observe and ensure operations to being conducted following proper procedures, verify proper training of all on-duty employees, and observe the ride in operation to detect unsafe ride conditions that may have occurred following the last of the inspections. We are so lucky that Senator Geraldine Thompson is committed to caring and fighting for this legislation, and hope that Commissioner-elect Wilton Simpson and the new legislature will also make this a top priority for 2023. Thank you so much for your support and dedication to this issue, Senator. I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. I'd like you to think about your expectations when you get into your vehicle on a daily basis. You expect that the brakes are going to work. You expect that the airbag is operable. You expect that the seatbelt works. Now, contrast that with a ride that takes you 400 feet into the air, and you have a harness that goes over the body that doesn't lock in properly because it's been adjusted. And when the millions of people who visit Florida come to this state, we want them to know that there is oversight, that there is accountability, that there are inspections, that there are requirements for training, all of the things that Commissioner Freed just talked about. And so the very first bill that I'm going to file as a member of the Florida Senate will be the Tyree Sampson Law. We had a 14-year-old young man with a promising future. He was a 4.0 in terms of his GPA. He was a 5-star athlete, and he fell out of this ride because things were adjusted that were contrary to the directions of the manufacturers. So the Tyree Sampson law is going to address all of those things. You've already heard that signage is something that has to be addressed. Any modification will trigger another inspection. We'll look at the frequency of inspections and have unannounced visits to these amusement rides to make sure that they are following the laws of the state of Florida. The fine that has been imposed is a very significant fine and will put on notice other people, other entities that operate amusement rides, that there are consequences to not following the laws here in the state of Florida. And so I am committed to filing this legislation, and it is not a partisan issue. That's something I really want to stress. It is a safety issue. It's about the welfare and the safety and the life of people who come to this state, and we know that tourism is the backbone of our economy here in the state of Florida. And we also want to say to the family of Tyree Sampson that if we could, we would undo what happened to their son, but we can't. But what we can do is to make sure that our laws will prevent this from happening to anyone else. And the fact that the bill will be the Tyree Sampson law will mean that his life will not have been in vain, that it will mean that we're now going to have everyone know who he was, what his contributions were, and to recognize those contributions with the Tyree Sampson law.
Tyree Sampson was the 14-year-old who fell to his death again on that ride when he was visiting that Florida theme park. This happening just earlier here this year. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll continue giving you more top stories after this. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A couple different looks here for you as we continue to follow this story out of Charlotte, North Carolina, where there was a crash of a helicopter on the I-77. This happening just early this afternoon. As soon as we had these pictures and we started gathering information, we're bringing it here to all of our viewers watching here with us. It looks like we do have a media staging area here ready for an update and a press conference on the investigation into the cause of this crash and an update onto who this or what helicopter this was. But again, right now we do know there is 2 people who've been confirmed dead as this helicopter crashed off Interstate 77 in Charlotte. Now, the Charlotte Observer is reporting that a WBTV news staff member has confirmed that the Sky 3 helicopter was the one who was involved in that crash. So that, again, was something that they have had reported here, saying that they had confirmed that it was their own helicopter that is involved in this incident here. So we'll be hopefully learning a bit more information once we do have this update. Of course, as soon as we see that emergency personnel back in front of those microphones, this will be a press conference we'll take live, raw, and unfiltered here for all of our viewers watching here with us. And I do want to say thank you so much for watching here with us. We know that this is a sad event whenever we've had incidents like this, helicopter crashes, and yesterday we had that car crash into the Apple store. And so this is what we do. We follow these breaking news stories and we bring them to you as soon as we do have all of the latest information and these press conferences. So we'll keep a close eye on these shots coming in here, again, out of Charlotte. As soon as we see that official step up to the microphones, we'll, of course, keep you up to date and take you into that press conference live, raw, and unfiltered. Until that time, though, we want to continue bringing you more news stories that are coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. We're going to take you down to Texas. We do have Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He was handing out Thanksgiving meals to some of our border security patrol officers, and he's speaking with media here at this time. So let's go ahead and listen into that here for a moment on Live Now from Fox.
Women in uniform for being here all the time, but especially during the time of Thanksgiving. Thank them for their service, for their sacrifice, and for stepping up and playing their role to secure our border.
Governor, can you please elaborate a little bit about the use of invasion, the word, and also about the use of the tankers?
So the use of the word comes from the United States Constitution. It's the invocation of Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution, which authorizes states to take the escalated action that Texas is taking right now to make sure that we're able to respond to the out-of-control border caused by the federal government's abandonment of the state of Texas.
And the tankers, you were saying?
So those are our transportation vehicles that will be moving National Guard from one location to another.
Not to be stationed right there by the railroad.
Well, listen, it's going to be up to the National Guard General to determine where they go and how they're used. And so sometimes they will be moving, sometimes they'll be stationary, sometimes they'll be used for other activities.
Thank you, Governor.
Sure.
Your director of budget was in last week's Senate when she was asked about the updates she said that she didn't think that a lot was going to change. Can you tell us what will change logistically?
Well, several things are changing, both logistically and otherwise. One thing that's changing, and that is next month we're adding more border wall. The wall is actually going to be going up, and 2 more segments along the border. What's also changing is our tactics. We are now prioritizing the turning back or the repelling of people trying to cross the border illegally. We're having to do this because of the unprecedented numbers of people coming across the border. They are increasing in number. That requires Texas to step up our game.
Last question. Governor, Emergency Management Philadelphia says they're waiting for communication from TDEM. Are they going to get any messaging on coordinating busing?
So I'd have to refer you to TDEM on that. However, what I do know is that non-governmental organizations on the Philadelphia side are in contact with non-governmental organizations on the Texas side, and you can tell that because you can tell when they get off, there are people there waiting for them. So the non-governmental organizations are there waiting for them when they arrive, and they know about it. Sure. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all.
All right, so a Texas governor, they're handing out meals to some of those Border Patrol agents and service members, but also speaking about what they are running into on a daily basis. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of this hour. When we come back, giving you the latest update on that helicopter crash out of Charlotte. It's coming up here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is a live look again at the I-77 in Charlotte, where 2 people were said to have been killed in a helicopter crash. Officials just stepping up to the microphone moments ago. We're going to begin their press conference from the top as they're giving us the very latest details on this incident.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. Just want to give you a quick update. At about 12 o'clock this afternoon, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department received a call for a helicopter crash on I-77 on the southbound side. Officers responded to the scene and tragically confirmed that there was a helicopter crash, as well as 2 victims who were deceased on the scene. Currently, we're still investigating the incident. CMPD is assisting in traffic control and the diversion of traffic. We are not able to release any information about the helicopter itself and also about the victims that were inside of the helicopter as well. What I can confirm with you is that no vehicles were involved in the incident, and that the helicopter crash occurred off to the side of the roadway. The NTSB and the FAA will be conducting the investigation, and the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department at this time, along with the Charlotte Fire Department and the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, will be assisting in securing the scene and awaiting the arrival of the investigators for the FAA and the NTSB. So with that, I will take any questions that you might have, with the understanding that I cannot discuss the victims as well as the aircraft that has crashed.
When you say you can't talk about the aircraft, do you mean like confirm where the aircraft came from?
That's correct. It is a small helicopter aircraft that has crashed. But however, as far as identifying where the aircraft is from, that is something that we're not ready to release. I just ask the respect of the families. We do have to make some notifications, and that's going to take some time. But as soon as we get that information, I'm sure it will be released.
Chief, can you just speak to how difficult this is during this time?
It's very difficult. It's tragic in that, and on top of that, we're looking at going into the holiday season where we're supposed to be spending time with our loved ones, and tragically there are 2 people involved in this crash that will not be going home and will not be spending the holidays with their families. So it's a huge loss, tragic loss, and it's just something that you can't put into words to try and offer condolences to the families. I do ask that we do pray for the families of both of these victims. It's going to be a difficult holiday season.
I know it's early right now and you can't speak to the investigation, but are you witnesses? There are reports that witnesses have called some heroics here as to where this helicopter landed compared to where it could have.
That's correct. I have heard that as well, that it seems the pilot that was operating the aircraft made some diversionary moves to avoid hitting traffic. Fortunately, there was no vehicles involved in it, and I think that's, as we move forward, to me it looks like a heroic incident where the pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes, to make sure that the safety and security of those that were driving on the road was not in jeopardy. So.
Do you have an idea about how many witnesses there might have been that you guys have been able to speak to?
I'm not sure. I know there's a couple that had stayed on the scene, but we're still looking at anyone who was a witness to it. Is certainly, I'm sure the NTSB and the FAA is going to be interested in speaking with those individuals. I don't have information on how to get in touch with them at this time, but I'm sure that that's something that they'll be interested in having that conversation.
Investigators are on their way now. How long do you believe that scene and the traffic to be closed?
Yeah, so right now traffic is closed on 77 southbound between Tyvola and Arrowwood Road. don't anticipate that opening anytime soon. So anyone who can avoid that area, if that's a route of your destination, please avoid that area if at all possible, because traffic is going to be backed up for some time, and I anticipate it going through rush hour and possibly through the night. But as investigators arrive, I don't have an estimated time of arrival for them, but as they arrive, we're going to be looking for the need to continue to have all of the lanes blocked, and if we can certainly open up a lane or two to allow traffic to flow, we will do that when possible. But again, as I mentioned, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, the Charlotte Fire Department, and the North Carolina Highway Patrol are assisting in this to ensure that that we have traffic flow and safety of that scene as much as possible.
When we look at the crash, was there any type of fire? Did you describe a little bit more about the crash?
No, at this time there was no indication that there was any type of fire. Again, we looked at, heard from some of the witnesses that the pilot did try to avert and to avoid hitting any vehicles, and from the looks of where the scene was and the crash was, the pilot was successful in not going into the roadway and hitting any vehicles. So that's certainly a heroic act and probably saved some lives.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody else? All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Chief, you got an ETA on when you might do this again?
When what now?
When you might do this again. You got maybe like 30 minutes, an hour? Yeah, just.
I have no idea. I think what we're going to end up doing is that's going to be turned over to the NTSB and the FAA. Okay. Really, our part of the investigation is more at this point just to make sure we secure the scene, keep traffic flowing, and make sure that they have everything they need as far as when they get here for the investigation. So I don't know if we'll do another stand-up from CMPD or not. So.
But if you guys do a stand-up with the FAA or whatever, it would be here then, probably.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. No way to tell. I don't even have an ETA for when they're going to be here. So, all right.
Thank you.
All right, so once again, we were just listening in with the officials who were saying that it was heroic action by that pilot, that no other vehicles were involved in this accident. Again, that took place just a little earlier here today. They have not been able to confirm what helicopter it was, who was on board. They said, of course, they still have to update family members on this incident, but I do want to let our viewers know again, it is being reported that it was another local news team who was on board, and it was a local news helicopter that had this incident happen. So this again is going to be under investigation. Right now they're going to continue to keep all of these lanes closed here on Interstate 77 through the afternoon hours, and they did say that they'll continue to divert traffic in the other direction surrounding this incident as well. But the very beginning of that update, they were saying, you know, this is a very unfortunate event. Obviously, when you think about 2 lives that were taken because of this crash, and especially ahead of these holidays, it's going to be very difficult for these family members. So our thoughts also go out to those who are going to be affected by this crash. I do want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us. We'll continue to keep an eye on this breaking news scene, especially since we still have some of these live images coming in. And as you heard, if there's more updates, we'll stay on top of that for everyone as well. But thanks to our viewers for watching here with us. We've been in some big top news stories, breaking news events, not only over the weekend when we had that Colorado shooting happen at that Club Q where 5 lives were taken, but we've also been into breaking news throughout the beginning of this week as well, including just yesterday we were seeing some images as our Skyfox, or as our helicopter was flying above Hingham, Massachusetts. So they were showing us some of these images that I'm going to bring to you here on your screen. It was at a crash of an Apple store. We already heard this morning during the first hearing for that driver who was then set to have a $100,000 bail for this crash and for this incident. We heard a little bit of information on what could have unfolded before it, as the driver had said that he'd consented to doing a breathalyzer that had 0. He did a blood work, and he also had handed over his cell phone records and his cell phone to officials as they investigate this crash. Now, according to that driver and the counsel who was appointed to him for now, they did say that his foot foot possibly had gotten stuck on that gas pedal, in between the gas pedal and another area inside of the car. While he did try to brake, that's when his vehicle had crashed into that store. It did result in the death of at least one person. We've learned that it was a 65-year-old. 19 others were injured because of this crash that took place. So what we want to do is, of course, we're always staying up to date on the very latest, like we did with that bond hearing. We brought you inside of that courtroom just earlier here today. But we did also have an update coming in from hospital officials, because, again, there was 19 others who were injured, many of them brought to local hospitals in that Hingham area. And they are giving us a new update on the condition of those people who were injured. So let's go ahead and bring that very latest update to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Yesterday we ended up treating a total of 18 patients. We have 8 patients who are remaining in the hospital, 2 in our intensive care unit and 6 in other floors. The other patients were discharged from the hospital through last evening. The injuries, again, as stated yesterday, range from pretty significant head injuries to many orthopedic injuries, including arms and legs, lots and lots of fractures, chest trauma, lots of pulmonary injuries. And so there's a long road to recovery for many of the patients who are in our facility. We did transfer 2 patients yesterday to higher level of care into Boston. I don't have an update on their condition, but otherwise the patients that we have now, most are doing okay, a couple in guarded condition, but at this point would expect them all to survive. With me is Dr. Millam, who's our chair of surgery, and Dr. Tollefson, who's our EMS medical director. Dr. Tollefson was on scene yesterday at the event, and Dr. Millam was with me at the hospital managing the patients as they arrived here. So happy to take any questions.
Just how traumatic, how tough has this been on your staff when you care about your people as well as your patients?
I'll start. I mean, I have to say our team is really proud of what was accomplished yesterday. We do train for this. This is something that we don't ever want to happen, but we prepare for. We drill mass casualty events with frequency. And so yesterday everybody went into the mode of preparing for and caring for patients as they arrive. I'll speak for the team, but our team did an absolutely amazing job yesterday. We were never unable to manage any patient who arrived. We had full teams available for every single patient who arrived. 17 of those patients arrived in 47 minutes. 5 of them were in extreme critical nature. The rest of them had various injuries. Very few of them were minor injuries. Most of them were quite significant. And Dr. Tollefson can talk about the scene, but it was a pretty, this was a very intense, tragic event.
Yeah, sure. I'd just like to say I'm extremely proud of all the responders on scene. As you've reported previously, it was rather chaotic on scene on arrival, but very quickly became a very efficient triage, immediate treatment, stabilization, and transport operation. Very proud of the capabilities of South Shore Hospital, the ability to absorb all these patients seamlessly. And the crews on the scene, again, we're dealing with multiple different agencies all working together in concert. It was just very, very smooth. From a critical incident stress debriefing standpoint, we have had resources for critical incident stress debriefing, and we've had what we call hot washes, which are where we discuss the events immediately after. And those have been going on, and they'll continue, and we have continued resources for first responders as well as others available.
As far as the 2 patients who are in the ICU, what are the nature of their injuries? Is it more like lower extremities, I think was maybe mentioned yesterday, or head trauma? Where do they stand?
They have multi-system injuries, so they have multi-system injuries, chest and lower extremity. So one of them requires fairly intensive respiratory care.
Is anyone at risk of amputation still?
Nope, no. All the vascular exams checked out very well with all these patients. So and nobody required a vascular reconstruction. So no, everyone's gonna leave with what they came in with.
Obviously, ICU very serious. What is the prognosis for those two in the ICU? What's their future looking?
Excellent. Multiple rib fractures are painful. It's hard to put the chest at rest. You can't put your ribs up on a hassock and watch TV. So it takes a while to get over rib fractures, but that patient will get better.
The folks who are in the ICU that are suffering from the rib fractures, were they pinned by the car yesterday?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Dr. Tollefson that.
Could you answer that, Dr. Tollefson?
I was at scene, and I can't comment on that right now.
So in terms of the count, we have a total of 18 that were here. You said 2 went to Boston. Were those part of the 18, or were there 20
Yes.
that were sent?
No, it's part of the 18.
So 16 were treated here.
Well, the 2 who went to Boston were treated here, and then they were sent to Boston.
Within hours, or did that happen?
Within an hour.
I can clarify on that. So the 18 were treated here. 5 patients arrived, as Dr. Tracy said, with immediate life-threatening critical injuries and illnesses that were time-sensitive. Immediate life-saving measures were taken here, but then ultimately 2 patients required continued ongoing care for certain specialties and additional resources. So those 2 were then transported. 3 patients left the scene directly to Boston Medical Center.
How many patients self-reported here as opposed to being transported by EMS?
Just one.
When you have 5 people come in, and you're saying they are emergency life-threatening, and to have all 5 of those go into the column of a good prognosis, A, what does that say about what happened here yesterday, and B, how does that feel today knowing that?
We have a lot of people here who have long backgrounds in taking care of the injured, and we can bring a lot of people to the point of contact with trauma patients. We not infrequently get groups of trauma patients here. It's pretty infrequent that we get this number, but it feels good. I felt satisfied when I drove home last night. This is an event that wasn't just about having surgeons and intensivists and emergency medicine guys and pre-hospital people. The nurses on the med-surg wards came down to the emergency department and just picked up their patients who'd been admitted and brought them up to make room. Transport workers know where to go. The hospital security didn't have to be told where to go. They knew exactly what to do. Everybody responded exactly as they were supposed to. And when you're in the middle of a well-oiled machine like that, it can be very satisfying. So, I think we're very satisfied with our performance. I think we're a very capable hospital, and we try to serve the people of the South Shore as well as we can. I think we did a good job yesterday.
Do you mind answering too? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Millam and I talked. We were in charge at the time, and within moments we had 4 trauma surgeons, multiple vascular surgeons, multiple orthopedic surgeons, 3 intensive care doctors, a multitude of physician's assistants, nurse practitioners, CRNAs, I would say hundreds of additional support staff between nurses, phlebotomy, transport, environmental services, turning over rooms. We were able to very quickly clear out our emergency department for what was unknown. We didn't know what the numbers were ultimately going to be, so we needed to prepare for the worst. And again, at no time did we ever feel as though we did not have the needed resources to care for the volume of patients that arrived. In addition, I mean, I'll just say we saw 270-ish other patients yesterday, including at the same time a critical trauma patient that had another very critical traumatic injury that required immediate operative care in the middle of all this. And again, the entire team, the entire organization here rallied together at a very important moment and did an absolutely stellar job.
Did people show up to work yesterday that weren't scheduled just to come and lend a hand?
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Dr. Tollefson, I know there's a range of emotions, but can you characterize at all how the patients are doing mentally?
I don't think I can answer that question just yet. I can talk about the first responders and my colleagues who we've talked about, but from a patient perspective, what I can probably say is that it's going to be a long road to recovery for a lot of them. That's for sure.
It seems like I think you guys kind of touched on this yesterday, but just one more time, it seems like this could have been a whole lot worse. You guys seem very prepared, and just the fact that the timing of when this happened. Can you kind of just summarize the fact that, you know, you're grateful that this wasn't worse, and everyone that came here yesterday is likely going to survive?
Yeah, I'll start. I think it was remarkable that we had this incident in our community, and many of us, you know, live in this community, and so it does touch home a little bit. And so to see the level of acuity be able to be triaged, stabilized, transported, brought to definitive care in such a timely, efficient manner, and in my communications of being on scene saying, I got 4 more, Dr. Tracy says, bring it. It feels great. It feels really good to do that.
I'm sorry I wasn't here yesterday. Did you go to the scene, or were you there when it happened?
I responded to the scene. Yes.
Is that normal considering, or how does that work?
Well, the unique thing about South Shore Health is we have our own EMS system. We have our own ambulance system, and that is also a 911 system for the town of Weymouth. We're also the primary mutual aid for the town of Hingham and routinely assist them. And in my role as EMS medical director, I also oversee 8 fire departments, the police departments, and 2 private ambulance services on the South Shore. So it's not uncommon to see me show up to something big.
Can you just talk about your reaction as you got to the scene there, and you just immediately go into autopilot based on your training, or what was that like?
Yeah, it was it was a little surreal. We talk about our training, and one of the courses that I've taken is called Advanced Disaster Life Support, and one of the final evolutions is a scenario with moulage and lights and smoke and everything, and I walked in there and I said, oh my God, is this a drill? This is great makeup. And then I quickly realized it wasn't, and I'll say, you know, you arrive on scene, I checked in with Chief Murphy, he pointed just where I should go, and when you get into the store, the strobe lights are flashing from the alarm's going off, there's a little bit of a smoke haze, and there's just glass everywhere. It's tempered glass, it's not going to cut you, but it's awfully slippery. You had to walk like you're on ice, and so being able to work in that environment was pretty surreal, particularly in a place that I've been a customer.
Can you talk a little more about that glass? How easy is it to break it? And once it is broken, how sharp is it?
I don't know how easy it is to break, but it's not sharp at all. It's tempered, so it's a safety glass. So we weren't getting cut by it, but it was definitely difficult to walk in that situation.
Were there a total of 14 ambulances? Is that accurate? The district attorney had said 14 responded. I don't know how many you guys sent.
I don't have the specific numbers on the number of ambulances.
A lot of ambulances.
Yeah.
We had a couple of crews that had come and then went back for additional patients. So I believe that may be where the numbers were probably a little higher. I believe in all we had sent 7 of our ambulances to the scene, 7 South Shore Hospital ambulances.
So it's remarkable you never felt strained, like, oh, we can't handle this. I mean,
No. It really, again, the team, and this is years and years and years of preparation. This is program development. This is a trauma program that's been in existence for many years. It's specialty services, including vascular and orthopedics and neurosurgery, that we've added to the hospital over the last number of decades, that, again, were all used yesterday and through to today.
Thank you guys for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just to make sure.
Hospital staff here again speaking about all of these different injuries that they saw from this crash that took place just yesterday. So again, that driver has been arraigned. He's been held now on a $100,000 cash bail. But South Shore Hospital saying of those 19 injured, they had seen 17 patients. And of that number, they still have 8 remaining in their hospital. 2 are said to still be in critical condition. Live now from Fox, stepping away for a 2-minute break. We'll continue following top news stories across the country after this. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always staying on top of the latest news stories, breaking news, and of course these press conferences happening across the country. We will stay on top of the breaking news we had coming out of Charlotte, North Carolina, where 2 people have said to have been killed in a helicopter crash. We did hear from officials saying that it was probably due to heroic work of the pilot, that no other vehicles on that interstate were involved in this crash. So again, still more information and questions to be answered. We'll be following the very latest on that story. But I want to take us into more of these other stories we have had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, including out in Fairfax, Virginia. We do have officials speaking about a cold case that they have finally made an arrest for. It was for a rape case back in 1988. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Old-fashioned police work that was done in 1988 with fingerprints gave us the break that we needed.
Can you talk about the case that generated the second fingerprint that let them compare?
Yeah, so it was an unrelated arrest that warranted his fingerprints to be taken in Alexandria City. When these prints had been run previously, we just didn't get any hits. So there's 2 things that have unfolded over the decades. One is the advancements in the fingerprint technology realm. We're able to do more and more with prints that are blurry, not as clear. The science behind fingerprint analysis is amazing, and it's gotten better over the decades. So we're fortunate that that arrest took place. It gave us the break that we needed, and one brother tied into the next brother, and then to lock seal this thing on not one front but 2. The DNA is a direct match.
Were there any other arrests for either of the brothers other than that one in Alexandria? First of all, did you say what he was actually charged with in Alexandria?
I did not. It was an unrelated arrest that just warranted his fingerprints to be taken. By statute, there's certain crimes that warrant fingerprints to be taken by the arresting police officer for the booking process. There are some that don't warrant that. It's a summons and signature. But it was unrelated to these crimes. And I'm sorry, your first question?
Did he have any other priors?
Yeah, so both these individuals had police involvement. As I mentioned, it varied at different times. The fingerprint case that we got in 2020 was the break that we were looking for.
Detective Klein, if you could talk a little bit about how this feels for you, and has this ever happened that a case that you worked on back when you were in the department was solved years later?
It has. It
Have you? Thank you, sir.
This has happened several times since I've retired. Just about a month and a half ago, we got a similar, or I received a similar call from these gentlemen advising that we had a 1989 case that was linked with the new technology, the new DNA technology. And we just had the preliminary hearing last month on that particular case. It gives you a sense of resolve when something like this happens years ago, because you actually live these cases with the victim and for years and years. And if you're very fortunate, you solve them within the next, year. But there are times where you have no idea, no help from the public, and it's very difficult. But it does give you a sense of resolve to finally have some closure for this victim.
I would imagine that when you're working a case like that, and maybe the others, that you referenced, that kind of personal attachment that you develop professionally with that case, and maybe even with the victims that you're working alongside, to be able to, point to the work that was done by you and your team back then as helping and being kind of the catalyst to make that happen now has got to be, satisfying is the word, but.
It is rewarding that even though it's, more than 30 years later, it's a blessing. It's a blessing from above that finally some justice will prevail.
Could you spell your last name, sir?
C-L-I-N-E.
And you retired when?
07.
Major O'Farrell, can you talk a little bit about the I guess kind of the timeline, the process, or you mentioned that your guys are revisiting these cases and you're looking for new hits. How often are you running prints, and was it just kind of a stroke of luck that he had a recent arrest and it just came up again, or are you doing those once a month? How's that work?
Yeah, so each case stands on its own merit, depending upon the amount of evidence. And Detective Klein, both he and his team back in 1988 got it right. They collected the best evidence. And again, here we are 34 years later with all the dots connecting. So thank you, Dick, for doing the right thing back then. But we have cold cases. We have too many cold cases. We're working on solving them. The chief and I have been before you on several of them. We have a lot more to go to have mission accomplished. One of my goals with my team is the work that we've been doing is to make the cold case obsolete. And we clear the file room of the dozens of homicides and hundreds of unsolved sexual assault cases. So we use private partners sometimes. We've talked about some of those partnerships. We use forensic genetic genealogy to get breaks in cases. This was fingerprints being looked at and rerun. We've done it several times on this case over the decades, and we're doing it on other cases as well. So we are brushing off the dust and getting cases looked at. Our cold case team is small. We have 4 detectives. My goal for 2023 is to expand that number. I'm committed to that because I do think the solvability in 2022 and beyond is tenfold than what it was a decade or 2 decades ago. So we're working on it. It's a constant resubmission of evidence, both in the fingerprint realm and in the DNA forensic world. Things that you couldn't get DNA on 8 or 10 years ago, there's a possibility you can today.
You mentioned Metro Police involved. Why were they involved, and where, I guess, was the location of the arrest? Because you mentioned U.S. Marshals as well.
Yep, he was on a Metro stop.
He was riding Metro, or?
I don't know if he was actually on the train or on the, I believe he was on the stop, but he was with Metro Transit. So
Passenger or employee?
passenger. And that's the partnerships we have. We've got great relationships throughout the DMV at all levels, from our rank and file on the road to our chief. Everyone is connected because we don't work alone, and the partnerships help. We thought he'd be bedded down in Arlington. We've been at his residence times prior. As I said, we collected DNA that helped us get that break. So it's partnerships that get the job done, and we've said it dozens of times. The Marshal Service and all the agencies throughout the National Capital Region, we're one team, especially when we get an arrest warrant like we did in this case. Yes.
Where exactly did you guys arrest him? And it was yesterday, you said, right?
Yeah, it was yesterday. I don't have the exact notation on which stop it was. We'll get that to you. My public affairs team will get that to you. Absolutely. No, he was taken, it was in Maryland. He was taken to the Montgomery County Adult Detention Center. So if you look at the Metro map, it was in the confines of Metro, but it was in Montgomery County. So we're working on extradition to bring him from the state of Maryland. It sounds like you just got your answer. We're working on extradition. Our detectives will travel to Montgomery County. There'll be an extradition, and he'll be brought back in shackles and brought into the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center. This case will be tried in Fairfax County, and very confident with the abundance of evidence, we'll have the multiple convictions. I'm glad he's off the streets.
So officials here in Fairfax, Virginia, again, speaking about how technology now, and because they have now had this person brought back into custody, and because of the updates to technology, they were able to also charge him for this rape case from 1988. Live now from Fox, stepping away for a 2-minute break. We'll continue bringing you the latest press conferences from across the country in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to be waiting on a press conference out of Los Angeles, California. If you haven't been familiar with the story, there's been two women who have alleged that Herschel Walker, who again is running for a Senate seat in Georgia, it has been pushed to a runoff. That election going to take place on December 6th. But you can see here the attorney, Gloria Allred, coming into this conference room. She's now going to be identifying that second person who's said that Herschel Walker forced her to get an abortion. It pressured her to do that. She previously was identified as Jane Doe. Now she is making herself known after Walker has said in statements that he doesn't know this person. They're also going to be releasing more evidence against him. Let's go ahead and listen in. Live, run, unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for coming today. I'm attorney Gloria Allred, and I'll be making a statement. Next to me is Jane Doe. She will be making a statement. And to my right is my partner, Christina Chung, and she will answer any questions if there is a need for her to answer them. Today we are here to challenge Herschel Walker to meet with our client, Jane Doe, the woman that he said recently he did not know, even though he had a romantic relationship with her for 6 years, caused her to become pregnant, and then pressured her to have an abortion, even though she wanted to have their baby. My client Jane Doe and I held a press conference on October 26, 2022. During which she shared that she and Herschel Walker were in a romantic and intimate relationship from 1987 to 1993. In May of 1993, she learned that Mr. Walker had impregnated her. My client did not want to have an abortion. When she told Mr. Walker about the pregnancy, he spoke about disappearing and the, quote, afterlife, end quote, and made her believe that he might commit suicide. He also claimed that if she gave birth, both our client and their child would be in danger. Jane Doe stated that she felt pressured by Mr. Walker's threats and went alone to the abortion clinic to have the procedure. But she left crying because she did not want to go through with it. After she told Mr. Walker that she did not have the abortion, she stated that the next day Mr. Walker drove her in his car to the abortion clinic to ensure that she had the abortion that she did not want to have. In response to our press conference and the documentary evidence which Jane Doe produced at the press conference, Mr. Walker said that it was all, quote, a lie. He refused to acknowledge any relationship with Jane Doe or even that he knew her. You can hear his denial here. We are playing a video clip played from Mr. Walker's October 27th, 2022 Fox News Channel interview with Bret Baier.
All right, well, this was Gloria Allred came forward with this client. You're saying you don't know this person?
What I'm saying is this is a lie.
I'll say again what he just said. Bret Baier asked, all right, this was Gloria Allred came forward with his client. You're saying you don't know this person? And Herschel Walker said, what I'm saying, this is a lie. That's a quote. Herschel Walker also released the following press statement on his webpage on November 1st, 2022, reiterating that he did not know our client, Jane Doe. Quote, this was a lie a week ago, and it is a lie today. 7 days before an election, The Democrats trot out Gloria Allred and some woman I do not know, end quote. We have overwhelming evidence which supports the relationship between my client and Herschel Walker, including letters, audio recordings, diaries, cards, notes, photos, and a declaration from a friend. We are here today to challenge Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, do you have the courage to meet with Jane Doe, look her in the eye, and tell her that you do not know her? That you never told her how much you loved her? That you never met with her parents? Or wrote them a letter in your own handwriting in April 1993? That you did not make phone calls to her, telling her how much you loved her when you were at the Olympics in 1992? Mr. Walker, do you deny that it is your voice on the following audio recordings?
This is just stud form calling you big sex puppy. You can't believe you're not in. I will talk to you later. You be sweet. Bye-bye.
Again, this is what he said, quote, you, this is your stud farm calling you big sex puppy, you. Can't believe you're not in. I will talk to you later. You be sweet. Bye-bye, end quote. Here is another recording of you, Mr. Walker. And the first was a voicemail. But another recording of you speaking to Jane Doe, the woman that you say you don't know.
Okay, well, have a good day today.
I love you.
I love you very much.
I love you now.
And I love you more.
Okay.
No, call me. You say you're away this Saturday morning, right?
Yes, Saturday morning.
Okay. So will you call me when you get back and tell me how it's been?
Yes, I'll do that.
I'm going to stay right here by the phone until I hear from you.
Okay.
Well, I'll probably be sleeping right here by the phone until I hear from you.
Okay, I will call.
Okay.
Okay.
I love you, baby.
Love you too.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Mr. Walker, in addition to Jane Doe's statement, we have a signed declaration under penalty of perjury from her friend stating the following, quote, in the spring of 1993, Jane Doe confided to me that she was pregnant and that Mr. Walker had impregnated her. I was with Ms. Doe when she took 2 consecutive pregnancy tests, and I saw her positive test results. Ms. Doe was shocked to learn that she was pregnant because she told me that she was on birth control. I could visibly see how upset Ms. Doe was by her facial expression and the tone of her voice. About a month later, Ms. Doe told me that she had a miscarriage. However, I suspected that Ms. Doe had had an abortion because Mr. Walker did not want her to continue with the pregnancy, since he was still married at the time. Shortly thereafter, Ms. Doe abruptly left Dallas. I was surprised because Ms. Doe had never indicated that she had any plans to leave, and I knew that she loved her job. Ms. Doe was very upset and told me that she was leaving Dallas to go home to be with her family for support. Ms. Doe also told me that she was very upset with Mr. Walker and that she had broken off their romantic relationship. Several years after Ms. Doe abruptly left Dallas, she confessed to me that she had, in fact, had an abortion in 1993, as I suspected. Ms. Doe also told me that Mr. Walker had personally driven her to the clinic to obtain an abortion. End quote. It's the end of the declaration.
We are listening in with attorney Gloria Allred addressing this incident at a news conference. Some viewers going out to a 2-minute break.
You want to be a United States Senator? I challenge you to meet with Jane Doe and me in person, in a public place, in Georgia, at a time and date of your choosing prior to December 6th, to respond to the evidence that we have presented today and at our previous press conference about your relationship with Jane Doe. Feel free to bring any evidence that you have that contradicts our evidence. If you don't agree to accept our challenge and to meet our client in person in Georgia prior to December 6, 2022, we think it is fair for the voters in Georgia to conclude that Jane Doe is telling the truth and that you are not being transparent and honest with the voters in Georgia. And before I present Jane Doe, this is a photo which you may use in 2019 of Jane Doe and Herschel Walker. And in addition, this is a photo which you may use. It was 1993, and it shows what Jane Doe looked like when she was pregnant in 1993 as a result of her relationship with Herschel Walker. And you may use this photo as well. Why don't you move over here? You see.
Okay. Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Gloria. Herschel, I was shocked that you deny even knowing me. We were together for 6 years. You met my parents on a number of occasions. You met other members of my family. Surely you remember coming to my apartment in Dallas more times than I can count, at 1131 Meadow Creek Circle, and walking up 3 flights of stairs in order to be with me. In the April 1993 letter that you hand wrote to my parents, which I will read, I have changed my name to Jane and the names of my parents to Mr. and Mrs. Doe to protect my identity. Quote, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Doe. First, I like to say Happy Easter. I wanted to say how I feel about Jane. Sorry I didn't talk to you two when you were in Dallas. My problem is going slow. I don't want to say anything that was wrong. I didn't want you two to think I'm a joke. I know now if you two are to understand, I have to say something. I do love your daughter, and I am not out to hurt her. She has been a strong backbone for me through all of this. She has not done anything wrong. If you two think what I'm doing is wrong, I will withdraw until I'm out of this mess. I'm sorry if I have put your family through so much, but loving someone sometimes makes you blind. If I have been blind, you two have to tell me, but I do love your Jane. I will always. I can't ask for you two's blessing because in God's eyes I may be wrong. My heart will still love her, and God knows so. God knows, so he can't say this is wrong. Thanks for taking the time to read my letter. God bless you too and your family, Herschel. End quote. I found my diary entries from around that time. I have 2 entries from May 17th, 1993 and May 22nd, 1993, after I learned that I was pregnant. These entries are in a bound book. I wrote, quote, on Wednesday night I did a pregnancy test. The test was positive. I bought 2 more tests and did one as soon as I got home. I can't even describe the feelings as I watched the positive results develop. I was numb, and it was 8 p.m. the night before my parents were to arrive for a 10-day visit. Although I talked to Herschel Saturday morning, I didn't tell him since it was only an hour before their arrival. I asked him to come over Monday morning, end quote. Thank you. This is what I wrote in my journal when I told Herschel I was pregnant. Quote, I finally stopped him and put my hands beside his face as we laid in bed and said, quote, but Herschel, you don't understand. Please listen. I'm pregnant. End quote. And then I cried. He grabbed me and held me close. He said, it's okay. I love you. It will be okay. He said it was probably his, quote, fault, end quote, since he knew he had very high levels of testosterone. I told him I could just disappear, and he said no, he would. He told me that would be better since he would give the baby and I half his estate. I realized he was talking about more than disappearing. And he told me about a book he had been reading about afterlife and the levels of heaven, end quote. I was very concerned because I knew about his prior suicide attempt several years earlier, and I also had multiple conversations in which he spoke about threats to me and the baby if I went through with the pregnancy. Quote, I wanted to just go home. And he kept saying they would still find out and that they could, quote, have his heart, unquote, by threatening me and the baby. He even told me he thought they would try to take the child away from me, end quote. I need a minute. Sorry. I also wrote about how I told my mom about the pregnancy and how I did not want to have an abortion. Quote, I worked up the courage to tell my mom on Friday night. She listened and said, quote, well, basically you have 2 choices, have the baby or have an abortion, end quote. I told her the last option was not for me, but I believe everyone has the right to make that choice, end quote. I wrote another entry on May 22nd, 1993. Quote, Herschel has about gone off the deep end over this whole thing. He thinks that having the baby will keep him in so deep with Cindy's family that he'll never get out. He talks about how it would be fine for the baby and I if he would just, quote, disappear, end quote. But I know what that means. He has me so scared and confused. He thinks that by not having the baby, we do have a future chance for happiness, that we can, quote, grow strong again together, end quote, and that things will change. He has changed his opinion completely from the time that I told him, end quote. Shortly after the abortion, I left Dallas to move back home to live with my parents. Herschel, you wrote me a letter in the summer of 1993. You wrote, quote, I'm sorry I have put you through all this stuff. You are a great person and a very strong person to have gone through this. I love you, Sam." End quote. Sam was Herschel's alias for himself throughout our relationship. Herschel told me it was apparently in reference to his favorite childhood book, Cowboy Sam. Herschel, I never thought you would deny knowing me or our relationship. Are you really willing to do anything, including lying to the voters in Georgia to become a senator? Do you have the guts to meet with me in person in public? Look me in the eye and tell me to my face that you don't know me and that none of what I just said is true. I'm looking forward to your response.
Thank you. And, well, first, we are unveiling part of what he said, which is, "I'm sorry I have put you through all of this stuff." That's after the abortion. "You're a great person and a very strong person to have gone through this. I love you. Sam." And now we will take a few questions. And so there are those who are joining us on the Zoom, and so they can feel free to put some questions in the Q&A, and we will also take any from those who are present. So I just want you to know that while we're waiting for the questions, that this is her handwritten diary that she kept at the time. And so I will say, of course, we have even more evidence than we presented at the first press conference, this press conference, but you have what we presented so far.
Gloria, what made Ms. Doe want to come forward and share this?
Would you like to sit over here?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Yes. Thank you. I intended to take this to my grave. But after the first woman came forward in early October and she alleged that Herschel had paid for an abortion, and I heard his response on Fox News. And he said exactly, "I never asked anyone to get an abortion. I never paid for an abortion." That is a quote from him. And I knew that he was lying based on my own experience. And my daughter is the strength behind my statement. And she, as I said in our first press conference, is the reason that I am here today. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I knew he was lying, and I needed to come forward.
And did you want to comment on how that he denied that he signed anything with an H?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yes, she had a get well card from him that was signed with the letter H. And
we're talking about the first woman.
The first woman, yes, thank you. The first woman who came forward, she said and then he went on Fox, I think, and denied that he ever signed anything with the letter H. And I have multiple cards and letters where he has signed with the letter H. So, you know,
which we
it's pretty obvious.
Presented at our first press conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah,
yes.
So I appreciate it.
So that question was in response to why did you come forward?
Right.
Thank you. This is next question.
Were you surprised after your initial announcement about his reaction and sort of, you know, his supporters rallied behind him? Did that factor in to speaking out now?
Yes, it does. To be summarily dismissed is, yeah, it does.
And were you surprised by the reaction from his supporters, or it didn't sort of politically, it didn't really move the needle or anything? But
Yeah, so the question is, for those who couldn't hear, are you surprised that with Mr. Herschel's response after your first conference with the press, and that many supporters still stayed with him?
Yeah, voters can make their own decision. All I can do is tell the truth, and I am telling the truth, and Herschel Walker knows that I am telling the truth.
Are there any other questions?
In reference to the 2019 photo, can you explain more of the context? Where was that? Did you guys converse then? Was that the first time you'd spoken since the 90s? Do you mind
So the question is in reference to the 2019 photo with Mr. Walker. Would you tell a little bit about how this photo came about?
It was a mental health conference in Greenville, South Carolina, and I went with a friend of mine who needed help for her child in that area, and so we went to the conference together in hopes that she could connect with some people who would let her get help for her son.
And that was a friend who took this photo. He gave us permission to distribute it.
Yes. And she actually was quoted in our last...
Yeah, well, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When was the last time you spoke to Herschel?
The last time I spoke to him was in March of 2020. Called me.
Why did he call you?
As I recall, it was about the time COVID was hitting, and just, checking in, I guess.
What is your motivation for coming forward today?
Question is, what is your motivation to come forward today?
Yes.
Today, I come forward because when I came forward before and told the truth, he denied that he knew that I existed.
Said he didn't know her. So now, let's see if he is woman enough to meet with her in Georgia before the election and say to her face that he doesn't know her after a 6-year intimate relationship with her, and that he didn't drive her to the abortion clinic. Let him say that to her face. I don't think he's going to have the courage to do it, but I would like to be surprised, and I would like it to be in a public place where all of you could also attend.
I just have a follow-up. It's obviously a very heated election that's going to occur. Are you hoping that coming out today will impact voters and maybe change their mind?
There is a runoff now, which concludes on December 6th. There's early voting now, including this Saturday. So the question is, are you hoping that you will have an impact on the voters' decision and the result of this election?
I think it's up to the voters of Georgia to decide who they want to represent them.
And who to believe. And yes, another question?
You can hear in your voice that you've carried this emotion for so many decades and everything. And, as he carries on with his life and everything. What does it mean to you to see a man like this come into a position of power possibly?
So the question is...
What does it mean to her to possibly see this man come into a position of power?
What does it mean to you to see him possibly elected to a position of power as in the United States Senate?
I got on with my life a long time ago, and I have had a very full and happy life, and I have a beautiful daughter and great friends, and I am very happy in my life. That he chose to do this, I think, is is something he just needs to carry because it's caused collateral damage.
Thank you. Any last questions before we conclude? Okay, well, you've been very brave today. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And if you have any other questions, we'll be happy to answer them later on.
So much live now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here as we were listening to Herschel Walker accuser. They're speaking out there with famed attorney Gloria Allred. What we will do, everyone, is take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also monitoring some breaking news out of Baltimore, where emergency crews right now are responding to reports of an explosion in the Pigtown neighborhood of Baltimore City. The Baltimore Firefighters Union tweeted that their firefighters are on the scene near Bayard Street, and several row homes are involved. No word yet on any injuries right here, but we will continue to monitor it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to the Pentagon here, where we are getting a briefing update there on the Department of Defense. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
To our longstanding One China policy, reaffirmed the importance of peace and stability across the strait, and called on the PRC to refrain from further destabilizing actions toward Taiwan. And one more item. Over the weekend and on the margins of the Halifax International Security Forum, the Secretary met with a bipartisan, bicameral delegation led by Senator Jean Shaheen and Senator James Risch. The Secretary thanks senators and members of Congress for their continued support for Ukraine, urged for the confirmation of the department's 11 highly qualified civilian nominees, and encouraged the passing of the National Defense Authorization Act. Congress returns to Washington next week, and the department hopes that Congress will finalize and pass the NDAA. At a time when the United States faces challenges from China and an acute threat from Russia, it is essential that we have the authorities we need to keep the American people safe, deter our adversaries, and support a lethal, resilient, and healthy joint force. And lastly, before I take your questions, I just want to note that today is Justin Brown's last day in our office. You all are familiar with him and his smiling face that greets you every day. So hopefully you can say goodbye to him before you leave for your holidays and just wish him well. He is going to be staying in the building, but I would encourage you to talk to him about what he's doing next. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. I'm going to see if anyone from AP is on the line. If not, we can move on. Phil Stewart, and then I can come back in the room.
Thank you. Last night in the readout from the Secretary's conversation with his Chinese counterpart, it spoke about the increasing activity by Chinese, dangerous activity by Chinese PLA aircraft. Hoping you can give us some sense of the frequency, the kinds of interactions that were deemed to be dangerous, and any kind of fidelity about those activities. And then separately today, then I have a follow-up on Iran separately. Thanks.
No problem. So I'm not going to be able to go further than what was laid out in the readout, which I believe is hopefully in your inbox and also available on defense.gov. The Secretary just reiterated the concerns about dangerous behavior that we've seen demonstrated by PLA aircraft. But in terms of how many incidences and where, I'm just not going to be able to go further beyond the readout itself.
Okay. And the IAEA today also said that Iran was enriching uranium up to 60% at Fordo, and also that it was going to plans further enrichment at both Fordo and Natanz. And just wondering whether or not you have any reaction to this latest announcement about expanded Iranian enrichment.
I've seen the reports, and thanks, Phil, for the question. I've seen the reports. Unfortunately, I don't have more to add at this time. What Iran is doing and the capabilities that they're trying to procure, we continue to monitor, but I have nothing further to add right now. Thanks. We'll go into the room. Oren.
After the Speaker of Pelosi's visit, China announced that it had cut off a series of communications lines, such as meetings between Chinese and U.S. defense leaders, the annual naval meetings. Is there any indication from the Secretary's meeting that some of those might be reopened or restarted in the near future?
Well, in particular on those meetings, I don't have any announcements to make, but I think from what you've seen with the president engaging, his Chinese counterpart, the vice president also engaging just on her travel just this week, and then with the secretary engaging General Wei, I think what you're seeing is an opening of lines of communication, and we welcome that. And we want to continue to see these lines of communications restored and remaining open. And so if I have more to share in terms of anything else that we participate in or any other conversations, I'd be happy to follow up. Yeah. Jenny.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Two North Korean questions. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un unveiled the intercontinental ballistic missile unit for the first time. What do you think his intentions were?
Well, I wouldn't be able to get in the mind of Kim Jong-un. I would direct that question back to the DPRK.
The second one. Thank you. And what can you say about the possibility that if the Hwasong-17 ballistic missile is loaded with a nuclear warhead, it will definitely hit the United States mainland?
Well, I certainly wouldn't be able to speculate on that. We, as you know, and you've heard from this podium, that we continue to monitor the destabilizing actions that North Korea has taken with their missile launches. But on a particular issue when it comes to whether something might hit the mainland, I just wouldn't be able to speculate on that. I'm going to go ahead and go to the room. Yes. Sorry, Brandy, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I'll come back to you. Sorry.
It's a quick one.
Sure.
Just checking in on this, the NDAA for 2022 required reports from the Pentagon on unidentified aerial phenomena starting October 31st of this year and then annually until 2026 after, delivered to appropriate congressional committees. Do you have an update for us on that report, whether we'll see an unclassified version soon, anything there?
I don't have an update on the report. I believe it's still with ODNI for review. Until we get that, I wouldn't be able to, I don't have anything for you at this time.
And as far as you know, it hasn't been delivered to the committees?
As far as I'm aware, but you would have to ask those committees. I'm going to go back to the phones and then come to the room here. Howard Altman.
Thanks, Sabrina. Are you aware, is the Pentagon aware of ongoing drone attacks by Ukraine in Sevastopol right now? Can you talk about that?
Well, we've certainly seen, Howard, I think I heard your question. We've certainly seen drone attacks from the Russians, and we saw the barrage, I believe, last week, and leading up right into what the Secretary spoke to after the contact group. But I don't have any more specifics beyond what was reported last week.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking about the ongoing attacks right now, Ukraine attacks in Sevastopol, Crimea.
Okay. No, nothing further to read out at this time. I mean, it is a dynamic and active battlefield that we're seeing within Ukraine, and we're seeing the Ukrainians certainly push back and are using the weapons and systems that not just that we have provided, but that other partners and allies have provided. And we have seen them make gains. We've seen them as early as last week take back Kherson City. But I have nothing further to read out on any other movements in other cities. I'm going to go to Jeff Selden, VOA.
Thanks very much for doing this. A question about the fighting, the Turkish airstrikes against Syrian Kurdish positions in northern Syria. We've heard calls from the coalition, from CENTCOM, for de-escalation and warnings that this is going to destabilize the region. What more is the Pentagon doing, especially now that Turkey's President Erdogan has suggested in addition to airstrikes, he's going to send in tanks? And also, how does this impact the U.S. forces on the ground in Syria and also in Iraq? And is there any update on how many troops the U.S. has in that region?
Sure. Thanks for the question. I'll try to get to I'll try to remember all of them. In terms of what we are doing, we continue to monitor what is happening on the ground. This is this is happening as I'm up here as we speak. So we continue to monitor what's happening on the ground, and from all aspects of this department, we continue to urge for de-escalation on all sides. And, in our conversations and what we have said publicly is that these strikes from all sides risk our mission, which is to defeat ISIS, the enduring defeat of ISIS. And so we are going to continue to monitor what's happening on the ground and make sure that our forces are safe, and there has been no change to our force posture right now in the region. But for further questions on our forces, I would direct you to CENTCOM.
That was the update there at the Pentagon. But we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, got some big news coming from the Supreme Court and Donald Trump. Find out what it is next here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we appreciate you joining us here, as always, as the Supreme Court today has issued the handover of former President Trump's tax returns to the House Ways and Means Committee. Last month, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts granted a stay, temporarily blocking the former president from having to turn over his tax records to Democrats on the House Ways and Means Committee. Trump and his legal team had filed asking the Supreme Court to block the release of his tax records. But today, Roberts formally denied that request, saying the application for stay of the mandate presented to the Chief Justice and by him referred to the court is denied. The order states the order heretofore entered by the Chief Justice is vacated. The House Ways and Means Committee first requested 6 years of Trump's tax returns back in 2019. Trump's tax records are currently in the hands of the Treasury Department, which had held off releasing them pending final court action. The Trump administration had refused to turn over 6 years of tax records, but the Biden Justice Department in 2021 had reversed that position, saying Congress should be able to review the records, a decision Trump and his legal team have appealed, leading to the current legal fight. Lower courts had sided with the House committee. At this point, it's unclear when the tax records would be turned over or what the Democrat-controlled panel will do with them now that Republicans are poised to take over the House majority come in January. Trump announced his 2024 presidential campaign just last week. All right, everyone, moving gears here. We're going to take you out to New York right now and get an update from the New York governor talking about domestic crimes such as violence as well. Let's listen right here, as well as hate crimes in New York.
Commissioner Maria Imperial, the New York State Division of Human Rights, has joined us. You'll be hearing from her briefly in a couple minutes. Also, Commissioner Jackie Bray, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services. It is really nice not to see you in a winter coat with boots on. We were embedded for 5 straight days. The same with Acting Superintendent Steve Nigrelli from the State Police. Thank you for your work in so many areas, and we'll be talking about one that's particularly important today, as well as our Senator Anna Kaplan, and I thank her for her leadership in the legislature and sponsoring some important legislation that we'll be talking about today. I really wish we didn't have to be here today. It's heartbreaking to know that there are acts of violence and hatred that exist throughout our country and within our own city and our own state. Once again, we're having to respond to the presence of hate. And on Saturday morning, with assistance from our state police social media monitoring investigators, and I want to thank them. This is a group of individuals that I felt, particularly in the aftermath of the Buffalo shooting, that there's information that's being telegraphed on social media. The data points are out there. People are willing to put forth publicly what their intent is. And we need, as a government, to be conducting robust, continuous surveillance. And so I took the steps to enhance our operations, adding staff, adding resources, which means money, to making sure that we are doing exactly that. And I thank the early warning system that was able to work with our federal partners and get to NYPD and the brave individuals at the transit police, the subway police, for all they did for when the MTA at Penn Station were able to help apprehend two armed men who had plans to mount an attack against Jewish people, and we knew that because of the social media posts they had. And then on Saturday night, Colorado Springs, hours before the Transgender Day of Remembrance, I'm sure that's not a coincidence, an armed individual with, again, a heart overflowing with hatred and a gun in his hand took the lives of 5 people and injured 25 others at Club Q, the only LGBTQ gathering place and nightclub in this particular city. These 2 incidences are painful reminders that there is a rising tide of hate in our country. And you don't have to go back that far in history. We're not saying you have to go back to the 50s or 60s to talk about what hate looks like. Go back to Charleston in 2015. Go back to Tree of Life in 2018. El Paso in 2019. And my hometown of Buffalo just 6 months ago, where a white supremacist destroyed the lives of 10 of my neighbors. But almost as insidious Many communities in New York, particularly here in New York City, are experiencing the day-to-day instances of harassment and abuse, all because of their diversity. You know, a brick thrown at the window of an LGBTQ bar in Manhattan this weekend. Members of the Sikh community attacked in Queens. The rise in Asian hate across the city and state over the last couple of years, where we have white supremacists, right-wing extremists, and domestic terrorists trying to stoke fear in the hearts of New Yorkers. They want us to think twice about our safety before we worship, before we get on a subway, before we go dancing with our friends. But we know here in New York, it is this very diversity that has made us vulnerable to these attacks. But this is what has made us the most fascinating place on this planet. It's what separates us from the rest. It's more than something that just we celebrate. It defines us. And yet, these recent frightening attacks compromise that very sense of security that every single New Yorker is entitled to as a birthright. So it's not only the news-catching mass shootings, of which there were 600 nationwide already this year, involving guns, and we'll be talking about our efforts on guns in a subsequent event, which is forthcoming, because we've done a lot on dealing with guns in our state. But it's also the individual physical assaults, the verbal harassment, and these are the hate crimes that seem to be ever escalating. So I want to be clear that many of these attacks start out as seeds of hatred planted on social media. We've seen it over and over and over again. And they're planted by people in positions of power and authority. And this extremism has real-life consequences because they perpetuate harmful stereotypes and they spew hateful rhetoric. And these words reverberate in social media chambers, and people latch on to this. They normalize perspectives that should be otherwise viewed as abhorrent and dangerous. And as in the most tragic of circumstances, this hate leaves the virtual world, the social media world, and enters the real world. And that's when innocent people are harmed. And it's not just anecdotal. Last year was the deadliest year on record for trans people. The Human Rights Campaign reported 44 violent deaths of transgender and non-binary people. Also, the Anti-Defamation League counted 2,717 anti-Semitic incidents across the country last year. Not over a decade, over the last year. That's a 34% increase from the previous year, which had also been a high number. Highest number since they began tracking in 1979. And according to the ADL, there were over 600 incidents of domestic extremism in 2021, more than half of which were motivated by white supremacy. So I'm going to leave it to sociologists to figure out exactly when the filters came off and these forces of evil were unleashed, whether it was the degradation of our political discourse that began in 2016, or was it the pressure cooker of the pandemic that has exploded, the lid blown off on what was normal acceptable behavior? But we can't ignore that there's been a loss of civility and respect of individuals, and that has been the collateral damage. And these possible sources cannot be accepted as excuses, but here we are. We have the power as individuals, as a government, as society, to pull back and say no more. And never forget that this is our city, this is our state, and today we reclaim both from the haters, the bigots, the white supremacists. It starts right here, right now. Because New York belongs to the good, not those filled with hate in their hearts. We may not be able to stop them from themselves, but we can stop them from harming others. And that is our imperative. We must protect that diversity and protect individuals against acts of hate and bigotry. Because no Asian woman of any age coming home from work should ever worry about where she stands on a subway platform. No young Jewish boy should ever have to look over his shoulder as he's walking to a yeshiva. No trans man or woman should ever have to fear for their safety or their life walking down their street or when they're in that safe space that they deserve. And no black New Yorker should ever fear going into a grocery store because of the color of their skin and becoming a target. No Latino man or woman should ever fear stepping foot inside a Walmart or a school, as happened in Texas. So here's the question for all of us. What kind of New York do you want to be? How do we want to be known going forth this day forward? Today we're here to talk about what we're doing in state government to protect New Yorkers and go after individuals who want to do us harm. But in my opinion, this is also a call to New Yorkers. This is a call to all New Yorkers. Stand up and look out for each other. Stand up and look out for each other. You're seeing things, you're hearing things, you know things. Protect people even if they're in trouble, if they're a stranger, because here's the bottom line. This is somebody's mother. This is somebody's father. This is somebody that could be a member of your family, and wouldn't you want them to step up like the brave individual did at that nightclub, standing up and putting his life on the line? I'm not saying New Yorkers need to do that, but having that veteran step up and show us what raw, pure courage is all about is exhilarating in the knowledge that there are people out there like that who, in the circumstances they could never foresee in their wildest dream, stand up and do what's right. All of us have that capability in our hearts and in our souls. And I'm calling on all of us to draw upon that, to let people know there's more of us than there are of them. Far more of us than there are of them. And this is our defining moment, New Yorkers, how we deal with the next day going forward. So this is emotional for all of us, for all the groups that represent the individuals in this room. And I thank all the representatives here from every community, communities that have been under attack for far too long. The Jewish community, the LGBTQ community, black and brown, the Asian AAPI communities. None of you deserve this. No one deserves this. We all have a God-given right to walk the streets, go where we want to worship, be safe in our homes, our subways, and in our clubs. That is a God-given right as a New Yorker. And we're here to protect that. So here we're putting words into action. This hatred, this violence will not be tolerated, not now, not ever. 6 months ago, after the mass shooting in Buffalo, I issued an executive order dedicating an established unit, a domestic terrorism unit within our intelligence center focused on social media. And again, I talked about this, but this is to make sure we have the best in the nation law enforcement surveillance monitoring websites and chat rooms. This is what law enforcement's doing. But ordinary New Yorkers are out there seeing the same thing. I want them to be part of our team. I want others to come with that early warning system when they see this or they hear someone in their school saying something. This is what red flag laws are also all about. We've talked about this for months. We beefed them up. We made sure that people who hear something can take action. I'd much rather be in the business of preventing crimes and preventing acts of hatred than trying to solve them afterward and dealing with people harmed or lives lost. I want to be in the prevention business. We've seen the results of this work, as I mentioned, what happened at Penn Station. Again, my gratitude goes out to our law enforcement, the vigilant people who work hard for us every day. Commend the state police, the MTA. But I'm here to say one thing. Domestic violent extremism is the greatest threat to our homeland security. I don't know if it's been said that bluntly before, so I'm going to say it again. Domestic violent extremism is the greatest threat to homeland security because it eats away at who we are. It normalizes behavior that's unacceptable. And this is when we say no, no more. So terrorism, local terrorism, and these are acts of terrorism, acts of hate crimes on our streets, prevention is our highest priority. Last month, we announced $9 million in Homeland Security grants for bomb squads, tactical teams, infrastructure protection, local government, cybersecurity, and more, and we're going to continue. We directed $10 million in state grants to support county governments. Again, I came out of local government. I know the limitations on local government. I can talk about how great the state is doing, but the localities don't have the training, the experience, the resources, and we're counting on them as being partners with all of us, so we're going to be helping them even more, helping local governments develop domestic terrorism prevention plans. Again, domestic terrorism is not always the mass casualty occurrence. It's not that. What we're witnessing every day is an insidious form of domestic terrorism when people are being assaulted or physically abused or verbally abused because of their identity. That's what I'm talking about here. We also launched the first state-based domestic terrorism prevention unit in our Homeland Security Division because we're going to continue responding to these events. I directed all counties, I mentioned the counties. All counties now have to submit a domestic terrorism prevention plan to our Department of Homeland Security by next month. And we're not just leaving them on their own, we're helping them. We're helping them understand what this is all about. Last Sunday, I asked Superintendent Steve Nigrelli to ramp up our surveillance for communities that are potential targets of crimes. And our counterintelligence unit is conducting outreach to LGBTQ communities in particular all across New York, as well as synagogues, other Jewish community spaces. And the work doesn't stop there. So today, I'm pleased to announce I'm signing 2 pieces of legislation. I thank our leadership in the Assembly, Carl Heastie. I thank Majority Leader Andre Stewart-Cousins and their conferences for the work that they've done. And you'll be hearing from Senator Anna Kaplan, but 2 pieces of legislation that build on our hate crime prevention and education efforts. The first bill requires individuals convicted of hate crimes to undergo mandatory training in hate crime prevention. That was sponsored by Senator Toby Stavisky and Assembly Member Rebecca Seawright. And what this was before, it was optional. Optional. The operative word now is mandatory. Yes. No discretion. This training will occur. The second bill establishes a statewide campaign around inclusion, tolerance, and understanding of diversity. Senator Kaplan will be speaking about this, Member Assembly Chuck Levine. And both bills promote educational awareness, which is key, I do believe we talk about this, whether it's the Holocaust education, we want to make sure that people understand that diversity is something uniquely special. It has to be protected. And we all have a responsibility to make sure that those who may be influenced by these forces out there have the knowledge and the understanding through the educational means to understand that this is a path they should not go on. This is what we're trying to do, capture the hearts and minds before people are radicalized on social media and go down a different path. This is how we can work together to keep our communities safe from hate and violence. And again, I want to thank our partners from the legislature for their work on this effort, and we have much more work to do in the next session. I'm also pleased to announce that we'll be convening regional listening sessions led by senior members of my administration. We want to hear from all the communities. We don't pretend to have all the answers. We don't. All the organizations represented here today and others across the state have issues that we need to address specific to their communities. So this will be the first ever Unity Summit, first started in New York City. We'll bring together community, government stakeholders from around the state to affirm our stand against hate, violent extremism, and discrimination. We'll have everybody, government officials, advocates, community leaders, religious leaders, to help share practices, because I want this to be a national model. Why not New York? Why shouldn't we be the place that teaches the rest of the nation how you can do things differently? How you don't have to be passive. You don't have to be victims. This is how we're standing up and taking control of our destiny. And that's my expectation for this state over the next 4 years. We'll be having participants talk about their efforts to address hate crime and how we can support them as well. I also remind all the nonprofit and community organizations that CJ Community Division of Criminal Justice Services, we're seeking proposals. We have right now. If you've not applied, what are you waiting for? This is our Securing Communities Against Hate Crimes program. This has strengthened and prevented a lot of our efforts. We've awarded already $83 million to over 600 nonprofit organizations to date. And right now we have $50 million. $50 million on the table to help organizations right now apply for them. These grants are available, and we expect to be able to fund an additional 1,000 new projects to enhance security, education, all the avenues that you think you can use this money for to protect the people you represent and educate the larger community abroad. We're extending that deadline to February 28th so the word can get out. But I also said I don't want to delay the grants until February 28th. So we'll make sure that that's done on a rolling basis. So start applying, get information on how to apply for those as well. So we have some bills to sign. We want to hear from some more people. But my friends, this is our moment. We'll be defined by how we respond in this moment for generations to come, because this can be used and looked back upon through history as the turning point when this form of hatred and bigotry was rejected by the larger masses as a whole, where all New Yorkers stood up and said, we are the same family. We think a lot about family this week. It's Thanksgiving week. Thanksgiving week. Clearly, I'm not anywhere cooking. That's probably a good thing. But this is what unites us, not just events like a Thanksgiving week where we talk about celebrating family, remembering those who are not with us, especially those we lost during COVID. You think about where we were 1 year ago, doing COVID briefings, when there was tremendous fear. Omicron hadn't even been named as a variant yet, and we didn't even know what we were in for this time last year. But we were saying, get out there, be prepared, take action to protect yourselves, get the vaccines, get tested, take care of your families before you travel. The messages are the same this year. But look how far we came as a state. We stood up. We emerged stronger. We know that there's disparities and inequities that existed in our healthcare system between black and brown communities, but all this allowed us to stand up and say, we went through a crisis together. We got through the pandemic together, New Yorkers. This is a crisis. This is a crisis that is eating away at the health of our state. This is a pandemic, and every one of us has the role to play. From this day forward, ask yourselves, did I do something to help spread the love that should be part of who we are as New Yorkers? And I do believe, I'm optimistic about this state. I truly am. I believe that there's so many people of goodwill and heart and compassion who are in positions of authority and power, just like the people in this audience and in government. And that's how I'll be defining and judging my administration as well. Did we meet this moment with the strength, the toughness, the resolve that this moment calls for, but also balancing it with the heart, compassion for others? This is our moment. We are one New York. This is our state. The Statue of Liberty is ours. And I want to make sure when people come to this country and look at that harbor, that it continues to mean something. It continues to mean something as it has for generations. So I thank you. We'll go forth with the courage required of this moment. And I'll say one more thing. Anybody raises a hand or causes harm to a single New Yorker, you're picking a fight with 20 million others, starting with your governor. Thank you. With that, thank you. Thank you. With that, I'd like to call up Senator Anna Kaplan and talk about the importance of the legislation that she had such an important hand in drafting. Thank you, Senator.
Good morning, everybody. Or is it good afternoon? Almost good afternoon. As the governor said, today is a little bittersweet to be here again together talking about this, the hate crimes. But what I take away from today is that.
All right, we were listening in there to earlier from New York there, the governor and other state officials coming together on hate crimes, trying to get combat them there in the state. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. We take you out to Connecticut here, where officials coming together to talk about, just in time for the holiday season, some dangerous toys to be on the lookout for this holiday season. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And as our state's only freestanding children's hospital exclusively dedicated to children, we at Connecticut Children's feel a deep responsibility to support families so that their celebration with friends, family, and loved ones are happy, safe, and healthy. We know that injuries are the #1 reason why kids are hurt or killed every year, and the vast majority of these injuries are preventable. So in order to make our vision a reality, we have to be leaders in not only taking care of kids when they need us after they're injured or harmed, but preventing injuries from happening in the first place. The Injury Prevention Center here at Connecticut Children's is dedicated to ensuring that kids in our state stay safe and healthy and injury-free. Our injury prevention team accomplishes through safety research, community programs, educating our state's physicians and healthcare providers on the best ways to talk to families about preventing injuries and safety. And importantly, advocating for and supporting policies that keep children safe. It is now my great pleasure to introduce a national leader, one who during this week I can especially say we're thankful for in protecting the health, well-being, and safety of children and families, and a wonderful longtime friend of Connecticut Children's. Please welcome U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am again proud to be at Connecticut Children's. This is a place where miracles are performed, literally medical miracles to save children's lives. And if I ever had the need for the kind of extraordinary care provided here, this would be my first choice to take my 4 children. Fortunately, I've never had that circumstance, but this place does such magnificent work for the children of Connecticut and the nation. And so I'm especially pleased to be here to help prevent the kind of sometimes catastrophic injuries that can come during this time of joy and celebration. It should be a time of joy and celebration, but too often it results in trips to emergency rooms when children are hurt by toys that are meant for their joy. And these injuries are absolutely preventable. They are all preventable. And what we need first and foremost is parents and caregivers who pay attention. But they also need help. All too often on sites, Facebook, Marketplace, and eBay, there are dangerous toys that have been recalled. Let me repeat. PERG found 30 toys on that site, Facebook, Marketplace, that have been recalled. Facebook Marketplace is responsible for about 75% of all the toys sold that have been recalled. The other major source is eBay. They both have the power, the technology, to stop those sales. I have called on Facebook Marketplace repeatedly in April of 2019, in May of 2020, in March of this year, writing to Mark Zuckerberg demanding that they stop the sale of recalled toys, and so far they have utterly failed to do so. That is a searing indictment of Facebook Marketplace, of Mark Zuckerberg, of eBay, and of any site that sells recalled toys, because they are in effect complicit. They are aiding and abetting the kinds of injuries that occurred as a result of recalled toys doing damage to children. There's a reason why these toys have been recalled. They are safety threats. They put children at risk. And so these 30 toys, and they're only the tip of the iceberg, found by the Connecticut Public Interest Research Group, should be a warning to all consumers that we need these recalled toys off the site. Let me say also that some of these products have small batteries. This watch, for example, has batteries that make it run. Those batteries, when ingested, can cause suffocation and internal injuries because the batteries adhere to the throat. They burn through the membranes of the throat, and they can cause lasting injury or death. We've had one here in Connecticut, and fortunately, we now have a law. It's called Reese's Law. It's named after Reese Hamsmith, who was actually killed by these small batteries, button batteries as they're called. And the law was signed by the president after we introduced it. But parents should beware of small parts like those button batteries or magnets that will stick together. If ingested, they will stick together inside the digestive system, causing severe injury when they constrict the flow of food and so forth. These kinds of weapons are certainly a bad example for kids, but they're also potentially inherently dangerous in and of themselves in firing projectiles that can cause damage. And finally, let me draw attention to the one that I use every year, because every year it kills kids. Balloons are absolutely wonderful as a source of celebration. We all have them at birthday parties, at holiday celebrations, but when they are burst, and I'm going to try to do this. This year I do not have a pin. The remnants of these balloons are potential killers. They can cause suffocation, a baby or child crawling on the floor, into the mouth, swallowed. That's a trip to the emergency room. The balloons are great. The deflated or burst balloons are a menace. And every year kids die, and untold numbers go to emergency rooms because they are ingested. So I warn about them every year. Parents, caregivers can save lives every year if they stop leaving these remnants on the floor. No problem with balloons. It's the remnants of the balloon that are dangerous. So I think parents and others deserve more information, not less. It's the reason why I've introduced the Sunshine in Product Safety Act, which would enable the Consumer Product Safety Commission to provide more information on recalled toys. As I said at the beginning, and I'll say now at the end, recalled toys are potentially a menace. That's why they are under recall. That's why they are supposed to be returned. And when they're sold on the internet without sufficient warning, without the Consumer Product Safety Commission giving consumers the information they need, and without Facebook Marketplace or eBay doing...
All right, we were listening right there to the Connecticut senator talking all about just safety concerns coming for children there, as toys will be coming for this holiday season. We're now switching gears here to SpaceX coverage here of their Dragon resupply mission there to the International Space Station here. We'll see if they do take off right now Could see some weather in the air, but they were expected here in just moments. Let's try to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we will wait and see on this one. What we will do, everyone, is we got the NASA slate there. Maybe there was a hold in the launch right there. So what we'll do is take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. All right, everyone, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking this shot right here at the border right now, where we are expecting House Republicans to be giving an update here, including Kevin McCarthy there, possible of the next House Speaker there. So what we will do is keep an eye on this here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, when it does get going, we will bring it to you right here live, raw, and always direct right here on Live Now from Fox. And what we will do now, everyone, is take you out to another live event here that is already happening out of Georgia, getting an update from the GBI about a jail beating here. Is an investigation that involved the Georgia Bureau of Investigation there. On Tuesday, they announced the arrest of 3 employees, said that they were involved in the beating of a 41-year-old inmate. Let's listen right here.
Of Hobbs' behavior, he was to be removed from an isolation cell. During the contact between Hobbs and Camden County personnel, a struggle ensued, with Hobbs being struck multiple times by Camden County jail personnel. The incident was captured on an internal security video, and the actions portrayed by some members of the Camden County Sheriff's Office involved in the incident were the catalyst for D.A. Higgins to request an investigation. The GBI initiated this investigation into the incident and attempted to interview all involved parties. This included traveling to North Carolina to speak with Mr. Hobbs. Hobbs had been released from Camden County into federal custody September 30th. The GBI wanted to speak with Hobbs in person and traveled to a correctional facility in North Carolina this past Friday and conducted an interview with him. The GBI then returned and consulted with the district attorney, and a decision was made to seek arrest warrants on Corporal Corrections Officer Mason Garrett, Deputy Ryan Beagle, and Deputy Braxton Massey. They were arrested earlier today. All were arrested for battery and violation of oath of office. Also, this investigation is still active, and the GBI will continue to work with D.A. Higgins on this matter.
Yep.
You know, there's a sacred and fragile trust that exists between law enforcement and the communities that we serve. This trust must be protected and preserved. Law enforcement personnel enter this profession for various reasons, but all are expected to ensure equitable justice and fairness for our citizens. I believe that the majority of men and women who wear a badge in this country truly seek to protect and serve. Unfortunately, some discredit the profession, the badge, and the oath they swore to uphold. This is why we're standing here today. The GBI will continue to serve our great law enforcement leaders and citizens across this state, and will always seek the facts that lead us to the truth. Thanks again to Sheriff Proctor, D.A. Higgins, and the members of the GBI team involved in this investigation. I hope our actions further strengthen the trust and partnership needed between law enforcement and the communities that we serve. Accountability is something that the community deserves, and our law enforcement leaders throughout the state demand from anyone who represents our profession.
So
we'll take a few questions.
So basically, I guess at the end of the day, what you're saying is it's totally unjustified use of force by these young employees.
It appears that there was probable cause to make an arrest on the actions of the personnel. Our investigation is still active, and our findings will be turned over to the district attorney's office.
What was your reaction on the video? What was your initial reaction? It's pretty
Well, you know,
hard to look at.
as a citizen, my reaction was like anyone else. It shocked the conscience. But I've also been in law enforcement long enough to understand that we have to stop, take a knee, and look at the facts and put everything into context.
Are you able to share any of the details as far as what Mr. Hobbs may have shared? I know you said that they responded because of his behavior, but then it went across the line, and you had a chance to speak with him. What was his side of the story?
You know, it's an active investigation, and the responses that we got from Mr. Hobbs was included in the decision by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the district attorney to seek arrest warrants on 3 of the individuals.
Forgive me, I'm now a little bit late, so I'm asking a question that you may have already gone over. Did the jailers act inappropriately?
Yeah.
I think that's why we're standing.
How you can go now.
Is when you look at the initial actions that transpired, I think our investigation thus far, and the district attorney felt that there was probable cause to make an arrest on 3 of the individuals for battery and violation of oath of office.
Are these felonies? Both charges are felonies on each of these cases? And what about the 4th deputy? You said this investigation is ongoing. Is there a possibility of additional arrests, including the 4th deputy?
It's ongoing and it's fluid at this time, and we'll continue to investigate, and if other arrests are necessary, they will be made.
We could do that.
Did the deputies, I know you don't want to get into any details about what they might have told you, but did they offer an explanation or defense of their actions?
I can't comment on
they didn't confess?
Well, would you put that one, JR, with the update?
From what you've seen,
that update
the level
for
of the beating that took place,
meteorologists? Oh, okay.
How brutal was this beating?
All I can tell you is that the actions that we've seen in the video are being investigated, and obviously a decision has been made to arrest the individuals, and the investigation still remains fluid.
There were some papers, I don't know which court, that alleged that Mr. Hobbs actually hit some of the deputies. Were you able to get that verified through your interviews or through observation of video?
I'm not going to comment on that at this time. there'll be a full rendering with the final investigation.
Who will handle the prosecution at this point? Will it be local authorities?
D.A. Higgins from Brunswick Judicial Circuit is who we're dealing with, and will be the prosecuting officers.
And what was your reaction when you first saw this video?
That was the previous question, and I said, just like any other citizen, it shocks the conscience. But I've also been in law enforcement long enough to know that with any incident, we have to take a knee and get all the facts and try to put things in context.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are done with this. We'll just put a little break for now. Once again, we always bring you live events here as they're happening right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We have more updates from across the country. Nice. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. We have an update to a story we were bringing you earlier today here with a horrible helicopter crash that happened in North Carolina. Now we are learning that the 2 people that were killed in the helicopter were a television crew from WBTV. Their helicopter crashed on I-77 South, killing the meteorologist there, Jason Myers, and Sky 3 pilot Chip Taeg was killed there in that crash in the southbound lanes of Interstate 77 in South Charlotte today. There was a statement released by the news organization saying that the WBTV family is grieving a terrible loss. Our news helicopter Sky 3 crashed midday today with 2 of our colleagues on board. Meteorologist Jason Myers and pilot Chip Taeg lost their lives. We are working to comfort their families in this difficult time. We appreciate the outpouring of support for our staff and your continued prayers for their families. A little bit ago, officials spoke on this crash. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. Just want to give you a quick update. At about 12 o'clock this afternoon, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department received a call for a helicopter crash on I-77 on the southbound side. Officers responded to the scene and and tragically confirmed that there was a helicopter crash, as well as 2 victims who were deceased on the scene. Currently, we're still investigating the incident. CMPD is assisting in traffic control and the diversion of traffic. We are not able to release any information about the helicopter itself, and also about the victims that were inside of the helicopter as well. What I can confirm with you is that no vehicles were involved in the incident, and that the helicopter crash occurred off to the side of the roadway. The NTSB and the FAA will be conducting the investigation, and the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department at this time, along with the Charlotte Fire Department and the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, will be assisting in securing the scene and awaiting the arrival of the investigators for the FAA and the NTSB. So with that, I will take any questions that you might have, with the understanding that I cannot discuss the victims as well as the aircraft that has crashed.
When you say you can't talk about the aircraft, do you mean like confirm where the aircraft came from?
That's correct. It is a small helicopter aircraft that is crashed. But however, as far as identifying where the aircraft is from, that is something that we're not ready to release. I just ask the respect of the families. We do have to make some notifications, and that's going to take some time. But as soon as we get that information, I'm sure it will be released.
Chief, can you just speak to how difficult this is during this time?
It's very difficult. It's tragic in that, and on top of that, we're looking at going into the holiday season where we're supposed to be spending time with our loved ones, and tragically there are 2 people involved in this crash that will not be going home and will not be spending the holidays with their families. So it's a huge loss, tragic loss, and it's just something that you can't put into words to try and offer condolences to the families. I do ask that we do pray for the families of both of these victims. It's going to be a difficult holiday season.
I know it's early right now and you can't speak to the investigation, but are you witnesses? There are reports that witnesses have called some heroics here as to where this helicopter landed compared to where it could have.
That's correct. I have heard that as well, that it seems the pilot that was operating the aircraft made some diversionary moves to avoid hitting traffic. Fortunately, there was no vehicles involved in it, and I think that's, as we move forward, to me it looks like a heroic incident where the pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes, to make sure that the safety and security of those that were driving on the road was not in jeopardy. So.
Do you have an idea about how many witnesses there might have been that you guys have been able to speak to?
I'm not sure. I know there's a couple that had stayed on the scene, but we're still looking at anyone who was a witness to it. Is certainly, I'm sure the NTSB and the FAA is going to be interested in speaking with those individuals. I don't have information on how to get in touch with them at this time, but I'm sure that that's something that they'll be interested in having that conversation.
Investigators are on their way now. How long do you believe that scene and the traffic to be closed?
Yeah, so right now traffic is closed on 77 southbound between Tyvola and Arrowwood Road. Don't anticipate that opening anytime soon. So anyone who can avoid that area, if that's a route of your destination, please avoid that area if at all possible, because traffic is going to be backed up for some time, and I anticipate it going through rush hour and possibly through the night. But as investigators arrive, I don't have an estimated time of arrival for them, but as they arrive, we're going to be looking for the need to continue to have all of the lanes blocked, and if we can certainly open up a lane or two to allow traffic to flow, we will do that when possible. But again, as I mentioned, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, the Charlotte Fire Department, and the North Carolina Highway Patrol are assisting in this to ensure that that we have traffic flow and safety of that scene as much as possible.
When we look at the crash, is there any type of fire? Did you describe a little bit more about the crash?
No, at this time there was no indication that there was any type of fire. Again, we looked at, heard from some of the witnesses that the Pilot did try to avert and to avoid hitting any vehicles, and from the looks of where the scene was and the crash was, the pilot was successful in not going into the roadway and hitting any vehicles. So that's certainly a heroic act and probably saved some lives. All right.
Anybody else? All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Chief, you got an ETA on when you might do this again?
When what now?
When you might do this again? You got to maybe like 30 minutes, an hour? Yeah, just.
I have no idea. I think what we're going to end up doing is that's going to be turned over to the NTSB and the FAA. Okay. Really, our part of the investigation is more at this point just to make sure we secure the scene, keep traffic flowing, and make sure that they have everything they need as far as when they get here for the investigation. So I don't know if we'll do another stand-up from CMPD or not. So.
But if you guys do a stand-up with the FAA or whatever, it would be here then, probably.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. No way I don't even have an ETA for when they're going to be here. So, all right. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you, guys.
Again, everyone, that was Chief Lonnie Jennings. If you jumped in halfway through that video, just talking a little bit about.
A terrible update right there, and featuring it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. If we get any more updates, of course, we will bring that to you right here, of course. All right, we have some other news to get to right here on Live Now from Fox, including the latest here as President Joe Biden today announced that his administration will extend the pause on federal student loan payments while the White House fights a legal battle to save his plan to cancel portions of the debt. It isn't fair to ask tens of millions of borrowers eligible for relief to resume their student debt payments while the courts consider the lawsuit, Biden said in a video posted on Twitter. The moratorium was slated to expire January 1st, a date that Biden set before his debt cancellation plan stalled in the face of legal challenges from conservative opponents. Now it will extend until 60 days after the lawsuit is resolved. If the lawsuit has not been resolved by June 30th, payments would resume 60 days after that. The Justice Department last week asked the Supreme Court to examine the issue and reinstate Biden's debt cancellation plan there. So we'll follow that for you. Keep you updated always right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. Coming back now, taking you out to Virginia, getting an update on a cold case rape arrest here, taking it all the way back from 1988, where this cold case came from, and getting an update on the Forensics Bureau that was able to announce an arrest of a man for a rape back in 1988. Let's listen.
There's two things that have unfolded over the decades. One is the advancements in the fingerprint technology realm. We're able to do more and more with prints that are blurry, not as clear. The science behind fingerprint analysis is amazing, and it's gotten better over the decades. So we're fortunate that arrest took place. It gave us the break that we needed, and one brother tied into the next brother, and then to lock seal this thing on not one front but two. The DNA is a direct match.
Were there any other arrests for either of the brothers other than that one in Alexandria? First of all, did you say what he was actually charged with in Alexandria?
I did not. It was an unrelated arrest that just warranted his fingerprints to be taken. By statute, there's certain crimes that warrant fingerprints to be taken by the arresting police officer for the booking process. There are some that don't warrant that. It's a summons and signature, but it was unrelated to these crimes. And I'm sorry, your first question?
Did he have any other priors?
Yeah, so both these individuals had police involvement. As I mentioned, it varied at different times. The fingerprint case that we got in 2020 was the break that we were looking for.
Detective Klein, if you could talk a little bit about how this feels for you, and has this ever happened that a case that you worked on back when you were in the department was solved years later?
It has. It happened.
Thank you, sir.
This has happened several times since I've retired. Just about a month and a half ago, we got a similar, or I received a similar call from these gentlemen advising that we had a 1989 case that was linked with the new technology, the new DNA technology. And we just had the preliminary hearing last month on that particular case. It gives you a sense of resolve when something like this happens years ago, because you actually live these cases with the victim and for years and years. And if you're very fortunate, you solve them within the next, year. But there are times where you have no idea, no help from the public, and it's very difficult. But it does give you a sense of resolve to finally have some closure for this victim.
I would imagine that when you're working a case like that, and maybe the others, that you referenced, that kind of personal attachment that you develop professionally with that case, and maybe even with the victims that you're working alongside, to be able to, point to the work that was done by you and your team back then as helping and being kind of the catalyst to make that happen now has got to be, satisfying is the word, but.
It is rewarding that even though it's, more than 30 years later, it's a blessing. It's a blessing from above that finally some justice will prevail.
Could you spell your last name, sir?
C-L-I-N-E.
And you retired when?
07.
Pedro Farrell, can you talk a little bit about the I guess kind of the timeline, the process, or you mentioned that your guys are revisiting these cases and you're looking for new hits. How often are you running prints, and was it just kind of a stroke of luck that he had a recent arrest and it just came up again, or are you doing those once a month? How's that work?
Yeah, so each case stands on its own merit, depending upon the amount of evidence. And Detective Klein, both he and his team back in 1988 got it right. They collected the best evidence. And again, here we are 34 years later with all the dots connecting. So thank you, Dick, for doing the right thing. back then. But we have cold cases. We have too many cold cases. We're working on solving them. The chief and I have been before you on several of them. We have a lot more to go to have mission accomplished. One of my goals with my team is the work that we've been doing is to make the cold case obsolete. And we clear the file room of the dozens of homicides and hundreds of unsolved sexual assault cases. So we use private partners sometimes. We've talked about some of those partnerships. We used forensic genetic genealogy to get breaks in cases. This was fingerprints being looked at and rerun. We've done it several times on this case over the decades, and we're doing it on other cases as well. So we are brushing off the dust and getting cases looked at. Our cold case team is small. We have 4 detectives. My goal for 2023 is to expand that number. I'm committed to that because I do think the solvability in 2022 and beyond is tenfold than what it was a decade or 2 decades ago. So we're working on it. It's a constant resubmission of evidence, both in the fingerprint realm and in the DNA forensic world. Things that you couldn't get DNA on 8 or 10 years ago, there's a possibility you can today.
You mentioned Metro Police involved. Why were they involved, and where, I guess, was the location of the arrest? Because you mentioned U.S. Marshals as well.
Yep, he was on a Metro stop.
He was riding Metro, or
I don't know if he was actually on the train or on the. I believe he was on the stop, but he was with Metro Transit. So. Passenger, and that's the partnerships we have. We've got great relationships throughout the DMV at all levels, from our rank and file on the road to our chief. Everyone is connected because we don't work alone, and the partnerships help. We thought he'd be bedded down in Arlington. We've been at his residence times prior. As I said, we collected DNA that helped us get that break. So it's partnerships that get the job done, and we've said it dozens of times. The Marshal Service and all the agencies throughout the national capital region, we're one team, especially when we get an arrest warrant like we did in this case. Yes.
Where exactly did you guys arrest him? And it was yesterday, you said, right?
Yeah, it was yesterday. I don't have the exact notation on which stop it was. We'll get that to you. My public affairs team will get that to you. Absolutely. No, he was taken. It was in Maryland. He was taken to the Montgomery County Adult Detention Center. So, if you look at the Metro map, it was in the confines of Metro, but it was in Montgomery County. So we're working on extradition to bring him from the state of Maryland. It sounds like you just got your answer. We're working on extradition. Our detectives will travel to Montgomery County. There'll be an extradition, and he'll be brought back in shackles and brought into the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center. This case will be tried in Fairfax County, and very confident with the abundance of evidence, we'll have the multiple convictions. I'm glad he's off the streets.
You mentioned that after you developed this DNA profile based on the brother and you started putting him under surveillance at that point, is that when you obtained this other DNA sample to confirm?
Yes.
How do you, what does that mean? I mean, you just find something that he touched or threw away? Or?
Yeah, so he might have smoked his last cigar.
All right, that was the update there coming from Virginia on the latest there with the update on the Virginia cold case coming with the 1988 rape investigation. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll get the very latest and want to know, are cranberries inflation proof come this Thanksgiving? We'll have all the details coming up next year on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, it's expected to be the most expensive Thanksgiving meal on record thanks to inflation. From October of last year to this year, inflation jumped 7.7% there. And Fox's Mills Hayes is live in Black River Falls, Wisconsin. And we all want to know one thing, Mills, when it comes to somebody's favorite item there on the plates there. What about cranberries? Are they inflation proof when it comes to this Thanksgiving?
I've been doing this my whole life. I grew up on my grandfather's marsh.
Wade Brockman manages these cranberry marshes at the Wisconsin Cranberry Research Center.
It costs more to do anything, just to run a piece of equipment, to irrigate, to frost protect. Everything costs more money.
Despite inflation, forecasted cranberry production is up 5% from last year. Wisconsin is forecasted to produce the most cranberries at 4.3 million barrels. Massachusetts, Oregon, and New Jersey make up the rest of the U.S.'s supply.
Brockman tells me that one of his biggest challenges is finding people to work in these marshes.
Because we've become such a modern society of everything's got to be easier and there's got to be an easier way, it's harder to find people to want to do hand labor anymore.
Tom Lochner represents the Wisconsin State Cranberry Growers Association.
We've got 3 people on our harvest crew this year, and last year we had 6 or 8.
Lochner says cranberry juice and wholesale cranberry prices have gone up, but nowhere near the price increases for other Thanksgiving staples. The American Farm Bureau Federation says the price of a 12-ounce bag of fresh cranberries dropped 14% since last Thanksgiving.
In many cases, some retailers will use cranberries as a loss leader or have them as a sale item during the holiday seasons to attract customers. Keep an eye on their local, wherever they shop locally, they may be able to pick up a pretty good bargain on cranberries.
And that was Mills Hayes reporting there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here. When we come back, everyone, we're going to take you out to the border here where we do have Kevin McCarthy speaking on border issues. That's coming up next year on Live Now from Fox.